This is a compilation video of my previous Fallout lore videos for those of you that like to just throw it on in the background or like to watch it all in one go. Thank you for checking it out over all these years, and I got plenty more coming for you. When hanging around Rivet City, there are a ton of people to meet and things to check out, but if you find yourself on top of the carrier and around this location on the map, we can find a nice setup some of the kids use to engage in America's favorite pastime. On top of the ship, we can find a makeshift baseball diamond, perfect for knocking home runs into the neighboring super mutant encampments. This is quite the setup for some rusted tin can floating in the harbor, and I like to think a few good summer nights were spent up here with a great break from the wasteland. When exploring the capital wasteland, we can come across settlements, raider hideouts, and sometimes farms which have fallen into disrepair in our travels. One farm got an upgrade after the Broken Steel DLC, and a silo was added to the area next to Montgomery County Reservoir. Heading to this location on the map, we can see that it can be entered. Inside, we can find an assault rifle, a carton of cigarettes, and a first aid box with various loot. There is also a ladder here, so we can hit the balcony and get a pretty good look around the wasteland. These silos are rare to come by and can be easily missed, but they do exist in the capital wasteland, most of the time guarded by raiders who have taken shelter in the farms the silos inhabit. The real question is, how many caps do you think could fit in one of these things? Let me know in the comments. At the Museum of Technology, we can find a few exhibits that scratch the itch for pre-war tech. One of the hardest to miss is the Delta IX rocket that sits as the centerpiece of the staircase. The United States Space Administration commissioned the Delta IX rocket back in 2020, and for 15 years it was used for various space missions, with 77 launches under its belt, the most notable being the Zeus 12 moon mission, which saw a 17-day spaceflight, the longest in recorded history. One thing to notice about this rocket is the flag that is showcased on the side. As the 13 Commonwealths were formed in 1969. The Delta IX from 2020 is using the 50-star variant. This isn't the only place that we can find the Delta IX, as if we head to Vernon Square, just outside the Statesman Hotel, we can find a crashed rocket giving off heavy amounts of radiation. This is likely due to the fact that the Delta IX used a nuclear electric derivative as a propulsion system, and after these rockets were used for space travel, they were converted for military use, exchanging the live crew and other instruments with a nuclear warhead. Next to the crashed rocket, we can find an entrance that leads to a radiated sewer. Inside, we can find a few odds and ends like rad meds and a copy of the DC Journal of Internal Medicine. This rocket brings many questions. Did it crash, fall from space, or was it launched after the change to military use? The crater and all of the still existing nuclear fallout certainly point to the latter. So if that is the case, who launched this weapon? We can find a bunch of different references to the American Civil War, mainly focused around the Temple of the Union. The fact that the group is made up of former slaves is of course a huge indication, but we can also find familiar names amongst the ranks. Let's start with the Temple of the Union's leader, Hannibal Hamlin, who is named after Lincoln's first vice president, who himself was a fierce abolitionist, thereby connecting the personalities of the historical figure and the character in game. Hannibal's canine companion, Fourscore, is named after the first two words of the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln's speech to honor those who gave their lives for the war. We can find this speech in full at the Lincoln Memorial, and we can even hear Hannibal recite this address in-game.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that this nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this.
Temple of the Union member, Bill Seward, is named after William H. Seward, who from 1861 to 1869 served as the Secretary of State of the United States. Also Caleb Smith, who shares his name with Lincoln's Secretary of the Interior, and Simone Cameron, whose name is based off Simon Cameron, his Secretary of War. This group isn't the only time we see this name game, as Leroy Walker at the Lincoln Memorial shares his name with Leroy Pope Walker, who was the first Confederate States Secretary of War and also started the Civil War itself by firing on Fort Sumter. So it seems the Capitol Preservation Society isn't the only place we can learn about past politics and history, even though we can find further references here, such as a copy of the Gettysburg Address present in the museum. The Capitol Wasteland is filled with myths and legends alike, but few are more disturbing than the pint-sized slasher, who was suspected of committing the Linden Street slayings in DC back in 2052. While the idea of a child becoming a serial killer is certainly dark, the suspect donning a clown mask and wielding a knife makes it equally horrifying. The appearance of the pint-sized slasher is actually based on the promotional arcade flyer for the light gun on-rail shooter game Carn Evil, developed by Midway. However, I feel like this poster strikes a bit more fear than what we see in Fallout 3. The downtown area of DC in Fallout 3 was originally designed to be twice its final size. However, the development team decided it was too sprawling and confusing, leading to the reduction of the space by half. While the Capitol Wasteland seemed too small at first, the team ultimately doubled its size to create a more expansive experience. Todd Howard expressed his concerns during the development of Fallout 3, fearing that many dedicated Fallout fans might be upset because Bethesda wasn't the original creator of the series and that this installment would offer a new style. This pressure placed Fallout 3 under intense scrutiny. Nevertheless, Howard is pleased that the game found its own audience within the Fallout community. He particularly cherishes the Vault 101 prologue, feeling that the moment the Lone Wanderer steps into the wasteland is emotionally significant. During the game's development, the team faced unexpected challenges, including receiving death threats from some fans of Fallout and Fallout 2, which prompted Bethesda to hire their first security guard. According to Fred Zellini, about 30% of dialogue was cut at one point to ensure that all the voice lines would fit on the disc. This included much of the content that would have differentiated between male and female player characters. The Capitol Wasteland also makes an appearance in Fallout Shelter Online, an Asia-exclusive sequel to Fallout Shelter created by Shingu Games. While characters and locations from Fallout 3 are featured in the game, their place within the main continuity remains unclear. The abandoned camp is an unmarked location in the Capitol Wasteland. True to its name, this deserted campsite rests under the bridge directly across the Potomac River from the parking lot of the Super Duper Mart. It's surrounded by a ring of tires and features a bed, an ammunition box, and a table. Be cautious, as there's an armed frag mine at the camp's entrance. You can also find a duck and cover skill book placed on the table. Additionally, a few mirelurks appear in the area, making it a location to visit with care. Calverton is an unmarked location in the Capitol Wasteland featuring a small ruined town near a chapel located southwest of the Drury Metro station. The remnants of Calverton consist of 6 destroyed houses surrounding a 3-way intersection, with 4 houses cluttered to the west and 2 to the east. The northwesternmost house holds a very hard locked safe, a trunk, and an unknown bed. Another unowned bed can be found in the middle house to the south among the 4. The desolate town is lifeless except for a solitary Enclave Eyebot. However, it can occasionally attract a Regulator hit squad or a Talon Company hit squad at the southeasternmost house, while 2 leveled creatures may spawn along the southwest road. To the north of the town lies a church that has been taken over by raiders. Adjacent to the church is a small graveyard, enclosed by a broken white picket fence. Inside the church entrance, there's a tripwire that sets off a shotgun trap, and at the back, a pressure plate triggers a grenade trap. The building is also furnished with a podium, some barrels, and a few makeshift mattresses. Certain scripted events can unfold at the church. If you approach from the northeast side, a raider with a flamer will spawn, chasing a wastelander on the opposite side. Unfortunately, the wastelander is scripted to die and cannot be saved. Upon your first entry into the chapel, there's a 50% chance that 3 leveled raiders will appear at the billboard northeast of the church, ready to attack. The road southwest of the town is barricaded with sandbags and the husks of abandoned cars. East of the town, an open trailer truck showcases signs of previous inhabitants. Along the southeast road, you'll find a billboard where 2 Enclave soldiers and an officer engage rad scorpions, provided you've completed the quest The Waters of Life. Further down that road, additional ruined shacks and houses can be found. A small rocky canyon lies east of the church where repeatable Type B random encounters are known to take place. You can also uncover several skill books here, such as a copy of Lying Congressional Style located on the speaker's podium in the church, Pugilism Illustrated found on the floor in the corner of the church bathroom, Nikola Tesla and You resting on top of a bookshelf in the southwesternmost house, and U.S. Army 30 handy flamethrower recipes tucked away inside a truck on the east side of town. Additionally, a mini nuke can be found resting on a bench inside the church. Calverton draws inspiration from the real-life town of Calverton, Virginia. The cratered hamlet is an unmarked location in the Capitol Wasteland located just south of Moresty Train Yard. This area features a handful of dilapidated houses and a large crater where a significant building once stood. Inside the ruined houses, you'll find minor loot scattered about and wrecked Corvegas parked nearby. One of the houses even has a carport that holds some additional goodies and a lawnmower. The crater itself is filled with barrels of radioactive waste, contributing to the background radiation that permeates the area. A little to the north, you can stumble upon a wrecked bus surrounded by a few skeletons. At the center of the radioactive crater, there's an average locked safe waiting to be opened. 2 more easy locked safes rest inside some of the houses. Additionally, you can discover a Tumblr's Today skill book nestled in a bathtub within one of the ruined houses. The MDPL-13 power station is a large, abandoned power plant located in the northeastern section of the Capitol Wasteland, situated between the Germantown Police HQ and the Greener Pastures disposal site. The station is closest to Minefield, which lies to the southeast. Its 3 towering chimneys are visible from various points in the wasteland, making it one of the area's notable landmarks. The power station complex consists of a derelict power plant and an adjacent power substation. You can enter the decaying power plant through either a set of double doors or a garage door. If you choose the double doors, you'll step into an office equipped with a desk, multiple file cabinets, and 2 vending machines. From there, a door leads into a room that features the prominent chimneys. Inside the plant, you'll encounter ghoul enemies and an initially inactive Mark 7 automated turret mounted on the main hall's ceiling. This turret can be activated through a terminal found in the small entrance room. Disabling the generator will render it inactive. Interestingly, the turret is programmed to be hostile toward anyone, while the unarmed ghouls can't touch it, effectively clearing the area. On the second floor, accessible via a catwalk beneath the turret, you'll find a locked floor safe, with the terminal for accessing it located on the nearby desk. If you enter through the garage door instead, there are several lockers and a personal footlocker that is also locked. The door adjacent to these lockers leads into the spacious room featuring the 3 chimneys. Over in the power substation, there's a workbench where you'll find materials needed for constructing a nuka grenade, along with a bottle cap mine and the schematics for the railway rifle. It's worth noting that small pockets of radiation are present throughout the building. Lastly, there's Fisto, a unique power fist available on a desk in the upstairs office of the derelict power plant. The cliff-top shacks are a part of a medium-sized camp inhabited by super mutants in the Capitol Wasteland. These shacks are situated southeast of Oasis and west of Vault 92. The exterior features a small fortified plateau hosting 3 shacks, 2 of which are accessible. You can reach the plateau from the eastern side via an uphill path or cross over using a simple suspension bridge on the western side. The area is heavily guarded by several super mutants, with their levels scaling according to that of the Lone Wanderer. At higher levels, you might also encounter centaurs lurking about. Outside the northern shack, multiple gore bags lie scattered. Adjacent to it is a collapsed structure where you can find a kneeling wasteland captive in need of rescue, who offers a small reward for your help. To the south lies the second accessible shack. Inside the northern shack, you'll find a single room filled with 5 additional gore bags, alongside numerous ruined books scattered throughout. A skeleton rests on a bloodied bed, which you can use for sleep. Next to the bed, there's an ammo box and a footlocker, and beneath it, an average locked safe awaits. The southern shack has 2 rooms, but beware of a hostile super mutant lurking inside. The first room contains 4 makeshift beds, an oven, and a refrigerator, while the second room holds a dead raider on the bed, a lifeless wastelander near the dresser, and another unfortunate captive caught between the 2. An average locked safe is tucked away on a wooden shelf along the southern wall. There's decent loot to be found in these shacks. You can discover a copy of Pugilism Illustrated on the shelf in the first room of the southern shack, as well as Grognak the Barbarian on the middle shelf of the last metal shelving unit to your right upon entering the northern shack. Additionally, a pre-war book sits on the nightstand, and in the hands of the skeleton on the bed, you'll find the Board of Education, a unique nailboard weapon. You can find Dominic and Machete's house over in Canterbury Commons, conveniently located just northeast of Dot's Diner. The interior is cluttered with various items for schematics, including turpentine, surgical tubing, and toy cars. In the office, you'll come across a couple of ammunition boxes, alongside several desks and some broken computers. By the entrance of the main room, there's a Nuka-Cola vending machine that's ready to serve. At different hours, either Dominic or Machete can typically be found resting on a rack or simply hanging out. The place also features a few drinking fountains for health recovery and a workbench for crafting. Inside, you'll discover a few useful items: a bottle cap mine sitting on the workbench, a copy of Dean's Electronics on a desk to the right as you enter, and the unique tire iron weapon known as the Highwayman's Friend perched on a shelf. This special weapon delivers slightly more damage than the standard tire iron, while also allowing for a quicker attack speed. However, it's worth noting that it weighs 2 pounds more than its regular counterpart. The Dickerson Tabernacle Chapel stands as a crumbling relic in the northwest corner of the Capitol Wasteland. Its structural integrity is severely compromised. An inhabitant known only as the Drifter occupies the upper level, while the ground floor is littered with a lectern, some supplies, and a few makeshift beds. Once a member of the Tree Minders in Oasis, the Drifter was exiled under mysterious circumstances. Abandoned and surviving in the harsh wilderness, he has turned to hunting local wildlife and pilfering from fellow wastelanders for sustenance. By the year 2277, he has settled in the dilapidated remains of the Dickerson Tabernacle Chapel, residing in the rafters, well out of reach of the numerous Yaogwai prowling the area. He has adopted a solitary existence. From the safety of the chapel's spire, he silently picks off both prey and would-be threats with his distinctive reservist rifle, often lost in memories of his past life with Harold and his companions. In the 2280s, the Drifter engaged in a tense confrontation with a particularly dangerous experimental Deathclaw that had escaped from Raven Rock. This encounter took place at Mount Mabel, but he ultimately chose to withdraw rather than kill the beast. Throughout his days, he vigilantly guards the chapel's upper floor, ready to attack anything that approaches. Among his possessions, the Oasis Coordinates holotape can also be found. In the dim light, a skeleton of a man lies sprawled behind an overturned pew, a testament to his desperate attempt to find cover. Nearby, 2 ammunition boxes and a combat shotgun sit in stark contrast to the desolation. A wooden crate holds a box of detergent, concealing 2 stim packs underneath, waiting to be discovered by the lone wanderer. Interestingly, Dickerson is also a real community located in Montgomery County, Maryland, sharing the same geographic spot as its in-game counterpart. The Sniper Shack, also known as the Abandoned Shack, is situated on a cliff to the west of Rockbreaker's Last Gas. This modest single-room building comes equipped with a variety of useful items, including a locker, several ammunition boxes, a fridge, a stove, and some metal boxes, along with a bed for rest. Notably, the shack features a workbench and houses the game's only named Radroaches, Fluffy, and Jitters, which will respawn if eliminated. Outside the shack, players may encounter either the Talon Company or Regulators depending on their karma level. After completing the Waters of Life quest, a Vertibird may also drop an Enclave soldier and a sentry bot in the northwest area. Additionally, super mutants occasionally spawn near the small pond located close to the shack. There's a treasure trove of interesting loot to be found here, including a copy of Dean's Electronics hidden away in a wooden box under the workbench, a copy of Guns and Bullets, a pre-war book, along with roughly 20 bobby pins that are located on the table to the left of the locker. There's a bottle cap mine which can be found on the workbench, and a supersized teddy bear sitting on the bed. A stealth boy can be located on the left locker, while another pre-war book is resting on a table. Finally, the unique sniper rifle known as the Victory Rifle is tucked away in a very hard locker. The Franklin Metro utility is a part of the Metro tunnel system situated within the Capitol Wasteland. This area is mildly irradiated, with certain spots being heavily so, and it features sections that are partially submerged in water. The Metro Track Tunnel is a segment of the Blue Line located to the east of Franklin Station, providing access to Falls Church and Hubris Comics. Interestingly, the tunnel is designed to loop back onto itself. By dropping down through a hole in the floor, you can revisit the starting point after traversing the area. However, be prepared to encounter several feral ghouls that inhabit these tunnels. As for loot, a variety of items can be found scattered throughout the metro. You can discover around 5 stealth boys, as well as 2 pre-war books located on a shelf to the left of the entry/exit door in the upstairs section of the first room, right next to an open dumpster with an empty oil drum. There is a copy of Tumblers Today that can be found in the downstairs area of the first room, to the right of the turret, resting atop an average locked mine box. Additionally, you'll find a copy of Guns and Bullets in the center of the second room on a desk, alongside a combat shotgun. Lastly, keep an eye out for the unique flamer named Burn Master, which can be located in a heavily irradiated part of the tunnel hidden within a trailer. Anacostia Crossing is a prominent metro station noted for being the southernmost stop on the Red Line. The station is currently active, as indicated by status monitors. The entrance to the station is situated north of the tower platform, which connects the Rivet City access bridge to the riverbank. Depending on the lone wanderer's karma, either Talon Company mercs or regulators can be found outside the station. Inside, the station is home to a group of lightly armed raiders, and the tunnel provides access to the mall and Seward Square. Just to the west lies a super mutant camp that overlooks the Jefferson Memorial. Entering through the Anacostia Metro entrance north of Rivet City leads you onto a raised platform at the center of the station. The ticketing booth acts as the focal point of this platform. To the west of the booth, a sandbag barricade separates the main area from a nearby raider encampment, where several raiders are positioned behind the barrier. Continuing west along the upper platform, you'll find the rear section, which is occupied by the raider camp. There are 7 raiders scattered throughout the station. 3 of them mainly occupy the central upper area, situated between the ticket booth and the adjoining section to the north, which features several tables, chairs, and a Nuka-Cola machine. 1 raider patrols the office area near the Protectron and the Seward Square exit, while another guards the north entrance to the train tunnel below the platform. The remaining 2 are often found wandering or sleeping in the northern alcove leading to the museum station exit. Among the tables along the north wall, you can spot a copy of Pugilism Illustrated. Additionally, a Protectron can be activated in the office areas near Seward Square. The same computer responsible for activating the Protectron also provides a downloadable metro map for your Pip-Boy. In the Capital Wasteland, you'll come across several cornucopia fresh grocery stores. This chain used to have multiple locations in Washington, D.C., and at least one spot somewhere in the American Southwest. In Georgetown West, the store is situated near a Radiation King and a Cup of Joe. Inside, you'll find a few rad roaches lurking about, along with tin cans, boxes of Abraxo cleaner, bottles of turpentine, and a couple of Nuka-Colas. Behind the counter, there's an average locked floor safe and a first aid box that contains random medical supplies. Interestingly, the terminal in the McClellan Townhome refers to this store as McGurdy's Grocery. At Northwest Seneca Station, we can find the cornucopia located right by the entrance to the metro tunnels. The store is also crawling with rad roaches. Inside, you can discover some sugar bombs, food, and liquor, alongside minor loot and a first aid box. An easy locked floor safe holds some bottle caps, pre-war money, and a pack of cigarettes, which can also be accessed through a nearby terminal. In Tacoma Park, the store is found just east of Nifty Thrifty. The store's interior isn't accessible, but a substantial amount of merchandise like Blamco mac and cheese, pork and beans, and Salisbury steak can be seen piled in front of it. Finally, in Seward Square southeast, you'll find a cornucopia fresh grocery located within part of the square. Unfortunately, it's also inaccessible and lacks any loot out front. The White House served as the residence of the President of the United States in Washington, D.C. before the war. True to its name, the White House was not just an official residence, but also the president's workplace in the nation's capital. In 2042, the White House pool was renovated, and some deck chairs were sold to the White Springs Presidential Cottage and Museum as part of the updates. By 2077, the president had left the White House and was secretly residing on Control Station Enclave, an oil rig operated by Poseidon Energy located off the coast of San Francisco. During this tumultuous time, the White House press corps was officially disbanded. By October 2077, the West Wing had been vacant for over 6 months, with no political activities taking place there for quite a while. Only a small team of maintenance workers remained to take care of the property. The White House became a major target for China during the Great War, ultimately being leveled and reduced to a radioactive crater when the bombs fell, where glowing ones now wander among the ruins. To reach the White House, exit the Penn Ave Northwest station on Pennsylvania Avenue. Ascend the stairs and walk straight until you arrive at the building situated to the north, known as White House Plaza. There's a manhole cover visible on the sidewalk at the southwest corner of the building, which leads to the utility access and connects to the White House bunker. You can find 3 mini nukes at the top of the stairs, located to the left of the entrance, alongside a Fat Man. Additionally, a copy of Pugilism Illustrated sits on a table near a workbench in the utility tunnel. Be mindful, as the area is highly radioactive, emitting around 6 rads per second. The car dealership is discreetly tucked away in the Capital Wasteland, located northeast of the Fairfax ruins. Here you can find the stunning 2077 Corvega priced at a staggering $200,000. The dealership's exterior blends in with the surrounding industrial architecture, featuring a nearby water tower. Inside, the dealership is spacious and showcases 2 Fleas and 2 Corvega sedans. There's an administrative area located at the back, while a repair bay is elevated on the left side of the room. In the garage area, you can discover a copy of the US Army 30 handy flamethrower recipes. To find it, simply open the door of the dealership, glance to your left, and make your way up the embankment by jumping on either the car or the shelves to your right. Drowned Devil's Crossing is a collapsed bridge located in the Capitol Wasteland. It lies between the Silver Lining Drive-In and the Mason-Dixon Salvage. The crossing itself is a small crumbled bridge that spans a gorge with a small irradiated creek flowing beneath it. To the west of the bridge, a red and yellow truck is jackknifed, adding to the desolate scenery. Inside the truck, near an average locked safe, you can find a copy of Tumblers Today. Be prepared, as a few raiders will appear in the area once the lone wanderer steps into the trailer. Dukov's Place is a pre-war hotel situated near the Anchorage Memorial and the tepid sewers. Nowadays, it serves as a home and a hotspot for raucous parties filled with sex and drugs, hosted by Dukov and his two female companions, Cherry and Fantasia. The hotel itself is a squat, boxy structure reminiscent of Tenpenny Tower and the Statesman Hotel. Its front entrance is reinforced with wooden barricades, adorned with a poorly painted and grammatically incorrect sign that reads, "Keep your weapons holstered or get shot." Inside, Dukov's Place resembles a two-story bachelor pad, featuring a lighting design that echoes the Love Machine theme found in the official player housing. The upper level houses a shooting range for BB guns. Here, you can find a few items of interest, including a copy of Pugilism Illustrated and a Nuka-Cola Quantum, both tucked away on a bookshelf in the upstairs bedroom behind the headboard. Dukov himself is a boisterous, drunken womanizer and retired mercenary. His life revolves around partying and his many conquests, reflecting his carefree and rather sleazy demeanor. Though he tends to be loud and profane, there's a certain charisma about him. He's primarily focused on his material possessions, his extravagant home, which he refers to as his pad, and the women who frequent it. Once upon a time, Dukov was one of the last surviving mercenaries hired by Alistair Tenpenny for a mission into Fort Constantine. Now retired, he resides at his estate along the east bank of the Potomac River amidst the ruins of DC. His days are spent drinking heavily and indulging in jet with Cherry and Fantasia. He has a unique way of addressing the lone wanderer, calling a male character Clown Shoes and a female character Sweet Cheeks. Cherry, one of the residents at Dukov's Place, is a living companion alongside Fantasia. Although she doesn't feel romantic love for Dukov, she maintains a degree of fondness for him despite calling him a prick and a lecherous old man. She affectionately refers to him as Dookie. Cherry stays with him mainly for his financial support and the protection he offers, trading what she can in return. She dons the clothing he prefers and dreams of traveling to Rivet City, though she knows how dangerous the journey can be without assistance. Cherry's distinctive hairstyle is unique to her and cannot be chosen by the player character, making her style truly her own. It is not seen on any other NPC in the game. Fantasia, another of Dukov's party girls, shares a similar situation. She's there for the safety Dukov provides and admits that Dookie can be a decent guy who is generous in bed and gives her caps. Fantasia candidly states that she would rather live this life than be dead, and regularly enjoys partying with both Dukov and Cherry. Like her companion, she also has a penchant for Jet. The name Dukov's Place is a clever nod to Duke's Place, a 60s jazz tune by Duke Ellington. Everglow National Campground is situated northeast of Little Lamplight. This open campground features picnic tables and a handful of small trailers, but it is also home to raiders and super mutants. Scattered throughout the area, you'll find several ammunition boxes, a first aid kit, and even some mattresses suitable for resting. There are a few interesting items to discover around the campground. For instance, you can locate a copy of Guns and Bullets inside a trailer to the west, while a Nuka-Cola Quantum sits to the east of Everglow. The exploding scientist truck is a hidden location in the Capitol Wasteland. It features a wrecked truck positioned on a bridge, hovering above a small mirelurk nest teeming with the creatures. To the north and east, you can find the Overlook Raider Shack and the Raider Wreckage fortifications, respectively. When you approach the truck, you'll hear an explosion and may catch a glimpse of the remains of the scientist. Inside the truck, there's a small living area furnished with a table, a chair, and a mattress. As you step inside, to your left, you'll spot a larger table equipped with a laser rifle, some ammunition, various workshop components, and a few stim packs. Over to the right, two racks line a small table, which holds a mini nuke, while the racks contain a selection of food and items and additional components. Keep in mind that items may get rearranged because of the explosion. You can discover a few intriguing items here, including a copy of the Big Book of Science on the scientist's remains. Just to the north, down in the valley near some car wrecks, you can find a copy of Duck and Cover alongside a skeleton, and of course, the mini nuke inside the truck itself. The F. Scott Key Trail and Campground is a small camping area located just south of Girdershade. While it mainly consists of a couple of park benches and a modest towable camper, it holds the distinction of being one of the locations where you can find a copy of the Deathclaw Gauntlet schematics. Surrounding the campground, you may encounter various hostile creatures, including a few mole rats, robo-brains, yao guai, rad scorpions, and occasionally one or two deathclaws, along with some sentry bots lurking about. Though the camp doesn't offer much in terms of loot, it does have a grim reminder of its past, with many human remains scattered around, mostly reduced to bones. A particularly unsettling sight is the remains of a child found near the picnic table to the east of the trailer, right beside the scenic overlook sign. Within the camper, a lone wastelander resides. Unfortunately, this individual is often targeted by nearby creatures and is unlikely to survive without assistance. If you search the inside of the small camper, you'll discover the Deathclaw Gauntlet schematics along with a copy of Duck and Cover, located just down the hill on top of the central table in the picnic area. The F. Scott Key Trail and Campground is named in honor of Francis Scott Key, the author of the Star-Spangled Banner, which is the national anthem of the United States. Faded Pomp Estates is located in the Capital Wasteland, situated just north of Roosevelt Academy. Like many areas in the Capital Wasteland, these once thriving suburban homes were ravaged by the Great War. Today, all that remains are a series of rundown houses, offering little more than bare beds for wary travelers. It's important to be on guard here, as fearsome creatures like giant rad scorpions, albino rad scorpions, and deathclaws often roam the area. If you're exploring, keep an eye out for a copy of Pugilism Illustrated. You'll find it by a mattress at the foot of a fireplace in the nearest house just east of the fast travel point. Super Duper Mart is a grocery store nestled near the Potomac River in the Capital Wasteland. In the front of the mart, a large parking lot is marked by hanging corpses, a clear indication of the raider presence lurking inside. There are also two Nuka-Cola vending machines situated against the wall between the entrances, accompanied by a couple of raiders who are non-responding and will engage in combat with anything that crosses their path. As the lone wanderer steps through the left door, they will find themselves in an entry room featuring a Nuka-Cola vending machine directly to the left, surrounded by scattered empty bottles. Upon venturing further into the main store area, a hallway on the left leads to the restrooms, through which raiders often enter the main space. Choosing to enter through the right door places the lone wanderer just to the left of a counter that holds about half of the store's loot. This right wall is less frequently patrolled, allowing for stealthy movement towards the back of the store without raising any alarms. The majority of the store is filled with supermarket-style shelves, connected by makeshift planks that act as bridges between them. However, these areas are patrolled by raiders and generally contain very few useful items. At the back of the store, the pharmacy houses a significant portion of the loot and is guarded by a protectron that can be activated to assist in fighting off the raiders. The key to accessing this protectron can be discovered in a metal box within the mart, or players can opt to lockpick or hack the terminal next to the door, requiring a lockpick or science skill of 25. Among the array of interesting items inside the store, you can find 10 bottles of Nuka-Cola scattered around and tucked away in boxes within the pharmacy storeroom. Additionally, 3 Nuka-Cola Quantums can be located in the same room, along with 3 bottle cap mines. A mini nuke sits close by the computer terminal in the pharmacy, and a copy of Tales of a Junktown Jerky Vendor is on the counter in the alcove just outside the Protectron's room, accompanied by several ammunition cases. Level designer Daryl Bringer was responsible for bringing the Super Duper Mart to life. Shacktown is an unmarked settlement located in the Capital Wasteland, positioned north of Jalbert Brothers' waste disposal site. Over time, this once thriving village fell into disarray, its inhabitants succumbing to the high levels of radiation prevalent in much of the western Capital Wasteland and transforming into hostile ghouls. The area is characterized by a jumble of rusted shacks and abandoned vehicles. The 4 main shacks are arranged in a rough diamond formation, flanked by 2 withered trees and a few makeshift shelters that look as if they were haphazardly thrown together from scrap metal and wood beams. The southern edge of the village is safeguarded by a steep cliff, and there is a boarded-up shelter door that hints at a past life, possibly a mine or a makeshift fallout shelter for the villagers. The settlement is home to a group of 6 hostile ghoul wastelanders. 5 of them attack anyone entering the area on site, while the 6th lurks inside the northern shack. One of these shacks features several piles of human skeletons behind a barricade of tables. Additionally, in the shack with the combat shotgun, there's a skeletal figure in the bathtub with a toaster resting awkwardly between its legs. Amidst the grim surroundings, there are a few valuable finds. Look for a copy of Tales of a Junktown Jerky Vendor and a Stealth Boy on a desk in the northwestern corner of the northernmost shack. You can also spot a copy of Tumblers Today inside a doorless refrigerator lying on its side near the southern part of the southwestern shack, as well as a copy of Duck and Cover and a mini nuke along the northern wall of the southeastern shack. Pirate Peely Boats and Bait is an unmarked spot located just south of the irradiated metro. This quaint little shack sits on the edge of the tidal basin and features a pier with several waterlogged boats parked outside, although they're no longer seaworthy. The shop offered a quirky mix of rentals, worms, ice cream, and talking parrots. Inside, the building is quite compact. In the right corner, there's a drinking fountain, while a set of lockers lines the left wall. Behind the counter, you'll find a refrigerator and a mannequin, along with a footlocker. Beneath the counter, almost directly under the cash register, there's a hard-locked safe, which can also be accessed via an average locked terminal located on the counter. Interestingly, a single radroach makes its home in the shack. The shop's name pays homage to Istvan Peely, the lead artist of Fallout 3. The Musty Caverns is a hidden location in the Capital Wasteland situated just east of Mason-Dixon Salvage. It resembles a typical anthill entrance. Inside, the layout is strikingly similar to that of a warren, featuring several long, narrow tunnels interspersed with various cave fungi and other elements. At the end of these tunnels lies a circular room containing 2 corpses. The interior is strewn with waste piles that may hold ant nectar, along with a few bodies that can be looted for common items. Outside the cave, you'll find a spawn point for various enemies, including giant ants, rad scorpions, and even deathclaws at higher levels. Upon entering the cavern, you'll also encounter giant soldier ants waiting for unsuspecting explorers. The Mole Rat Racetrack is a hidden, unmarked spot in the Capital Wasteland, situated in a raider-infested area along an abandoned highway a little southwest of Grey Ditch. At the time of your first visit, a small band of raiders is running mole rat races on a makeshift track. Although there are 2 cages at the site capable of holding up to 4 mole rats in total, only 2 are present. This unconventional location is almost directly beneath the bridge that spans the highway, with a road leading to Grey Ditch's western entrance. The racetracks are bordered by short barbed wire fences and descend slightly downhill along the highway. Here, you will find the 2 cages for the mole rats, along with 2 first aid kits and a standard ammunition box. The area is littered with empty liquor bottles, some jet and tin cans. In addition to the 2 mole rats, 5 low-level raiders populate the site. 2 are armed with melee weapons, while 3 carry firearms, and they are non-respawning. Lucky's is an unmarked trading post situated in the Capital Wasteland, home to a lone scavenger. It's located southwest of both Tenpenny Tower and Warrington Station, resting at the southern edge of the map. The trading post features 2 rooms, a small shop area with various shelves and a counter to the east, along with a seat next to a bed in the north. In the northeast corner, you'll find a cramped bathroom equipped with a toilet and a sink. The surroundings of Lucky's are often bustling with activity, as several types of enemies, including Talon Company mercs and regulators, tend to populate the area. It's not unusual to stumble into a chaotic battle involving multiple factions when stepping out of the store. Inside, you can discover a few interesting items. A Nuka-Cola Quantum sitting prominently on a back shelf next to 2 Nuka-Cola bottles that you can snag. A copy of Pugilism Illustrated tucked away behind the counter, and the Lucky Shades on a mannequin, which grant +1 luck when worn. Oasis is a unique location nestled within the Capital Wasteland. Once just another mine among the many scattered across the pre-war landscape of the United States, it transformed dramatically after the Great War. The extensive network of caves beneath became an impromptu shelter for the inhabitants of a nearby mining town, providing refuge from the bombs. Over time, the once bustling site lost its mining equipment and installations, leaving only a few artifacts to survive into the 23rd century. In the early 2250s, Oasis experienced a resurgence when Harold, a human mutated by the forced evolutionary virus, found himself in a remarkable situation. A sapling named Bob began to grow from Harold's head, rooting itself in the area where Harold was forced to stay for decades. As Bob grew and enveloped Harold's body, the tree flourished, producing pods that scattered fertilized seeds during the wind-blown harvest months, rejuvenating the surrounding landscape with new trees. By around 2257, a small cult led by Birch, known as the Tree Minders, had formed, venerating Harold as the Great One. Birch viewed Harold not as a tragic figure doomed to exist as a tree, but as a deity rooted to the earth, bringing life to a once barren area. As more followers joined Birch, he declared the tree minders to be Harold's protectors against those who might seek to exploit or harm him. Devoted to preserving the beauty of Oasis, the tree minders renounced most forms of technology, believing it was responsible for humanity's suffering. The cult is led by both the tree father and the leaf mother, Birch and Laurel, who share equal authority in their community. As Oasis blossomed and nature reclaimed the wasteland, the tree minders faced the harsh reality of hostile outsiders. Despite their disdain for technology, they had to occasionally resort to using firearms to defend themselves. The entrance to Oasis, located to the northwest of the cliffside shacks in the northern capital wasteland, is guarded and only few outsiders are allowed to enter. Many are turned away or eliminated when they attempt to trespass forcefully, ensuring the safety and seclusion of Oasis. By 2277, the Lone Wanderer represents the first outsider granted entry into Oasis in years. When a visitor is allowed to enter, the tree minders require them to partake in a ritual of purification, drinking sap from the tree to cleanse them of any evil. After this, they can meet the Great One. Long after the bombs decimated the former capital of Washington, D.C., Oasis stands as one of the most fertile areas in the wasteland, alive with lush greenery, thriving trees, and a variety of wildlife. Inside the large rock formation that houses Oasis, a narrow passage leads into this vibrant enclave. The Grove, a secluded spot within Oasis, is encircled by trees and cliffs and is where Harold can be engaged in conversation. Upon first entering the Grove, the Lone Wanderer must have followed the purification ritual, leading to a moment of unconsciousness. Upon waking, they find themselves in the Grove, accessible only through a wooden gate unlocked from a nearby pavilion. In the center of the grove stands the talking tree, a fusion of Harold and his sapling Bob. To the southeast lies a small radioactive pond, which, if investigated, reveals an easy locked door submerged underwater, leading to a damp cave. This damp cave connects the grove to the sunken chambers. Inside, a small contaminated lake presents itself, radiating 5 rads per second and inhabited by a few level-dependent mirelurks. Scattered throughout the lake and on its bottom, various junk items and skeletons can be uncovered. In Oasis, there are a few intriguing discoveries to be made. For instance, in the sunken chambers, you can find a copy of the DC Journal of Internal Medicine tucked away near a mysterious orange glowing hole in the wall. Additionally, a stealth boy lies on the table alongside some chems. We can also find a mini nuke at the bottom of the northern pond. The Fairfax ruins are the remnants of a town in the capital wasteland featuring destroyed shops and homes. The area includes the main street, several alleys, and crumbling houses. You'll find more than a dozen heavily armed raiders roaming around, both on the streets and in the tunnels below. North of the main thoroughfare that runs east to west lies the entrance to the Fairfax metro station. There are also a couple of manholes and pit traps leading down into the utility tunnels. Various traps can catch the raiders' attention if triggered, and travelers must be cautious of frag mines that may surprise them upon fast traveling to this location. On the outskirts of town, outside one of the houses, there's a gas valve that, once repaired, allows you to set enemies ablaze by shooting them inside. The primary access point to the utility tunnels is a grating in the ground that collapses into a small rectangular hole located in the center of the Fairfax ruins. A less defended entry to the tunnels can be found via a manhole situated northwest of the ruins, near the Brotherhood Outcast base. Inside the tunnels, you'll encounter several raiders, along with ammunition boxes, medical supplies, and other valuable loot. Additionally, there's a separate subway tunnel in the center of the Fairfax ruins, which is guarded by 2 raiders. This subway has no connections to other areas, but it contains various ammunition boxes scattered throughout. Upon entering the tunnel, be wary of mines and a shotgun trap located near the entrance. Like the rest of the Fairfax ruins, this tunnel is primarily inhabited by the raiders. The Grizzly Diner rests in the capital wasteland. Nestled eastward off the main road, this abandoned diner sits on a gentle incline. The area around both entrances is rigged with 4 frag mines, while the interior reveals numerous corpses and body parts, a grim hallmark of the raider-infested location. Behind the counter, you'll encounter 2 devious traps, a chain trap and a pressure plate trap. Stepping outside the back door, you'll find a bed right next to the wall, across from which are several boxes containing weapons and ammunition. As you enter the diner, you'll trigger the appearance of raiders who will infiltrate from both sides. If left undisturbed, they will take a seat or simply loiter around. However, avoiding detection from the 3 raiders entering through the rear is a tall order. They won't execute their ambush until someone either goes behind the counter or steps out the back door. Inside the diner, there's an oversized first aid box waiting for you. Additionally, you can discover a couple of skill books. One is a copy of Tales of a Junktown jerky vendor sitting on a shelf inside the diner, while the other, U.S. Army 30 handy flamethrower recipes, can be found in a ruined bus just north of the diner. Kalen's bed and breakfast is situated in the capital wasteland, where it has suffered extensive fire damage and now serves as a hangout for raiders. Before the Great War, this once popular establishment boasted stunning views of the Potomac River for its guests. The building rests on a hillside with a destroyed bridge in front to the north. It is located southeast of Arifu, north of Vault 106's entrance, and southwest of Fordham Flash Memorial Field. Although the walls and floors are mostly damaged, the structure remains relatively intact with 2 levels. Due to the absence of stairs, a ramp at the back leads to the second floor. The bridge's center has completely collapsed, forcing travelers to navigate off-road and around the ramps. The location is home to 6 raiders and a raider guard dog. 2 raiders roam the interior of the building, while another, armed with a heavy weapon, patrols the nearby area with the guard dog. 1 raider stands watch at the west end of the broken bridge northeast of the inn, while the other 2 loiter amidst the wreckage of the bridge's collapsed section. These inhabitants respawn every 72 hours. Minefield, once known as Ridgefield, is a location found in the capital wasteland. Before the Great War, Ridgefield was a tranquil community tucked away in the hills, isolated from major roads. Over a century after the nuclear apocalypse, a group of military survivors stumbled upon the mostly intact ruins of the town while traveling from the north. Recognizing the strategic advantage of this hidden and defensible location, they decided to claim it as their own. However, this peace was not meant to last. Sometime before 2277, the slavers from Paradise Falls discovered the thriving community in Ridgefield and plotted to raid it for captives. The ensuing attack resulted in the enslavement of nearly all of the tribe's members, leaving only a small boy named Arkansas as the sole survivor. Remaining hidden, he vowed revenge against the slavers. In preparation, Arkansas honed his skills with a sniper rifle and booby-trapped the town ruins with landmines. When the time was right, he spread rumors that a new group had settled in Ridgefield, knowing that this would eventually reach the slavers in Paradise Falls. When the slavers arrived to raid the supposedly deserted town, they were met with a deadly surprise. Arkansas opened fire, picking them off one by one while others fell victim to the explosive traps. Most of the slavers perished that day, and those who survived abandoned any thoughts of raiding Ridgefield ever again. The town quickly gained a reputation as a ghost town, avoided by all, as tales spread of its haunting and the lurking dangers. Traders eventually renamed it Minefield, and Arkansas continued to guard the area, still a sharpshooter despite his advanced age, ready to defend against any slavers or raiders that dared to approach. In that same year, the lone wanderer visited the ruins, seeking to study landmines from Moya Brown's Wasteland Survival Guide in Megaton. Meanwhile, Paradise Falls did not forget about Arkansas and the blood he spilled at Minefield. Eulogy Jones declared him a VIP target, and Grouse sought to find someone who would capture Arkansas for him. Minefield is comprised of several houses, 4 of which are accessible, built around a winding road. A playground sits in the center of the area, which is dotted with frag mines. The only permanent resident, Arkansas, watches over the road from an upper level in a partially destroyed building located to the north, near several ammo boxes. From his lookout in the 3-story building at the town's north end, Arkansas will also fire upon any nearby vehicles, causing them to explode as players approach, adding an extra layer of danger to the area. You can discover a treasure trove of loot scattered throughout the area. For instance, there are 3 bottles of Nuka-Cola tucked away in the building where Arkansas is hiding, right next to the mattress. If you check the Zane house, you'll find a copy of Pugilism Illustrated resting on the lap of a teddy bear in the children's room. Over at the Gillian house, look for a copy of Grognak the Barbarian on the child's bed upstairs. In the Gibson house, you can spot Tumblers Today on a desk. Meanwhile, the Benson house holds a copy of the DC Journal of Internal Medicine in the upstairs master bedroom. All in all, you'll come across a total of 67 frag mines scattered throughout the town. The monorail train wreckage is an unmarked site located in the capital wasteland found northeast of the Germantown Police HQ. A small camp made up of around 3 raiders has formed beside 4 crashed monorail cars. This makeshift camp features scrap metal planks spread out on the ground, 2 shopping carts, a fire pit, and an old bathtub. Nearby, you can spot a copy of Duck and Cover lying on the floor next to the tub. The remnants of the town of Springvale can be found west of Washington, D.C., nestled within the capital wasteland. In the 2060s, Vault-Tec initiated construction on what would later be known as Vault 101, situated in the hills to the west of this abandoned settlement, As tensions built in the days leading up to the Great War of 2077, families in Springvale sought refuge in the vault, with at least one, the Gomez family, successfully securing a place, while another family was left behind. By 2241, an expedition from Vault 101 ventured into the Capital Wasteland. The scout leader reported that Springvale was desolate, save for swarms of giant ants, and noted that the roads in the area were severely damaged. This expedition ultimately made contact with the residents of Megaton. Over time, raiders took up residence in the nearby Springvale School, where they targeted caravans and other wasteland wanderers, attempting to tunnel into the vault for a potential raid. On the road leading east from Vault 101, you'll encounter 4 two-story houses, a children's playground, and a gas station. The water tower stands to the south of this road. At a T-junction, the eastern road meets the northern road, you'll find a small ranch house, a bus stop, and another 2-story house. This road concludes south of a specific house known as house number 6, intersecting with the northeastern road that abruptly stops at the school. Across from the school, there are additional houses, and further up the ridge to the west, you can spot 2 more. A scenic overlook east of Vault 101 offers a stunning panoramic view of both Springvale and Megaton. The first house you encounter on the east road faces south. A blue mailbox positioned to its west contains 3 frag grenades and some jet. In front of this house, a standing mailbox sits, while inside, next to a chimney, there's a cabinet. Diagonally across from this house is another house that faces north. A mailbox lies on its side beside the porch. Inside, a footlocker rests near a chimney, and in the back of the house, a refrigerator stands. Diagonally from the second house is a south-facing one, marked by a derelict blue car parked out front. It has a standing mailbox containing a copy of Pugilism Illustrated. Inside, there's a safe with minor loot, secured with a very easy lock. Facing the third house, another residence can be found, accompanied by a destroyed car to the west. The mailbox stands upright and 2 suitcases sit on the porch. In the heart of Springvale, there's a playground still in relatively good shape, featuring a swing set, merry-go-round, monkey bars, a pair of seesaws, and even a slide. East of the playground, across the road, stands a Red Rocket gas station, complete with a Nuka-Cola vending machine. The single-story house situated northwest of the bus stop belongs to Silver, a former citizen of Megaton who now hides out in Springvale. Silver's past is troubled. She was a prostitute linked to Colin Moriarty in Megaton until their relationship soured, prompting her to take off with her earnings, or so she claims. Moriarty accuses her of being nothing more than a junkie who conned him out of his money, but she firmly believes otherwise. She insisted to Moriarty that she was done with hooking and was rightfully claiming her caps, even sharing a night with him to seal the deal. However, when he tried to stop her from leaving, she took her caps and fled. Regardless of who's in the right, it's clear that Silver's life has taken a miserable turn. Racked with the shame over her past, she has turned to Psycho in a desperate attempt to numb the memories. Initially, the town is empty, inhabited only by a hovering enclave Eyebot, the occasional giant ant, or a vicious dog, and the caravan traders from Canterbury Commons. However, like much of the Capital Wasteland, hostile factions soon start to make their presence known in the town. One of these factions is the Enclave. After seizing the Gek, the Enclave forces abruptly assert themselves in the Capital Wasteland. A squad of Enclave soldiers is airlifted by a vertibird to a landing zone northwest of Springvale, where they set up a small base camp. Under orders from their superiors, they aim to eliminate what they deem inferior, such as ghouls and other wastelanders, and they will aggressively confront the lone wanderer. Another dangerous group in Springvale is a gang of raiders. They've taken over the Springvale School, using it as a base to ambush caravans and travelers heading toward Megaton. While excavating inside the school, they come across a giant ant nest located within the caverns. In Springvale, you can also find a couple of those letters from Vault-Tec, including both rejection and acceptance notices for Vault 101. Springvale Elementary School is located in northern Springvale, within the Capital Wasteland. Before the Great War, the school played a crucial role in educating local children. A family reading night was scheduled for November 16, 2077, while the school board had a meeting planned for November 21st. Students and teachers were set to be dismissed early on November 22nd, and there were speculations that school would be closed on an unknown day, likely around Thanksgiving. After the Great War, the building suffered severe structural damage, with the upper 3 floors completely destroyed and the side facing the Potomac River torn open. At some point, a ruthless gang of raiders, led by a figure known as Boppo, took over the school, using it as a base to raid caravans and traders heading to the nearby settlement of Megaton. Boppo later attempted to raid Megaton, but this effort failed, leading to him being mortally wounded by Sheriff Sims. Following Boppo's downfall, the remaining raiders, now under an unnamed leader, shifted their focus to Vault 101. They initiated an ambitious tunnel dig in the school's basement, hoping to gain access to the vault. A group of individuals known as scabs were responsible for digging the tunnel, utilizing mines to burrow deeper into the caves. The raiders soon decided to conduct more raids on caravans to restock their explosives while trying to be discreet to avoid attracting unwanted attention. In one particularly large cavern, they encountered fierce resistance from a hive of hostile giant ants, resulting in the deaths of 7 workers. Faced with this unexpected threat, the raiders opted to lock the tunnel entrance and stationed guards in the lower levels of the school. The school building faces west, with a parking lot and children's playground in the front, while a baseball field lies behind it. A large sign southwest of the school clearly marks the building. The top floor can be accessed from the outside via a door in the northern wall, reached by a staircase, as well as stairways from within the school. The floor features a library with a storage room, a corridor converted into sleeping quarters by the raider leader, and a balcony overlooking the foyer. The door to the raider leader's quarters is locked and can only be locked by either picking the lock or using the Springville library key, which can be obtained by defeating the raider leader's second in command. The ground floor has access from the outside through the main entrance, as well as stairways from the upper floor in the basement. Notable rooms on this floor include a foyer, kitchen, 2 classrooms, a gentleman's restroom, a ladies' restroom, and a storeroom. In the exposed areas of the school, there's also a classroom and a break room. The basement contains 2 rooms, with one serving as a storeroom, while the covered interior features a locker room and a restroom. Within the school, there are several jail cells, some of which hold the remains of small children. The school also has some interesting items to discover, including a copy of Duck and Cover located to the left of the Raider Leader's terminal on the top floor, one of 3 oversized editions of this skillbook in Fallout 3. A copy of the Chinese Army Special Ops Training Manual can be found on the lower level after obtaining the Raider's Key, as well as an assault rifle near the ant tunnel, underneath the deceased Wastelander. Additionally, a Nuka-Cola Quantum is located on the top floor, above a cage accessible by jumping down from the second floor or just shooting the bottle off the cage. Finally, a sheet music book can be found in the southeastern classroom on the ground floor, resting on the backplate of a flipped teacher's desk. The Overlook Drive-In is situated in the Capitol Wasteland and features a large movie screen, a parking lot filled with several abandoned cars, and a small projector booth that holds some minor loot. This area is currently overrun by raiders, and it's common to encounter at least 5 of them during your visit. Along the road leading into the drive-in, you can find 7 frag mines waiting to be collected. Additionally, it's possible to trigger a chain reaction that causes the cars to explode. The Raid Shack is a hidden spot in the Capitol Wasteland inhabited by raiders. You'll locate it just due east of the Bethesda ruins. As you approach, you'll see 2 raiders patrolling the front of the house. To the right, as you enter the grounds, there's a small white trailer containing 2 ammunition boxes and some buff-out. On the opposite side of the yard, you'll find a table scattered with various items, along with another ammunition box tucked away under the table, making it a bit tricky to spot. Once you step inside the shack, you'll encounter 3 to 4 raiders depending on your level. They're positioned on both floors. One is upstairs armed with a flamer, while another waits in the kitchen, wielding the distinctive combat knife, Stab Happy. The house is straightforward in its layout, featuring a kitchen and a living room on the ground floor with a master bedroom, kids' bedroom, and bathroom upstairs. All the beds in the shack are available for resting. You'll discover a range of weapons, health items, and ammunition scattered throughout the house. Among the interesting finds, there's a copy of Tales of a Junktown Jerky Vendor on the nightstand in the master bedroom, alongside some railway spikes. Stab Happy, the unique combat knife, can also be claimed from that raider in the kitchen. Not too far to the northwest, look for a utility pole engraved with TES-04. This is a nod to the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, another game from Bethesda Game Studios. The Raider Farmhouse is a concealed location nestled within the Capitol Wasteland. It's just a short walk to the west of Vault 92 and features a 2-story barn right in its center. Opposite the barn's entrance stands a broken silo containing human remains, while nearby lies the skeleton of an old structure. Despite its modest size, the farmhouse is populated by a number of raiders. You'll likely find 3 or 4 of them patrolling the area outside, with one potentially wandering inside. Most of these raiders carry melee weapons and may even have grenades at their disposal. Inside the farmhouse, on the upper level by a large window facing north, there's another raider who is typically armed with a ranged weapon. This could be a 10mm pistol, a hunting rifle, or in rare cases, a sniper rifle. There's also another raider who's usually asleep on the bed within the crumbling shell of the grain silo, but if they're not resting, they might be on patrol around the grounds. Additionally, be prepared to encounter one or two giant rad scorpions lurking at the edges of the camp or even attacking the raiders. Among the items found here, you can discover a copy of Dean's electronics sitting on a shelf inside the farmhouse, along with a mini nuke placed on the ground in front of an open cabinet inside. The Festive Raider Camp is a little-known encampment located directly south of Dukov's place in the Capital Wasteland. This makeshift settlement features a town square enclosed by a scrap fence, serving as a stronghold for raiders to ambush unsuspecting travelers and operate as their base of operations. Upon entering, you'll encounter a sandbag barrier that marks the entrance. Inside, the camp boasts a tree adorned with white Christmas lights, standing next to a worn green sofa. Behind it, there's a kitchen table, accompanied by 2 green chairs and 2 dingy yellow mats scattered around. In the sleeping area, you'll find bunk beds with a small table situated between them. Don't forget to check that table because it holds a copy of Duck and Cover. The Raider Shop is a hidden spot in the Capital Wasteland, tucked away in a dead-end alley just east of the Red Racer factory. It's guarded by several boards, sandbags, and 3 guard dogs, all watching over a lone raider who has established his shop here. Inside, you'll find a makeshift counter and several shelves stocked with various items. At the back, 2 refrigerators hold a selection of consumables. For the raiders' comfort, the place is equipped with a table, a chair, a campfire, a makeshift bed, and a barbecue featuring 3 iguanas on a stick. Notably, 2 skill books can be uncovered here, a copy of the US Army 30 handy flamethrower recipes sitting beside a footlocker near the bed, and an issue of Guns and Bullets displayed on the counter. The Roach King is an unmarked location in the Capital Wasteland situated northeast of Minefield. This peculiar spot is home to the Roach King himself and 6 rad roaches. At the center of this location lies a throne primarily made from a Red Rocket playground set, accompanied by a simple wooden chair positioned in front of it. Surrounding the area are several black plastic mats, and a clock is mounted above the chair, adding to the bizarre decor. True to his title, the Roach King has somehow tamed the rad roaches, declaring himself their king. He is thought to be mentally unstable, often speaking in very simple English that is punctuated by quirky automatopoeic sounds mimicking roaches. Armed with a minigun, he patrols his modest domain and displays hostility towards humans. It's worth noting that taking items from the ammunition box located next to the throne will result in a loss of karma. Hidden within the Red Rocket is a mini nuke, adding an element of surprise to this strange territory. We can find a ton of skill magazines in Fallout New Vegas, and a lot of them have some hidden details that may go unseen by a lot of players. First, the Boxing Times magazine that we find in the Mojave features Alvin Nelson, the Red Brick Kid, who was a prize fighter before the war. And this issue covers a grudge match between him and Everts, whose name is a reference to New Vegas developer Scott Everts. The Fixin' Things magazine we can find shows a different cover on the loading screen than we see in-game. The copy we find in the Mojave shows a man tinkering with various tech, while the loading screen version shows a more Art Deco approach with a figure holding a wrench in front of some gears. This is the same for future weapons today, with the in-game version showing the power armor-clad figure holding a minigun with the words "Full Auto Shoot Laser Gatling Guns," and the loading screen counterpart featuring a Gatling laser gun with the words "Full Auto Shoot Gatling Lasers," while the loading screen version seemingly is more accurate than what we see in-game. The Lad's Life we can find heavily references a monthly magazine produced by the Boy Scouts of America called Boy's Life, with the font and art being near replicas. The cover of La Fantoma is a mirrored version of Adventure Comics 428 by DC Comics, which features Black Orchid, who is known for her skill in disguise and impersonation. The Patriots Cookbook is a clear reference to the Anarchist Cookbook, even including a big red stamp that says banned material. This is because the real-world Anarchist Cookbook featured recipes for homemade explosives and other terrible things and was widely banned across the United States. Programmer's Digest is a direct reference to Scientific American magazine, with not only similar themes, but cover art as well. The cover of Tales of Chivalry features figurines created by Schleich, a German company, which showcases one of their dragons fighting with a medieval knight on horseback. Another magazine that differs from the one in-game and the loading screen is Today's Physician, with the one we find in the Mojave featuring 2 doctors, and the loading screen variation showing artwork of a figure with a heart being monitored. Finally, the True Police Stories magazine that we find in New Vegas is actually copied from the 1945 film Dick Tracy Detective, with the magazine using an image from the DVD cover art. The Allied Technology offices are located in the desolate expanse of the Mojave Wasteland in Fallout New Vegas. This dilapidated building is situated southeast of Camp McCarran, a strategic location that also lies ominously close to a massive ant mound, transforming the area into a veritable hotspot for danger and unexpected encounters. As you approach the structure, your attention is likely to be drawn to a group of NCR troopers vigilantly stationed by the crumbling walls to the north. These soldiers remain alert, scanning the surrounding for any potential threats lurking amidst the rubble, emphasizing the tension that permeates the air. To the south, the fire ants are busily patrolling their mound, showcasing a fierce territorialism over their domain. Adding to the chaos, the unpredictable fiends frequently invade the area, targeting the NCR troops and heightening the overall sense of peril that envelops this location. Inside the offices, the long-abandoned space tells a story of neglect, with a ceiling that has collapsed in various spots, littering the floor with debris. Giant ants have claimed the interior, darting around what was once a bustling workplace. The structure comprises 3 main rooms, each filled with ancient desks and battered lockers, presenting a chance for the intrepid explorer to uncover some insignificant loot if they dare to sift through the remnants of the past. As you navigate through the offices, keep your eyes peeled for hidden treasures. Tucked away in a desk to your right as you enter through the first door are 2 elusive Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle caps, just waiting to get discovered. Don't miss the copy of Tales of a Junktown jerky vendor cleverly concealed among the scattered papers near the dusty vending machines in the western room, adding yet another layer of interest to this crumbling building. If you possess the Wild Wasteland trait in Fallout New Vegas, you can discover 3 aliens to the north of Horowitz Farmstead and east of Brooks Tumbleweed Ranch, along with their crashed recon craft. These aliens only make a single appearance in the game and bear a striking resemblance to those found in the Fallout 3 expansion, Mothership Zeta. 2 of the aliens are armed with tri-beam laser rifles. Among them is the alien captain, a more powerful variant compared to his counterparts. He appears much taller and more human-like than his companions and boasts significantly more health points. The aliens' levels scale with the players, ensuring a challenging encounter. The alien captain carries an alien blaster, though he doesn't utilize it in combat. If you manage to eliminate the captain without the other aliens noticing, they won't turn hostile, but you won't be able to engage them in conversation. Aliens are classified as abominations and can be effectively scared off using a flare gun. The alien captain is always hostile, but the other 2 aliens won't turn aggressive unless the captain notices the courier. The alien captain usually retreats, while the other 2 aliens will open fire on the courier with their laser weapons. Once the courier takes down the other aliens, the captain will engage in combat. Interestingly, the alien captain doesn't wield the alien blaster. He is unable to equip it and resorts to using a laser pistol instead. Visually, the alien ship seems damaged, with numerous wires hanging from the back and a giant hole in the front. If the courier lacks the Wild Wasteland trait, mercenaries will replace the aliens at their designated location. Occasionally, the courier may discover 2 of the same weapons on a single alien, though this does not happen with the captain. Companions often grab the alien blaster before the courier gets the chance, so it's wise to check their inventories for the weapon. Any surviving aliens from this encounter will be hostile towards the Vipers pursuing the courier from Horowitz Farmstead. The alien blaster stands out as one of the most formidable weapons in the game, thanks to its guarantee of a critical hit. With a well-aimed shot to the head, this weapon often has the power to take down an enemy in one hit. When foes are dispatched by a critical hit from the alien blaster, they are turned to ash, resembling the disintegration effect of a laser, except in this case, the ash appears in a striking blue hue instead of the typical red. Like the alien blaster itself, the ammunition it uses is unique. You can only find the 140 to 250 alien power cells on the alien captain, who unfortunately does not respond, which limits your ability to use this weapon repeatedly. The alien blaster boasts a total of approximately 2,500 shots, equating to 250 reloads before it breaks down. This amount far exceeds the usual amount of cells available, so worrying about the weapon breaking should never be an issue. Aside from cut or unused weapons, the alien blaster features the highest in-game critical multiplier at 100%, ensuring that every hit is a critical hit, irrespective of your luck stat or any critical chance modifiers. If you have already visited the mercenary camp and obtained the YCS-186, taking the Wild Wasteland trait via the Sync Auto Dock won't make the alien blaster accessible. The alien blaster synergizes exceptionally well with the Better Criticals perk. Since every shot is a critical hit, you benefit from a 50% increase in critical hit damage for each round fired. Notably, it is one of only 2 weapons in the game without any spread, the other being Elijah's jury-rigged Tesla cannon. Bark scorpions are intriguing creatures found in the Mojave Wasteland. Evolving similarly to rad scorpions, these scorpions have grown considerably larger than their pre-war ancestors, though they remain noticeably smaller than the common rad scorpion. One of the most striking features of bark scorpions is their light yellow-brown carapace, which provides excellent camouflage against the desert backdrop. Unlike rad scorpions, which tend to be less lethal, the venom of bark scorpions is significantly more potent, capable of taking down most of their prey with just a single sting. In terms of behavior, bark scorpions adopt distinct strategies compared to rad scorpions. Rather than attacking immediately upon spotting a target, they often prefer to lurk in the shadows and attempt to flank their prey. They also exhibit an interesting tendency to make quick, short jumps when they sense something encroaching too closely. Typically, these scorpions are encountered in small groups of 3 or 4, although they can also be solitary. When they appear in numbers, they will often attempt to surround their target, leveraging camouflage to remain elusive. Although bark scorpions are not overly tough, usually requiring just a few hits to defeat them, their venom compensates for that weakness. Each sting inflicts damage over a span of 30 seconds and can cause blurred vision. Fortunately, the effects of the venom can be reversed with anti-venom, but should a player get stung, they'll receive a warning message indicating they feel a little woozy. Despite their relatively low hit points, bark scorpions can pose a threat, especially for mid-level players, particularly when they attack in groups. This risk arises from the stacking effect of their venom, which could quickly lead to a player's downfall without the timely use of anti-venom. However, large groups are uncommon, especially for lower-level players, unless one is near known scorpion habitats, such as Hidden Valley or Scorpion Gulch. When observing the various types, the standard bark scorpion is a bit smaller than ordinary rad scorpions and inflicts a smaller amount of damage. In contrast, bark scorpion hunters are both larger and more aggressive, often inhabiting the same areas. Their similarities can make it challenging to distinguish them, especially during chaotic encounters. Bark scorpions primarily dwell in the Mojave Desert, often found outside buildings and away from main thoroughfares. The first encounter for most players usually occurs on the road leading to Good Springs Cemetery during the quest by a campfire on the trail. Another possible spawn point is near the Prospector Saloon when fast traveling to Good Springs. They are particularly abundant around places like Hidden Valley, Scorpion Gulch, and Nipton. Between Wolfhorn Ranch and the Hidden Supply Cave, a fair number of bark scorpion hunters can be found close to the unmarked Viper's hideout. The poison glands of bark scorpions hold significant value, fetching a considerably higher price in caps compared to those of rad scorpions. These glands are also essential for crafting poisons such as Bleak Venom, Mother Darkness, and Silver Sting. Visually, there are no apparent differences between male and female bark scorpions. Interestingly, the model for bark scorpions is a variation of the albino rad scorpion introduced in Fallout 3's Broken Steel add-on, though slightly reduced in size and tinted orange, with both species sharing a lightly colored carapace and distinctive red eyes. Bark scorpions are exclusive to Fallout New Vegas and its add-on, Honest Hearts. Bighorners are fascinating creatures that inhabit the Mojave Wasteland and Zion Canyon. You can often spot them around water sources and vegetation, particularly near banana yucca fruit. Various settlements like Good Springs and Jacobstown have taken to domesticating these animals for reliable supplies of meat, hides, and horns. These mutated bighorn sheep are native to the American Southwest, and while domesticated versions are common in several communities, wild herds still roam mountainous regions close to their favored food sources. This characteristic makes them quite helpful for those tracking herbs. As herbivores, bighorners typically hang out in wild groups ranging from 3 to 7, or they can be seen in larger domesticated herds near places like the aforementioned Good Springs and Jacobstown, as well as Spring Mountain Ranch State Park and Cottonwood Cove. A notable population of wild bighorners also resides northwest of the Snyder Prospector Camp. These social animals tend to react as a unit. If one member feels threatened, the whole group may become aggressive. Though generally, bighorners are calm creatures with gentle temperaments, though they can be dangerous when provoked. According to Easy Pete, they are not suitable as pack animals because they'll simply lie down if they get loaded up. In combat situations, bighorners are unique compared to other creatures due to their typically non-hostile nature. Although they're listed as hostile on the compass, unprovoked bighorners will not chase after the player. They prefer to graze peacefully. They become aggressive only if someone approaches them or their young. If threatened, they will lift their heads and bellow before charging at an intruder. While bighorners can take a fair amount of damage, similar to that of a rad scorpion, they deliver powerful headbutting attacks that can knock enemies back or even down. They are also impressively fast. The standard bighorner possesses all of the characteristics mentioned and are usually found in the northwestern woods of the map, particularly near Jacobstown and Silver Peak Mine, as well as around Nipton, Lake Las Vegas, Camp Gulf, and Snyder Prospector Camp. Bighorner bulls are larger and stronger variants often found in the herds. They can take the place of the regular bighorners at higher levels. A slain bighorner bull may yield up to 5 pieces of bighorner meat, perfect for cooking bighorner steak at the campfire. When attacking in groups, these bulls can inflict substantial damage, continually knocking down the courier with their charges until they drift out of range. Bighorner calves are the young ones that haven't reached full maturity. You can find them in any bighorner herd, both wild and domesticated in towns. However, exercise caution when considering killing pinned calves, as they are often protected by guards who will turn hostile if harm comes to their livestock. Young bighorners are about a third of the size of their adult counterparts and have fewer hit points. Though they won't attack you if you simply approach, attacking one will provoke their family members who will retaliate. The Lost Mountain bighorner calf can be found north of the Dead Horses camp, nestled in the mountains. If you follow the path up the mountain, you'll eventually reach a narrow canyon where the calf lies. Guiding this calf back to its mother is the objective of the quest, Bighorners of the Eastern Virgin. Interestingly, bighorner calves and at times adults will show up as non-hostile on the minimap until you get too close. Regardless of their gender, all bighorners grow horns, and hitting a bighorner's horns registers as a headshot, which a critical hit can result in the bighorner's head blowing up. Black Rock Cave is located in the Mojave Wasteland. It sits northwest of Helios 1 and southeast of Black Mountain. This small cavern is home to 3 Nightkin, including a Nightkin Master. In the center of the cave, you'll find the body of a deceased prospector. The Paladin Toaster can be found on the prospector's corpse. The Paladin Toaster stands out as a unique, unarmed weapon. When compared to the standard Zap Glove, it delivers slightly higher damage per strike while maintaining a similar attack speed. However, it's still on the lower end among all unarmed options. Additionally, it offers a modestly enhanced critical hit damage with a 1x critical chance multiplier, albeit still low compared to other unarmed weapons. The Paladin Toaster's action point cost aligns closely with the low end of the unarmed weapons range. It has a moderate weight and boasts a high-end cap value, despite its relatively low durability. Notably, attacks made with this weapon inflict extra damage on robots and a reduced amount of bonus damage to non-player characters equipped with power armor. To use it effectively, players need to have an unarmed skill level of 75 and a strength stat of 4. In terms of appearance, the Paladin Toaster features a sleek black and gray casing, contrasting with the standard model's blue and yellow design, along with green lights on the wrist instead of blue. Each side of the glove showcases 3 coils reminiscent of the heating elements found in a toaster. Like the standard Zap Glove, the Paladin Toaster is powered by an energy cell embedded in its forearm. It's worth noting that Joshua Sawyer mentioned that the developers initially aimed for various unarmed weapons to utilize and consume ammunition, setting them apart from traditional firearms. However, challenges in implementing this concept led to its abandonment, resulting in weapons like the Zap Glove and the Paladin Toaster operating with an independent, invisible, infinite ammo supply. This explains the presence of the unused energy cell on their models. Just outside the entrance of Black Rock Cave, there's a hollowed out rock a few feet away. The Nightkin inside may greet the player in a friendly manner if the quest Crazy 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 has been completed by repairing Rhonda, but that's not guaranteed. When not engaged in combat, these Nightkin share idle remarks that reflect the courier's progress in the main storyline or comment on their companions, attributing these thoughts to head voices. Camp Guardian sits on Guardian Peak, offering a scenic view of the Colorado River and Lake Mead. It's located southeast of Ranger Station Bravo and is accessed via a trail that is home to various rad scorpion and numerous giant rats. At the base of the mountain, you will find a hollowed-out rock adjacent to the camp sign. An intriguing feature of the camp is a pre-war sign indicating an elevation of 2,667 feet. This sign has been modified to read Camp Guardian Peak, with an elevation described as really high and a population noted as being 12-ish. The pathway to the summit is a long man-made trail with several bridges, stairs, and fenced walkways, ultimately guiding visitors to both the camp and the nearby caves. As you ascend, you will observe a variety of brockflower plants which thrive on both the trail and in the camp itself. The camp's outhouse is located near the first bridge at a switchback, where 2 ammunition boxes can be found. Along the route, visitors can spot 2 campsites and several scenic overlooks that date back to the pre-war era. Continuing along the narrow path will lead you to Guardian Peak and the cave system associated with Camp Guardian. The camp features a central main tent and a cooking area centered around a campfire, with a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap on a crate nearby. Close to the campfire, there is a sleeping mat next to a ham radio that emits a signal, which the courier can turn off to stop any broadcasts. From the summit, visitors can enjoy expansive views that encompass the Hoover Dam, the Colorado River, Fortification Hill, and Lake Mead. Additionally, within the Camp Guardian caves, the remains of NCR troopers who were previously stationed at the camp can be found. The new California Republic established Camp Guardian as a strategic outpost in the Guardian Peak area to monitor the Colorado River. The camp was intended to intercept Legion forces attempting a northern crossing that could bypass Camp Gulf. However, it quickly became a representation of bureaucratic inefficiency and nepotism. Construction began in October 2281, but the 12-man team stationed there faced dire circumstances, and by December, all but 1 member would fall victim to local lake lurks. The situation began with the NCR sending a survey team led by Burke. This team, however, did not succeed in their mission, managing only to ascend the peak to appreciate the view of the Colorado River. After evaluating the site, they deemed it strategically beneficial and dispatched a squad to establish the camp, commanded by Sergeant Banner. Upon their arrival at the foot of the mountain, the soldiers faced the task of clearing overgrown and long-neglected hiking trails. This process was further complicated by past landslides that had buried sections of the paths, presenting a significant challenge. By the 5th day, the team had restored the trails up to the first bridge, but could not proceed further without dismantling several run-down shacks to obtain materials for reconstructing the crossing. That night, 1 soldier, Jackson, reported hearing unsettling howling, which Sergeant Banner attributed to the wind. After a week of clearing efforts, Cale and Banner successfully reached the summit where the camp was to be established. They decided to modify the pre-war sign at the top for a bit of amusement. However, Jackson continued to hear strange noises for 3 consecutive nights, prompting Banner to suspect it could be related to PTSD. To ensure safety, he decided to keep Jackson away from the munitions. As the camp worked to clear the remaining pre-war hiking paths, they began using old fencing as barriers along the more treacherous cliffs. During this time, the camp encountered significant supply issues. A week after requesting a radio from Camp McCarran, they were still awaiting a response. In an effort to establish communications with their superiors, they dispatched a runner to Ranger Station Bravo, which was a considerable distance away. Sergeant Banner expressed frustration over the lack of communication equipment, likening the situation to that of relying on carrier pigeons and suggesting that political connections, rather than operational needs, likely caused the delays. The Rangers at Bravo equipped their soldiers with handheld radios, enabling them to use these devices as relay to communicate with Camp McCarran. Private Halford was tasked with operating the handheld radio and submitting daily reports to the camp. With effective communication established, the team completed construction of steps up the steeper sections of the pathway, facilitating the transport of equipment to the summit of Guardian Peak. During this period, Private Jackson entered the tent in a state of distress, claiming to have observed shadows moving in the water. In response, Sergeant Banner ordered half of the men to search the area in pairs, but they found no evidence to support Jackson's claims. This incident prompted concerns about Jackson's mental state, leading the camp's log author to consider recommending counseling for him. However, they decided to wait on replacing him until they received a non-handheld radio from McCarran. Once this radio arrived, the sergeant set it up for surveillance tasks at the peak. As time went on, Sergeant Banner began hearing the unusual noises that Jackson had described, prompting him to request an additional survey from Camp McCarran. However, his request was dismissed and his concerns were attributed to nerves. Since the sounds were not typical of fish, he ordered half the squad to investigate the shore with lamps, but they found no visible creatures or cave openings. Banner expressed a desire for some cat eye to enhance their night vision capabilities. In a turn of events, Collins discovered a cave entrance situated directly behind the tent, an omission that the previous survey team should have identified. Aware of the potential dangers that might be lurking within the caves and recognizing their limited resources, Sergeant Banner opted to send Frakes and Collins to explore the caverns the following day, with plans to collapse the caves with explosives if necessary. He also noted his frustrations regarding Burke's previous oversight during surveys. Tragically, the situation escalated that night when lake lurks unexpectedly attacked the camp while some soldiers were asleep in their tents. The ensuing chaos led to the widespread devastation of the camp, leaving the logs scattered. The only survivor of the attack was Private Halford, who managed to send a distress signal over the radio in a desperate move to contact Ranger Station Bravo. Until this moment, Halford had regarded the lake lurks as mere folklore. Halford recounted that during the assault, he was engaged in cleaning his firearm when he was knocked down and dragged into the caves. In a struggle with one of the lake lurks, he successfully inflicted fatal wounds on the creature with a knife. Despite sustaining significant injuries, including deep lacerations and a dislocated leg joint, Halford managed to reach a cave entrance but was unable to move any further. He attempted to conceal himself within the cavern, hoping to wait for reinforcements. Unbeknownst to him, Ranger Station Bravo did not receive his distress call. As time passed, Halford's hope for rescue faded, and he ultimately left himself to waiting, whether for assistance, for another lake lurk to find him, or death from starvation. Some of the lost logs can be found, with a total of 11 scattered across the Camp Guardian and Guardian Peak areas. Pieced together, they read, Camp Guardian Daily Log, Sergeant Banner reporting. Day 3. This place is a mess. Most of the old hiking trails are buried in landslides, and the rest is so dusted you can't tell which direction you're supposed to go. I don't know what the hell the survey team was thinking when they said this was a strategically sound location. At least we were issued plenty of rations, and the river has plenty of fresh water. We could eat for months. Let's hope tomorrow brings some headway cleaning this place up. Day 5. We managed to shovel most of the debris up to the first bridge. This thing looks like a wreck. Thankfully, there were a few wooden shacks around we can dismantle for scrap to rebuild. I just hope we don't run out of scrap before we finish the trail. Jackson says he heard some kind of howling the other night. It sounded like the wind to me. Day 7. Okay, we're making good headway cleaning up the paths. With only the 12 of us, I'm amazed we've moved this much rock in such a short time. Kale and I made it to the top yesterday. The survey team was right. Guardian Peak has one hell of a view, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us. I sent our runner to Bravo to request a radio from McCarran. There isn't much point in having an overwatch camp here if it takes us at least an hour to sprint to Bravo to report a Legion assault. Day 8. More complaints of strange noises by Jackson. I'm starting to think he still has some unresolved issues after seeing his last squad wiped out by a Legion slaver squad to the south. I sent out a few men to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. I think we should keep Jackson away from the munitions until he calms down. Day 12. We managed to get the rest of the path cleared. Some pre-war fencing was mostly intact, and we were able to set it up as a makeshift barrier on the more dangerous cliffs. I hope none of these jarheads fall off. We found a few cave entrances as we were clearing the rubble. They lead back to each other with just a single collapsed path that appears to lead down into the mountain. The damn survey team didn't mention any caves. I hope we don't find any more little surprises. Day 13. It's been almost a week and still no sign of a radio from McCarran. I'm sending a runner to Bravo to see if they can spare a handheld or any other radio gear until McCarran can get around to sending the gear I requested. I swear those dumb bastards back at command expect us to use carrier pigeons or something. Day 14. It's been a week and still no sign of a radio from McCarran. At least Bravo was nice enough to give us a handheld so that we can relay to them in the meantime should Caesar try anything. Halford will get the radio set up if and when it finally arrives. For now, he is in charge of the handheld and daily reports to Bravo. Day 15. The handheld is working well enough and we finish building steps up the steeper sections of the path. We can finally move the rest of our gear to the top. Last night, Jackson came screaming into the tent, swearing up and down he saw shadows moving in the water. I know legionaries are known to be fast runners, but swimming across the river? I sent half of the men in pairs to search the area, but again, we came up empty-handed. I'm starting to think Jackson is unstable and may need counseling. I'll request a replacement when we get the radio from McCarran. Day 18. We finally got the radio from McCarran. I've set it up on the peak so anyone on Overwatch duty can quickly radio in if the Legion makes a move. I'd like to know which genius back at command decided to send a squad to this location, but didn't think to give us a radio so we could actually call in an attack. Probably another politician's son. Day 19. Okay, now I'm starting to hear noises. During my watch last night, I definitely heard splashes down in the water. I requested an additional survey from McCarran, but they blew it off as nerves. Fish don't make that much damn noise. I sent down half the squad with lamps, but they couldn't see anything. We can't find any other cave openings. Maybe I've caught a little crazy from Jackson. I wish we had some cat eye. I can't see shit at night. Day 20. More surprises. Collins came across a cave entrance right behind our damn tent. The survey team should have caught this if they'd done a thorough job. I have no idea if anything is in there, but we don't have the manpower to deal with any serious pests. I'm going to have some choice words for Burke the next time I see him. This isn't the first time that idiot skipped over details while surveying the area. I hope to God we're not sitting on some kind of nest. I'm going to send Frakes and Collins to scout the caves tomorrow. If we have to, we'll use explosives to collapse the cave. This is all part of the unmarked quest, Help for Halford. Listening to Camp Guardian Radio reveals audio detailing the story of Private Halford.
Bravo, come in, Bravo. Is anyone out there? The camp was attacked. I think I'm the only one left alive. We were attacked by some kind of freak mutants from the caves. Please send backup. Goddamn leg. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make it before I bleed out. Bravo, this is Camp Guardian calling for backup. No sign of the rest of the men stationed here. This is Private Halford requesting backup. Anyone out there? Guardian is down. I repeat, Guardian is down. Requesting backup from any nearby forces. Those beasts dragged the rest of the men away. Oh God, I hope they don't come back for me.
Once inside the caves, the courier should follow the pathway past an abandoned campsite and descend until they reach a T-junction marked by a dead lake lurk. On the left side, Private Halford can be found, injured but alive. He expresses relief upon seeing another human and gives us the option to respond warmly or attempt to scare him jokingly, though the latter is not well received.
Oh, thank God. I didn't think I'd ever see another human face down here. Ah! You sick bastard, I could have shot you. You must be the backup I've been calling for. Where are the rest of your men?
After some dialogue, Halford will acknowledge that we are his only chance for rescue and insists on leaving quickly to avoid further encounters with lake lurks. Due to his injury, we will need to either use a doctor's bag or pass a 50 medicine check to treat Halford's injury. Once Halford is able to walk again, he prefers to exit through the main entrance. However, we can suggest eliminating the lake lurks instead. Halford will initially decline this suggestion, but the courier can attempt to persuade him to join the fight in honor of his fallen comrades, which requires a 50 speech check. If successful, Halford will accompany the courier as a temporary companion. As you explore deeper into the caves, you should be prepared to encounter several lake lurks scattered throughout various chambers. Additionally, you can discover the bodies of Halford's former unit members, who have a total of 4 NCR dog tags waiting to be looted. After defeating all the lake lurks, you can speak with Halford again, and he will express his appreciation for assisting in avenging his mates and share his intention to desert and return to New California. He also suggests taking the collected dog tags to the NCR command to ensure the sacrifices of his unit are acknowledged, which connects to the tags of our fallen quest for Quartermaster Mayes at Camp Forlorn Hope. In appreciation, Halford will provide us with a note for validation, along with his service rifle and schematics for crafting an improvised weapon, the Dog Tag Fist. The Dog Tag Fist is an unarmed weapon featuring 3 NCR Army dog tags tightly secured between the fingers of each fist, with bead chains wrapped around the knuckles near the palms. While it delivers relatively low damage per strike, it compensates for this with a high attack speed and moderate critical hit damage. The weapon offers middle-of-the-road durability, is lightweight, and has the lowest cap value among unarmed weapons. To wield the Dog Tag Fist effectively, you will only need a strength stat of 1, with no specific unarmed skill level required. It's important to note that this weapon cannot be found within the game world. Instead, it must be crafted. Initially, a unique variant called Recompense of the Fallen was intended as the reward for completing this unmarked quest. However, the developers later relocated this weapon to Cottonwood Cove, and the quest reward was changed to the crafting recipe for the standard Dog Tag Fist. Joshua Sawyer developed the basic concept for Halford's unmarked quest, while Robert Lee oversaw the design and implementation. Interestingly, Robert Lee named Private Halford after Rob Halford, the lead singer of the heavy metal band Judas Priest. The Camp Guardian featured in New Vegas draws inspiration from the real-life Guardian Peak, which is located in the River Mountains along the northern shore of Lake Mead in Clark County, Nevada. The Devil's Throat is a terrible location within the Mojave Wasteland, lying east of Bloodborne Cave, This site features pools of contaminated water at the base of a crater, along with a wrecked truck that sits at its center, surrounded by scattered toxic waste barrels, with a lifeless supermutant found at the rear of the truck. Centaurs populate the area, including a fearsome giant evolved centaur, which respawns after 3 in-game days if killed. What sets the truck in this crater apart is its lack of a motor and doors, unlike most other wrecked vehicles scattered throughout the Mojave Wasteland. Inside the truck trailer, we can discover reinforced combat armor and a unique party hat on a deceased prospector. Additionally, there's a CZ-57 Avenger, a unique variant of the minigun, lying next to the prospector. Rockwell designed the 5mm CZ-57 Avenger as a replacement for the outdated CZ-53 personal minigun. This updated model features enhancements such as improved gel fin cooling and chromium-plated barrel bores, which contribute to its increased range and lethality. Moreover, it maintains an ammo capacity of 120 rounds of 5mm ammunition, similar to earlier CZ-53 models. When compared to standard miniguns, the Avenger delivers slightly more damage per shot while boasting a significantly higher rate of fire, making it the weapon with the highest damage per second in Fallout New Vegas. Its accuracy also improves, as the spread is reduced to just over half that of a regular minigun, enabling better precision at longer ranges. In New Vegas, the Devil's Throat draws inspiration from the real-life Devil's Throat sinkhole found at Gold Butte National Monument in Clark County, Nevada. Geographically, the actual Devil's Throat is located east of the in-game site across Lake Mead. Although a half-finished crater exists in the vicinity of its real-world counterpart, it's positioned outside the playable area in the game. The Deathclaw Promontory is an unmarked location resting on the bank of the Colorado River, directly east of Lucky Jim Mine and a nearby prospector camp. Accessing the promontory requires navigating a steep dirt path. The terrain is rugged and uneven, elevated over a cliff, and is home to a substantial population of Deathclaw, estimated to be over 30 individuals. This includes various types such as alpha males, mothers, standard Deathclaws, and their young. Unlike the more dispersed groups found at Quarry Junction, the Deathclaws at the Deathclaw Promontory exhibit a more cohesive social structure, often clustering together. When faced with a threat, the entire pack tends to respond by launching an assault. The high density of the group, however, presents a tactical opportunity. A well-timed ranged explosive attack could inflict significant casualties within the pack, reducing their overall combat effectiveness. Noteworthy items at this location include the Remnant's power armor without the helmet, which can be located on a deceased prospector. This is the only spot in the game where we can acquire this armor outside of the For Alt Lang Zing quest. The helmet is found separately in Silver Peak Mine. Additionally, we can also discover T-51B power armor on a dead prospector. Among the loot, players can find a multiplast rifle adjacent to one of the dead prospectors and a tri-beam laser rifle next to the other. At the southern end of the promontory, near a cliff, 3 Deathclaw eggs are present. The Deathclaw Promontory was designed by area designer Jorge Salgado and reflects the geographical features of the real-world Promontory Point in Clark County, Nevada. Chance's map is located within the Mojave Wasteland along Nevada State Route 160 to the northwest of Nopa Cave and Vault 3. This site consists of a small enclosure containing a map etched into the ground near a hollowed rock that has minor loot and features the inscription, "The sun is killing me." The dark grooves of the map illustrate the major highways that traverse the wasteland, with various items that symbolize important landmarks throughout the Mojave featured. However, these items cannot be collected. For instance, a can of turpentine represents the strip at the heart of New Vegas, while a stealth boy signifies either Hidden Valley or Black Mountain. Cherry bombs are placed in the northeastern area to represent the boomers based at Nellis Air Force Base. A rock situated in the upper northwest likely symbolizes Jacobstown. A Legion Daenerys located to the east represents the fort. Additionally, an empty whiskey bottle indicates the Hoover Dam, while 2 tall bottles in the far southwest mimic the giant ranger statues found at the Mojave Outpost. In the western section of the map, a stick of dynamite illustrates Powder Ganger territory, whereas a tall bottle in the center signifies the REPCONN test site. The claw from a Deathclaw stands for Quarry Junction. A nearby tin can in the west represents Good Springs. To the north, a rock probably signifies Red Rock Canyon, while a shard of mirror east of the Stealth Boy represents Helios 1. And finally, in the south, another tin can symbolizes Camp Searchlight, and further south, another tin can stands for Novak, with bullet casings in the southwest standing for Nipton. Around October 2281, a group of great khans, including Jessup, McMurphy, and Chance, were awaiting their employer for a contracted job. To pass the time, McMurphy created a rough map of the Mojave by sketching it in the dirt, which Chance later enhanced by carving out the paths with a knife. After the group met with Benny and departed for Goodsprings to set up an ambush against the courier, the map remained in the Mojave, appearing undisturbed by the wind even a week later. Chance's knife is a unique melee weapon, particularly significant in the story of All Roads, the graphic novel. It becomes prominent during a critical scene where the khans encounter a tribal village north of Goodsprings, which is under attack by a gang of fiends. This distressing scenario, highlighted by burning bodies, triggers Chance's traumatic memories of the Bitter Springs massacre, leading him to confront the raiders alone. Although his companions ultimately join him in the battle against the fiends, Chance suffers life-threatening injuries from a fiery assault by one of the attackers. Unfortunately, he later falls victim to the effects of spiked psycho, which he consumes at night despite Benny's objections. The following morning, Jessup and McMurphy give Chance an honorable burial, recognizing him as a member of the Great Khans and placing his bloodied knife beside him. To access the grave and retrieve the knife, we will need a shovel. From the tribal village, we should backtrack to the main road while searching the southern area for a path leading up the hill. At the top, we can find Chance's grave, where the knife is buried. In terms of gameplay mechanics, Chance's knife outperforms the standard combat knife, providing enhanced damage per strike and a faster attack speed, thereby achieving a superior damage per second rate. The knife also offers increased critical hit damage while maintaining the same action point cost and weight as a standard combat knife. It also has a higher cap value. Chance's map appears in both Fallout New Vegas and the graphic novel All Roads. While All Roads labels the locations with text, the game, as shown, uses various items to creatively depict these landmarks. Wolfhorn Ranch rests in the Mojave Wasteland. It's positioned east of Nipton, just south of the split where Nevada State Route 164 leads north to Ranger Station Charlie and south to Camp Searchlight. The main structure consists of a simple one-room shack with a stove, an armor locker, 2 additional lockers, and a bed. Surrounding the building are signs of recent agricultural activity, including a windmill, constructed walkways, crops, and various farming tools scattered around the area. Just outside the ranch, there is an irradiated water source. Near the flagpole, a grave overlooks Nevada State Route 164, while a nearby radio is tuned to Radio New Vegas. Before 2281, this ranch was home to a thriving bighorner cattle operation that eventually fell into disuse when its owner abandoned it. The location serves as potential player housing, as the storage containers here do not respawn, allowing for safe item storage. Although the bed can be used for sleeping, it won't grant the well-rested bonus. Faint whispers can be heard near the grave, which can be looted without a shovel. According to Chris Avalon, this grave, situated on a hill close to the ranch, was included as a nod to Ulysses, who was originally cut from the base game. In the game's lore, however, the grave is attributed to an unknown individual. It was added by level designer Sidney Wolfram. Wolfhorn Ranch was initially intended to be the location where players would find Ulysses prior to his removal as a companion from the base game. The Fallout New Vegas official game guide specifically identifies Ulysses as the prior owner of this ranch, although he is nowhere to be found. Inside the shack, players can find a copy of Tumblers Today near the fridge on the floor, along with Chopper, a unique cleaver variant laying atop the stove. This enhanced cleaver inflicts more damage compared to the standard version, boasting higher critical hit damage and a better critical chance multiplier. Additionally, it deals increased limb damage, raising the likelihood of crippling an enemy. Visually, the chopper appears aged and rusty, featuring white tape wrapped around the handle and a slightly upward curved blade. This weapon is quite powerful and beneficial during the early stages of the game, as it deals significant damage and can easily be repaired with a standard cleaver. Chopper was introduced to Wolfhorn Ranch after Ulysses was removed from the base game to avoid leaving the location empty. Joshua Sawyer clarified that Chopper was not intended to be used by Ulysses, but was added simply to give the site a unique element after his removal. Clark Field can be found in the Mojave Wasteland. Once home to a small power plant and a nuclear storage site, it was laid to waste by bombs, resulting in radioactive materials leaking into the environment. Because of this, the site offers little in terms of salvageable goods, leading most prospectors to steer clear of it. Adding to the risk, a pack of golden geckos have made the crumbling concrete ruins their home. Positioned south of a toxic dump site and east of the Highway 95 Viper encampment, Clark Field features a highly irradiated industrial complex, with the only accessible areas being its exterior. Inside, several golden geckos roam freely. There is a small fenced-in area on the southeast edge that is not contaminated by radiation, where you can find a white container beside a skeleton with some scattered loot. Here at Clark Field, we come across Mr. Radical. He discovered a radiation suit and decided to test it at the irradiated Yucca Mountain. After realizing how effective it was, he ventured into even riskier locations, even going so far as to purchase a batch of isotope 239 igniting agent from Old Lady Gibson to apply to himself. However, his journal reveals that he might have been experiencing the early signs of radiation poisoning, which he dismissed as simple food poisoning, continuing his reckless experiments. Ultimately, Mr. Radical met his fate at Clark Field, never having the chance to use the isotope on himself. His remains are located in the roadway on the northern side of the site. The Nevada Spillway is a crucial component of the Hoover Dam, located on the western side and overlooking the Colorado River. Directly opposite it is the Arizona Spillway, positioned on the eastern side of the canyon. Together, these facilities play a significant role in managing water flow from Lake Mead to the river below. The Nevada Spillway consists of concrete-lined open channels that extend approximately 650 feet in length, 150 feet in width, and 170 feet in depth. Each canyon wall is fortified with 18 inches of concrete, while the floor is reinforced with 24 inches. As water spills over, it is channeled into the spillway tunnel, which directs it to the Colorado River downstream. Similarly, the Arizona Spillway, though unmarked, is an essential part of Hoover Dam's infrastructure. Both spillways effectively regulate the water output from Lake Mead into the river below. After the first Battle of Hoover Dam, the combined events of the Battle of Willow Beach and the Battle of Arizona Spillway led to the Legion successfully pushing the NCR off the east banks of the river. The Gray is a building that's tucked away in North Vegas Square, just near the western junk door entrance. This residential building stands as the largest structure in the area, housing many local citizens, though most are tight-lipped beyond a few generic lines. It's here we meet a ghoul named Andy Scab, a notorious criminal who runs a gang from this very building. He's flanked by two henchmen who not only guard his room, but also hold the keys to it, ensuring that his operations remain secure. Andy and his crew are engaged in a scheme to rob both the Crimson Caravan Company and the Hostetler household. They've enlisted the help of Alice Hostetler, the daughter of Dawn, who works for the caravan, making it easier for them to access the caps they covet. Within the Gray, there's a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap located on the second floor, sitting on a table alongside a blue trunk. Keep in mind, it's marked as owned, so taking it will affect your karma negatively. Additionally, in the Gray, there's a dino toy smoking a cigarette on a table in the third room from the left. Meanwhile, on the second floor, another dino toy and a teddy bear dramatically face off, brandishing knives at each other in the room equipped with a reloading bench. Interestingly, although the Gray is a 3-story building, there are no stairs leading up to the third floor, adding to its peculiar charm. The in-game location of the Gray is positioned in the same area as the real-world St. Vincent Help Apartments, which are a part of the Care Complex Homeless Resource Plaza in North Las Vegas, Nevada. The Blue Paradise vacation rentals are located in the Mojave Wasteland. Following the Great War, the Colorado River flood plain gradually submerged a small cluster of small dwellings into the sand, while an old wharf and a couple of boats completely disappeared underwater. Nestled south of Cottonwood Cove, along the western bank of the Colorado River, this area features beach houses, a quaint picnic spot, submerged docks, and many sunken boats, including speedboats and a yacht, which have become the home of a small nest of lake lurks. Only 2 of the beach houses are accessible, offering various loot and a slight radiation hazard. To the southwest of these houses, you'll find 2 graves containing some more minor loot. Across the river, directly east of the sunken beach houses, lies a small lagoon area where several lake lurks guard a nearby cave. More than 10 lake lurks inhabit the region, creating a perilous environment. Inside the cave, you can discover 2 duffel bags alongside 2 dead bodies, as well as some decent loot. Additionally, there are 2 Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle caps hidden in the area. One cap can be found on the floor in the front of the refrigerator in the middle sunken beach house, while the other is located on the countertop just below the water's surface in the northern beach house. Interestingly, neither the water nor the land surrounding the beach houses is irradiated. However, it's worth noting that the water inside the beach houses inflicts 1 radiation point per second while swimming, although drinking from it doesn't cause any radiation exposure. The Monte Carlo Suites are an intriguing location in the Mojave Wasteland. Found on the western edge of New Vegas, they sit just north of the Sunset Sarsaparilla headquarters and south of Westside. This large building features a prominent neon sign on its roof, making it hard to miss. If you're curious about this spot and its current occupants, you can get some interesting insights from Klamath Bob at his liquor store in Westside.
Well, things aren't great here, but I've seen a lot worse. We've got the fiends to the south of us, and that ain't good. The Scorpions hang out at the Monte Carlo when they aren't slinging chems or getting their heads blown off by the fiends. Probably the best thing we've got going on is the co-op, run by Mr. Etienne. Get some help from the followers of the apocalypse, I think. Not much to tell. Typical gang of dumb bullies and angry nobodies. They're holed up a bit south of here, in the Monte Carlo suites. They think they're tough, but anytime they tangle with the fiends, they get torn right up.
Although the building exhibits considerable signs of decay, it still retains a certain charm. Outside, you'll find 2 blue, dilapidated trucks parked at the entrance. Inside, the area is relatively well preserved, although the staircase leading to the second floor has collapsed, preventing any access. A member of the Scorpions gang typically stands guard by the front door, and they'll attack the courier on sight. Inside, more gang members are on patrol, with 2 wandering through the rectangular corridor and adjoining rooms, while 4 others remain in a room that's securely locked. The gang leaders, Roller and Yvette, also make their home here and will not be friendly to the courier. The Scorpions gang members loitering around the suites are dressed in light mercenary outfits. Some carry small firearms, with Yvette herself armed with a .44 Magnum, while others wield switchblades and engage in close combat. Upon closer inspection, they appear to be more organized than a typical gang. They've set up sleeping quarters, dining areas, children's rooms, a workspace, and maintain a constant guard at the entrance. Inside the rooms, you can find several refrigerators stocked with food, ovens, and various crates, including 1 ammunition box that requires an average lockpick to open. There's also a workbench and a reloading station located in the 3rd room to the right of the entrance. One room even sports a poster of the Sierra Madre, adding a touch of glamour to the otherwise gritty environment. The Pine Ravines pathway is an unmarked location in the Mojave Wasteland. Carved into the earth by the hooves of wild bighorners wandering the Spring Mountains, this pathway diverges from Nevada State Route 157, meandering through thick wilderness before terminating at Ranger Station Foxtrot to the southeast. The route is home to a number of giant mantises. The in-game Pine Ravines pathway draws inspiration from the real-life Pine Ravines Trail located in the Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area. The New Vegas Medical Clinic is located in the Mojave Wasteland just slightly east of the Crimson Caravan Company in Outer Vegas. The building is a single-story structure with double doors on its southern side. Inside, visitors find a waiting room where they can sit until they are attended to by Dr. Usanagi. Beyond the waiting area, the clinic features a surgery room, a small classroom for medical students, and a restroom. The clinic is staffed by Dr. Usanagi, who manages daily operations, along with 2 unnamed male guards in the main area and a male medical student from the followers in the back near the surgery room. As a member of the Followers of the Apocalypse, Dr. Usanagi oversees all clinic activities. Since the clinic is funded by the followers, it often faces financial limitations due to their modest resources. This forces Dr. Usanagi to seek out charitable donations to cover the costs of many low-cost services. In addition to providing clinical care, the doctor also offers implant surgeries, albeit at a high price. Notably, 7 syringes of Med-X can be found and taken from the surgery room, specifically on the middle rack of the left supply cart. Gene Skydiving is located in the Mojave Wasteland just north of a powder ganger camp and up the road from Good Springs Source. The site features a small shack situated at the intersection of Nevada State Route 160 and Interstate 15. To the right of the front door, a pickup truck is parked with a suitcase resting in its bed. Behind the shack, a plane can be found down a set of stairs, while a nearby crate of explosives adds to the rugged atmosphere. Typically, you'll spot a couple of powder gangers wandering around the east side of the building, but inside, the space is quite basic, consisting of a small room with a desk and a few lockers. By the year 2281, the shack and the surrounding ruins are all that remains of the pre-war skydiving school and the town of Jean. Evidence of its past includes that small plane that we saw behind the building, slowly rusting in the sun. Inside, you can find a couple of significant items, such as a locker key on the table next to a broken ham radio, and this key unlocks a locker at the back of the room that contains some random loot. There's also a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap resting on that same table. The in-game depiction of Gene skydiving is inspired by the real-world location of the Gene Sport Aviation Center, a small airport in Gene, Nevada that is used for recreational activities like skydiving and gliding. This airport is found at the same highway junction, though in reality, Interstate 15 intersects with Nevada State Route 161 instead of Nevada State Route 160 as depicted in the game. The California Sunset Drive-In is located in the Mojave Wasteland just southwest of Primm and not far from the NCR tent where Lieutenant Hayes resides. The area features an abandoned drive-in movie theater surrounded by a few old cars and trash cans. Dominating the scene is a large blank movie screen with a small playground nestled beneath it. You might come across some bark scorpions, rad scorpions, and the occasional feral ghoul while exploring the site. If you're on the lookout for collectibles, you can find 2 Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle caps opposite the massive screen, right next to the decaying projector building. Be aware that the bottle caps may occasionally clip through the ground when you try to pick them up, and they will appear to be just standard bottle caps. The Old Mormon Fort, formerly known before the war as the Old Las Vegas Mormon State Historic Park, is a site located in Freeside within the Mojave Wasteland. When the followers of the Apocalypse expanded their mission to restore agricultural and medical expertise throughout the wasteland, one group, led by Julie Farkas, arrived in the Mojave and New Vegas. They quickly realized they needed a base in the struggling communities of Freeside and took over this historic structure amidst the remnants of the past. Despite facing daunting challenges, the followers have persevered, doing their utmost to save and improve lives. The first settlers, Mormon missionaries, reached this location in June of 1855, selecting a site near one of the creeks fed by the Las Vegas Springs to construct the fort. This fort became a key stopping point along the trail connecting Salt Lake City, Utah to Los Angeles, California. However, during the Utah War, the Mormons abandoned the fort, leaving it to deteriorate over time. Before October 23, 2077, it was officially designated as the Old Las Vegas Mormon State Historic Park to honor its historical significance in Nevada. By 2281, the fort had survived mostly intact since the Great War and now serves as the regional headquarters for the Mojave chapter of the Followers of the Apocalypse, conveniently situated near New Vegas. Nestled between the north gate of Freeside and a junk fence that divided the north and south neighborhoods, the Old Mormon Fort is composed of two distinct sections within its walls, a western corner and an eastern corner in the courtyard. Upon entering the gates, visitors are greeted by a courtyard manned by two follower guards stationed behind a sandbag wall, proudly displaying a flagpole with the followers' flag. Within the courtyard, there are 6 tents arranged as follows. In the western corner, a tent holds 4 beds and a chair, where 3 individuals, Wayne, Ferris, and Roy, can typically be found. The southwestern tent features 2 bunk beds, 2 empty shelves, 2 chairs, and a table, where Arcade Gannon is often seen. If he isn't present, he's likely roaming the courtyard. The southern tent contains 5 oil drums and 2 sturdy wooden crates. In the eastern corner, another tent is furnished with 3 bunk beds, a round table, 2 chairs, an empty shelf, and a table. This tent usually houses 2 gamblers, while various NPCs may also use the remaining bed. A follower's doctor can be found nearby. The northeastern tent includes 2 bunk beds, 2 empty shelves, 2 chairs, and a table, while the southeastern tent is equipped with 3 bunk beds, a round table, 2 chairs, an empty shelf, and another table. Here, followers' guards often take their rest, and a follower's doctor can also be found. Directly to the right upon entering the fort is the Western Guardhouse, which serves as the private quarters for chapter leader Julie Farkas. Inside, there's a small medical area straight ahead, featuring only a filing cabinet containing a single bottle cap. To the left, stairs lead up to a bedroom, where the Mormon Fort snow globe can be spotted atop a bookshelf. A copy of Today's Physician rests on the desk, though it's marked as owned and it must be taken stealthily. The Eastern Guardhouse, on the other hand, is primarily used for storage, as indicated by the numerous wooden crates stacked inside. Visitors will find nothing much to collect here, save for some tin cans located on the second floor. While exploring the Old Mormon Fort, you can uncover several interesting items. One of these is the follower's lab coat, which Julie rewards you with upon reaching an idolized reputation and completing her quests, including high times, short-term treatment, and long-term care. Once you finish these tasks, she not only offers you membership with the followers, but also gives you the lab coat and a key to their safe house. Additionally, you can find Pacer's patient record tucked away in the medical room's filing cabinet. This serves as an optional objective during the King's Gambit quest. The in-game representation of the Old Mormon Fort draws inspiration from the real-life Old Las Vegas Mormon Fort State Historic Park in Las Vegas, Nevada. The real-world site is recognized as the first structure built by European settlers in present-day Las Vegas. The Golden Gloves are a unique weapon in Fallout New Vegas. You can find them on the casino floor of the Lucky 38, specifically in the VIP lounge, which is located at the top of a small staircase on the left as you enter from the strip. The gloves are perched on top of the shelf behind the bar, right next to a framed issue of Boxing Times. Similar to regular boxing gloves, the Golden Gloves sacrifice damage per strike, being the least damaging unarmed weapon available, but they compensate for this by dealing fatigue damage. Out of the 3 fatigue-inflicting weapons, the Golden Gloves pack the most punch, inflicting 50 points of fatigue damage per strike, compared to the boxing gloves' 35 and the boxing tape's 20. Like their standard counterparts, they don't require any unarmed skill and only need 1 point in strength to be used effectively. In terms of appearance, the Golden Gloves are in immaculate condition, featuring a striking golden yellow and crisp white color scheme. The weapon's name pays homage to the National Golden Gloves competition in the United States, which is exclusively for amateur boxers. Participants have the chance to earn a championship belt and the title of national champion, distinct from professional boxing. Bloodnap is a distinctive weapon featured in the Fallout New Vegas add-on Lonesome Road. Unlike the standard Bowie knife, Bloodnap boasts increased critical hit damage and a higher chance to score a critical hit. When equipped, it also provides a temporary boost of plus 10 to your sneak skill, making it a notable choice for stealthy gameplay. The knife comes with a special Bloodnap attack that inflicts 80% damage in VATS while consuming 7 fewer action points, which requires a melee skill of 50. You can perform the Bloodnap move outside of VATS without needing the required melee skill, simply by initiating a power attack while moving forward. You can find Bloodnap in the Courier's Mile, accessible only after you complete the launch mission by finishing the missile launch sequence at the Ashton Silo control station. When you first enter the Courier's Mile, look for Bloodnap stuck into a pole of a street lamp to your left. The weapon's name plays on the slang phrase, "take a dirt nap," commonly used in organized crime to describe eliminating a target and burying them in an unmarked grave to avoid detection by law enforcement. The term dirt nap is referenced multiple times by Set in the original Fallout. The Bison Steve Hotel is located in Primm, nestled in the Mojave Wasteland. Before the Great War, the Bison Steve was among several casinos that graced Primm. However, the owners of the nearby Vicky and Vance Casino grew wary of the competition and started to spread negative rumors about the hotel. To mislead potential visitors, they programmed Primm Slim to divert inquiries, falsely claiming that the dealers were dishonest and that the roller coaster was not built to code. After the nuclear apocalypse, the hotel remained mostly intact, although its roller coaster was left out of action. At some point before 2281, a local resident known as Old Lori took over the building, renting out rooms as a means to make a living. She eventually fled from Primm a few months before October 2281, leaving the hotel abandoned once more. Soon after the breakout at the NCR Correctional Facility, a gang of escaped convicts stormed Primm, killing the local sheriff and his wife while taking the sole deputy, Beagle, hostage. They converted the deserted Bison Steve into their headquarters, launching a spree of plundering across Primm and its caravan trade, forcing the remaining townsfolk to seek refuge in the Vicky and Vance Casino. The remnants of the El Dorado roller coaster curl around the hotel. 2 convicts keep watch along the tracks and will attempt to shoot the courier if spotted. Additionally, 2 more convicts can be found between the hotel and the Vicky and Vance Casino. The casino's front door leads to the main floor, while the second floor can be accessed via a door that opens onto the roller coaster track. Above the main entrance, a sign advertises various attractions like blackjack, keno, a restaurant, shows, and slots. Inside the hotel, the main floor is populated by 6 convicts, along with an escaped convict leader. 1 or 2 of these convicts typically hang around the entrance, while the others tend to congregate near the large dining room at the back. They have attempted to fortify this area with overturned tables. Players can bypass direct confrontation by using the Bison Steve maintenance key or unlocking the easy locked maintenance door for quick access to the kitchen. Behind the reception desk at the entrance, a storage room can be accessed through either a hard locked door or an easy locked terminal on the counter. Additionally, there's an average lock safe containing some medics. Beyond the main entrance, a gift shop features a hard lock safe behind the counter and a copy of Tales of a Junktown Jerky vendor resting atop it. A stairwell leads to the second floor, or players can repair the elevator with a repair skill of 35, although this yields no experience reward. Once fixed, the elevator connects the first and second floors. On the upper floors, 6 more convicts reside. One of them possesses a worn key to an average locked gun cabinet located on the 3rd floor. A ransom note can also be found here. Further down the hallway, a room contains 2 skeletons, some psycho, a few doses of medics, a switchblade, and a suitcase. You can discover some valuable loot, including a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap placed on an end table next to a bottle opposite the elevator. An incinerator is held by the escaped convict leader in the main room on the 1st floor. We can also find a unique .357 Magnum revolver, known as Lucky, located inside the hard-locked floor safe. Additionally, there's a framed newspaper on the wall of the Vicky and Vance that features an article about a resident found splattered on the Bison Steve roller coaster. Notably, the Bison Steve Hotel in the game is inspired by Buffalo Bill's Resort and Casino in Primm, Nevada, which includes the Desperado roller coaster. The Dinobite gift shop is located within Novak in the Mojave Wasteland. To find the entrance, head to the north side of Dinky the T-Rex in the Dino Delight Motel complex, where you'll need to climb a small flight of stairs. Upon entering the shop, you'll discover shelves lined with various items and a door leading to a storeroom. You can snag the key to this storeroom, allowing access to a treasure trove of approximately 160 rocket souvenirs and about 200 Dinky the T-Rex souvenirs, as well as a vending machine for Sunset Sarsaparilla. An interior staircase leads up to the mouth of the dinosaur, which doubles as a sniper perch. Depending on the time of the day, either Manny or Boone can be seen standing guard outside. We can find the unique weapon known as That Gun. This weapon is available for purchase from Cliff Briscoe, but it can also be found on the first shelf to the right in the storeroom. Just keep in mind that stealing it will cause the courier to lose karma. That Gun is a heavily customized stripped-down 223 pistol and is the successor to the original weapon featured in Fallout and Fallout 2. Weighing in at 5 pounds, this firearm boasts a motorized cylinder and crane, enabling quicker shooting and reloading than a standard revolver. When you reload, the cylinder swings open to the left and automatically ejects spent casings. A green light on the left side of the gun turns yellow during reloading and then shifts back to green while emitting a ringing sound to signal that the weapon is ready to fire. If it jams, the light turns red and the cylinder gets stuck halfway out, but the courier can fix this issue by hitting the cylinder back in. Like the 5.56 pistol and the 223 pistol from previous installments, That Gun is inspired by the pistol used by Rick Deckard in the film Blade Runner. However, this version varies significantly in design, lacking the bolt handle, ejection port, and secondary trigger. Joshua Sawyer has mentioned that the name That Gun comes from the fact that many players referred to the 223 pistol in Fallout and Fallout 2 by this nickname. Harper's Shack is a location in the Mojave Wasteland. Nestled to the north of Deadwind Cavern at the end of Prim Pass, this two-room shack is positioned against a south-facing rock face. Outside, you'll find a cozy campfire surrounded by prickly pear cacti. Inside, the courier can take advantage of a workbench and a reloading bench, along with various crafting tools, several ammunition boxes, and an assortment of weapons and loot. Harper's Shack also features multiple storage containers and a usable bed. On the table at the back of the room, you can spot a Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle cap. Lastly, there's a shovel against the far wall from the door. While it is highlighted as a shovel when you aim for it, interaction is limited to simply using the grab option to move it around. Abernathy Farm is a homestead built around a towering pre-war high-voltage pylon. It's home to the Abernathy family, which includes Blake and Connie and their two daughters Lucy and Mary. This farm, like many others in the area, frequently falls prey to Ak, the leader of a gang of raiders who have taken refuge in a nearby satellite station. When the sole survivor arrives, they discover that one of these violent raids has tragically resulted in Mary's death. Covering a large, partially uncultivated area, Abernathy Farm grows potatoes and melons, which Lucy sells to the sole survivor for caps. The farmhouse is a two-story makeshift structure integrated into the frame of the high-voltage tower. Inside, there are functioning lights, though they lack usable electricity. To access the settlement of Abernathy Farm, you must complete the Returning the Favor quest. The settlement is quite spacious, featuring 2 designated plots for crops, but there is still plenty of land available for more crops or additional settler housing. A large tract of land lies to the southeast, ideal for agriculture and with access to fresh water. However, the area around the farm offers limited scrap materials, meaning that building an expansion will likely depend on establishing a supply line. Fortunately, the farm is situated in a relatively safe region, so settlement raids generally involve lower-level enemies. When attacks occur, they typically come from the north, beyond the melon patch, the south past the potato field, or directly east of the house. Before the Great War, Boston International Airport was a bustling hub for both domestic and international flights. Airlines like Horizon Airlines and Skylanes Air operated routes to major cities such as Chicago and New York. The airport's welcome sign also highlighted its role in private flying, which included general aviation and charter flights. Today, countless remnants of its past can be found both in and around the site. Initially left abandoned, the airport eventually falls under the control of the Brotherhood of Steel. With the Prydwen docked at the control tower, the airport transforms into a logistics center and forward base for the Brotherhood operations across the Commonwealth. Everything the Brotherhood requires, from supplies shipped in from the Prydwen to salvage goods from the field, passes through this compound. Access is tightly controlled, and every item is meticulously tracked, right down to the last bullet and bolt. The airport now houses the remains of Liberty Prime, which the Brotherhood plans to rebuild for use against the Institute. The best soldiers of the Brotherhood are stationed at the complex, serving as the final line of defense for both Liberty Prime and the airport itself. Star Paladins patrol the fortified concourse that surrounds Prime, ensuring security. Within the terminal building, behind Prime's platform, lies a supply depot managed by Knight Sergeant Gavel, who stocks rations and provides equipment to the field soldiers. Above the depot, there's a vertibird helipad and a recreational area for the Brotherhood's personnel to unwind, complete with benches, vending machines, and food items before they head out on missions. A vertibird located here can be used by Brotherhood members to ascend to the Pridwin. In its pre-war state, the airport boasted a large terminal, a parking garage, several runways, and support buildings. However, after the war, rising sea levels submerged most of the low-lying runways and structures into the nearby ocean. The severely damaged central terminal building runs from the northwest to the southeast, featuring an exterior concourse on the east side and the control tower to the south. North of the concourse lies the parking garage, while a decaying warehouse stands to the northeast, close to the water. The remnants of the runway to the east are littered with the wreckage of several planes. These airliners are completely destroyed, with torn wings, fuselages, and stripped interiors, leaving the area scattered with abandoned vehicles. The entire site was overrun by feral ghouls, including a glowing one perched on the top floor of the terminal. At the same time, mirelurks can be found along the shore near the sunken runway. Bunker Hill is a small town and trading hub located in the Charleston neighborhood of Boston. On June 17, 1775, Breed's Hill was the site of the first significant battle of the Revolutionary War, known as the Battle of Bunker Hill. Although the Patriots suffered defeat, it proved a costly victory for the British. It significantly lifted the spirits of the American cause. To commemorate this pivotal event, a granite monument was built between 1825 and 1843, sourced from Quincy. Later, through an act of Congress, it was incorporated into the National Park Service as a part of the Boston National Historical Park. Following the Great War, the tall obelisk became a landmark. It attracted caravan traders who established a town around it, which came to be known as Bunker Hill. In earlier times, the Minutemen defended the settlement against the threats of the Commonwealth. However, after failing to respond during a raider attack, the reputation among the local traders suffered greatly. Consequently, the residents now find themselves paying protection money to local raider gangs like those led by Wire and Jared to prevent attacks. They primarily depend on mercenaries for protection against those who cannot be bribed, such as super mutants or untrustworthy gangs. The perimeter of Bunker Hill is enclosed by a large wall, with access granted only through the main gate on the south side and a smaller door on the east. To the north of the obelisk lies a sprawling market, with Deb, the general storekeeper, located to the east, along with a traveling caravan merchant. Old Man Stockton and Meg may also be wandering around the area. Just west of the main gate stands Kay's building, where medical services are offered. Behind her counter is the settlement's workshop. In the southwest corner, next to Kay's clinic, is Kessler's home. And if we follow the wall northward, you'll find a Brahmin pen alongside another shack. The northwest corner features Joe and Tony Savaldi's establishment, which provides food and lodging. Continuing east along the north wall, under the toilets is another shack, with 3 additional shacks running along the east wall. For food and water, 4 potato plants and 2 corn plants are situated just south of the east entrance, along with a nearby water pump. A second water pump and 6 additional corn plants can be found close to the shack north of the Brahmin pen on the west side. Inside the market, a purified water fountain is positioned in the northeast corner, adjacent to Deb's counter. Unless the utility basement is unlocked, no workbench facilities will be available. The castle, also known as Fort Independence, Fort Adams, or Castle William, is a historic landmark in South Boston. The site dates back to the pre-Revolutionary era and will be over 600 years old by the year 2287. Built on Castle Island, it was among the earliest forts established in the United States, primarily serving to defend the Boston Harbor. The fort underwent its final construction phase in the early 19th century, further reinforcing its role in maritime defense. Over the years, the fort has changed names. Originally called Castle William, it was later renamed Fort Adams before finally becoming Fort Independence in 1797 during a ceremony led by President John Adams. Since the Great War, the name Fort Independence has fallen out of favor, with most locals referring to it as simply the castle. Between 2180 and 2240, the castle functioned as the headquarters for the Commonwealth Minutemen. Equipped with a radio tower for communicating with various settlements and towns, the castle also housed a well-stocked armory and was fortified with artillery. It served as the Minutemen's main base until 2240, when a gigantic Mirelurk Queen partially destroyed the fort. resulting in most of the Minutemen leadership being wiped out. Their general at the time, McGann, found himself cut off from the battle early due to a tunnel collapse leading to his quarters. While helplessly waiting for rescue, he secured the armory by activating its security systems. Eventually, as his supplies dwindled and he resigned himself to the fact that help wasn't coming, he turned to some Amontillado wine he had discovered, sinking into oblivion. The castle is designed as a star fort featuring 5 triangular bastions interconnected by walls. These walls are hollow and contain much of the fort's infrastructure. At the same time, the courtyard houses the workshop and the Radio Freedom transmitter, along with 2 ruined Minutemen artilleries positioned on top. The northwest and southwest walls are largely demolished, and a significant breach has been made in the south wall, rendering the west side, home to the armory, virtually inaccessible except through the tunnels. The north side includes the kitchen, and the eastern section provides access to the general's quarters and tunnels, while the southeast area serves as the barracks, allowing the settlers and Minutemen excellent accommodations. Initially, the castle is inhabited by a large number of Mirelurks, and throughout the courtyard and all the interior areas, except the armory, there are mud piles filled with Mirelurk eggs. Completing the quest Taking Independence allows you to clear all these out, making the fort available for settlement. Covenant is a quaint village featuring pre-war architecture founded by settlers who have made the area their home. The friendly residents are dedicated to maintaining the town's pristine infrastructure and actively seek to draw traders to the settlement, aiming to foster growth and sustainability. After the Broken Mask incident, which saw a synth malfunction in Diamond City, leading to the murder of several residents, Dr. Rosalind Chambers arrived at Covenant with a vision to transform the settlement into a haven for individuals who had suffered at the hands of the Institute's synths. To persuade the locals to support her mission, she established a laboratory within a utility space in the nearby sewers, commonly known as the Compound. From this underground base, Chambers and her team of scientists set out to uncover and eliminate the secret Institute agents who are dreaded by the inhabitants of the Commonwealth. Following the Doctor's arrival, Covenant's reputation was marred by a rising anti-synth sentiment within the community. It turned into a trap for unsuspecting outsiders who fell victim to Chambers' experiments. The settlers backed the Compound's mission, which focused on a psychological evaluation known as the SAFE test, designated to identify synths. This ongoing experiment involved screening visitors to Covenant, many of whom were later kidnapped, interrogated, or even killed to determine the effectiveness of the SAFE test. Those labeled as probable synths faced further interrogation and torture aimed at refining the assessment. Any belongings, goods, or debris left behind by abducted travelers were seized by Dr. Chambers' associates and handed over to Penny for sale. Despite these ill-gotten profits, Penny's shop struggled due to deliberately low prices meant to attract more visitors, resulting in a financial shortfall of 250 caps for the town. Covenant is situated along the eastern shore of Mystic Lake and is home to 9 residents and a Mr. Handy named Deezer, along with a house cat named Dora. Surrounding the settlement is a sturdy wall equipped with 9 heavy machine gun turrets on wooden platforms. Inside you'll find 4 houses and a modest garden, all remarkably intact as if they had barely weathered the Great War. The sole survivor may even remark that every building appears almost as it did before the war. Crope Manor, a grand mansion once owned by the esteemed Crope family of Nahant, stands as a testament to a bygone era. Although it was situated far enough from the immediate blast zones to escape total destruction, the property was heavily affected by nuclear fallout, leading to its rapid deterioration. Tragically, the historic family suffered ghoulification, transforming them into something unrecognizable. The lone survivor, Theodore Crope, found himself unable to end their suffering. In January and February of 2078, he made the heart-wrenching decision to gather the shuffling remains of his family and confine them in the basement before setting off to seek other survivors. During his journey, he encountered both ghouls and humans, all of whom shared stories of their struggles to deal with the horrors of those turned into monsters and of their attempts to protect the non-feral survivors. Struggling with his grief, Theodore realized that the world he once knew was gone. He convinced himself that his ghoulified family deserved a chance to start over. With that in mind, he dedicated himself to rehabilitating them, hoping to help them regain the ability to communicate and function like ordinary people. The isolated manor became a refuge for ferals, its distance from main roads making it a perfect hideaway that was largely avoided by wandering wastelanders, allowing Theodore to work in peace. For the next 2 centuries, he tirelessly endeavored, But by 2287, his frustrations reached a breaking point. After years of teaching his family how to behave like humans, Theodore found little success. The only noteworthy progress seemed to be that his cousin James could tell a salad fork from a regular fork, while his Aunt Belinda remained completely unresponsive, prompting Theodore to threaten her with violence if she didn't start paying attention. Ultimately, his efforts culminated in tragedy, as his family turned against him, resulting in his untimely death. Grey Garden is a completely automated hydroponic garden operated by Mr. Handy robots. The facility was established just a few days before the Great War, following the vision of Dr. Edward Gray, an eccentric senior engineer at Robco Industries. Designed to be entirely self-sufficient, Grey Garden draws water from the Weston Water Treatment Plant to cultivate a variety of crops, meticulously tended to by worker robots under the supervision of the more advanced models, Supervisor Brown, Green, and White. For over 2 centuries, the garden has flourished, but by 2287, it began to encounter challenges such as low water pressure and radiation contamination. The robots are currently seeking someone who can address the source of these issues in the treatment plant. Adjacent to the greenhouse lies an expansive field of mute fruit, cared for by several Mr. Handys. Inside the greenhouse, you'll find more mute fruit and planters brimming with corn, carrots, gourds, and potatoes. Directly west of the main facility are 2 structures. The first is a small garage filled with assorted junk components and a toolbox. The other building, known as the Grey Garden Homestead, is a 2-story house with an expert locked basement that houses a chemistry station, an advanced locked safe, and a novice locked toolbox and various glassware. Unfortunately, the kitchen has collapsed and is no longer accessible from the inside. This settlement becomes available only after completing the Troubled Waters quest. It encompasses the main greenhouse on the east side and the orchard on the west, which has ample land for crops and water pumps. In the year 2077, Jamaica Plain found itself struggling with a budget deficit. To bridge the financial gap without slashing employee salaries and benefits, the town decided to create an attraction known as the Treasures of Jamaica Plain, a time capsule set to be opened 2 centuries later. However, another passing issue arose regarding the town hall's maintenance. Instead of seeking further budget cuts, Mayor Alyssa Park opted for a creative solution. She allocated funds for repairs to the basement, leaving the roof and plumbing issues unresolved. Over time, the exhibit became her personal passion project. Unfortunately, the project devoured a significant chunk of the budget, pushing finances deeper into the red. Construction began with the removal of the storage room and installation of marble floors, followed by the addition of an automated security system equipped with a Type 5 laser defense grid to protect the treasures. Once completed, the treasure rooms occupied a substantial part of the basement. These rooms were filled with Revolutionary War antiques, battlefield memorabilia, and a journalist's life work as a tribute to M. Stallman, who reported on the Canadian annexation, and various donations from local residents and businesses. In the end, the exhibit proved a failure, attracting very few visitors. On October 23, 2077, amidst the chaos of the Great War, the janitor made one last entry before locking down the exhibit. By the 23rd century, Jamaica Plain had gained notoriety for its feral ghoul infestation and the legendary treasures believed to be hidden within. An expedition of treasure hunters, Sal, Carl Everett, Luke Silverhand, along with Ken and Tanya Standish, ventured into the area in search of these riches, but they found themselves constantly thwarted by the ghouls. Sal, a former gunner and bounty hunter, tracked down Carl Everett and presented him with an ultimatum: cooperate or face arrest for a bounty. Desperate to save himself, Carl devised a plan. On September 1st, 2287, he proposed a treasure hunt to Sal, who agreed. After successfully persuading her that he could assemble a capable team, Carl called in favors and recruited some acquaintances with the promise of an equal share of the loot. However, he secretly hoped that Sal and the others wouldn't see through his plan to betray and abandon them. By September 22nd, after a month of preparations, the team learned about the unusually high security measures guarding the treasures and found that detailed descriptions of what lay within were scarce. Unbeknownst to Carl, nearly every team member was plotting to double-cross and eliminate the others. Luke Silverhand, who had uncovered details about the security systems, intended to lure the group into the line of fire of the defense grid, effectively wiping them all out. By October 5th, the team gathered near Jamaica Plain. However, Hadrian, who was supposed to be their sniper, had died after receiving the invitation. Despite his misgivings, Carl decided to join the team. fully aware that once they uncovered the treasure, Sal would likely kill everyone and take the haul for herself. The next day, they entered the town, but tensions ran high, and they were unwilling to cooperate. At the first sight of a feral ghoul, fear set in, and they scattered, each trying to fend off the approaching hordes independently. Carl reached the traffic barricade on the main road but was quickly overwhelmed. The Standishes managed to reach the second story of a nearby house, barricading themselves inside before ultimately succumbing to their attackers. Luke ran to the church, believing the chained door would keep him safe, but his plan failed, and he was killed while hiding in a pew. Determined to claim the treasure, even if it meant digging with her bare hands, Sal ascended to the second floor of the town hall, but was trapped in an office and met with a brutal end. Kingsport Lighthouse stands as a prominent landmark that once served the local community. In recent years, it has become home to the Church of the Children of Adam, whose cultists have taken residence in the lighthouse to lead pilgrims and prey on unsuspecting travelers. They refer to these travelers as blessed, while denouncing the locals as heretics. To turn this site into a settlement, the cultists and their glowing one must be dealt with first. The settlement's construction zone stretches from the main house in the west down to the dock and the boathouse in the east, with the lighthouse situated in between. While the main house remains mostly intact, there's plenty of room for additional buildings. Scattered debris around the area provides a good supply of steel, wood, concrete, and rubber for construction, but acquiring anything more may require manual collection or setting up a supply line. A unique feature of this area is the boat at the dock, which cannot be scrapped but adds character to the settlement. The sandy area around the house is suitable for farming, while the beach offers open water for large-scale purification efforts. Though the site is accessible from 3 sides, it's situated in a dangerous region prone to raids. However, the lighthouse itself is easily defensible due to the impassable rocky ledges surrounding most landward approaches. Most attackers will approach from the shoreline south of the dock or directly up the driveway. The road leading down from the lighthouse is littered with powerful mines and a tripwire rigged to a nuclear trap. At the end of the dock, yellow barrels emit high levels of radiation, peaking at 30 rads per second. These barrels can be scrapped for materials in workshop mode, eliminating the radiation hazard. Spectacle Island is located southeast of Boston near the Warwick homestead. It was once the dreamland of an eccentric millionaire who envisioned his own private island paradise, which led to the construction of a mansion along the northwest shore. After the Great War, the original settlers established a rudimentary settlement that featured a sonar pulse beacon. This device emitted a high-pitched sonic pulse capable of repelling or even killing mirelurks. The beacon resembles a siren or radio antenna, and it's connected by a long wire to a partially submerged ship, whose generator room remains operational and powers the beacon. The appearance of raiders on the island suggests that the settlers either fled or were overrun by both raiders and mirelurks. It seems the raiders disabled the pulse beacon, leading to a confrontation where one raider was either killed by Randy, which is evidenced by his body found near the raider corpse at the island's southern end, or by the mirelurks shortly thereafter. Any other raiders seem to have ransacked the area and departed, allowing the mirelurks to return. Access to Spectacle Island is limited. Visitors must swim or traverse the seabed in power armor. While the sea is hazardous due to radiation, the sole survivor can swim across with minimal exposure after taking a single dose of Rad-X. However, walking in power armor is risky, as it's easy to get stuck in underwater canyons, especially when coming from Warwick Homestead. The island is dotted with several structures, mostly shacks and ruins, some of which are available for scrapping. The northern side features several crafting stations located in a small shed opposite the dilapidated mansion. Initially, mirelurks populate the shores alongside the wreckage of numerous boats. The island is rich in resources, with wood being the most abundant. The Warwick Homestead, which was once the Nut Island wastewater treatment plant before the bombs fell, has become a thriving family farm. The Warwick family established their roots here, forming a connection with the Atom Cats. At some point before 2287, Bill Sutton and Cedric Hopton joined the farm, and Roger Warwick was ultimately replaced by a synth as part of an experiment with crops. By 2287, Bill began to suspect that Roger was, in fact, a synth. The beds on the premises cannot be used by the sole survivor unless they have allied with the settlement. The only unowned container available for use without forming an alliance, aside from the cooking station, is a tool chest located in the tank's service building. The primary structure consists of sleeping quarters for the residents, while a secondary building features an elevated walkway leading to 2 large processing tanks. This walkway provides access to the service building situated between the two tanks. However, the walkway over the first processing tank is damaged, making it difficult to reach the service building. We can access this area by jumping from a forklift positioned beside the second tank, performing careful jumps off the handrail of the broken walkway, or swimming in the first tank and climbing up the I-beams to the walkway near the service building. Alternatively, once the settlement workshop is unlocked, we can construct a new walkway. Near the small service building, a whimsical arrangement features a Giddy-Up Buttercup toy with a teddy bear wearing a sea captain's hat. Additionally, a makeshift memorial made of 3 wooden blocks spells out "Bye" and is adorned with dried flowers. The Boston Public Library, once the main public library in Boston and the second largest library in the United States, housed an extensive collection of books and historical records. In its prime, the library offered a variety of programs, including lectures, readings, recitals, as well as art and architectural tours. It served as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts' largest repository of historical documentation. It was a bustling hub of activity before the Great War. Following the war, Curator Givens led a team to the library to salvage and preserve any surviving information. However, decades of neglect, water damage, and vandalism severely damaged most of the collection. Sadly, relentless super mutant attacks ultimately claimed the lives of the team. The main entrance to the library is marked by an advanced locked door on the west side. If the sole survivor manages to pass an easy speech check at the nearby intercom, they can unlock the door and trick the security systems into believing they are an employee, causing all turrets and protectrons inside to become friendly. However, any hostile action against these friendly defenses will result in combat.
Welcome to the Boston Public Library. The library is currently closed. Only employees and those with a scheduled appointment may enter. All other guests are invited to return during normal business hours.
I work here. Let me in.
Please provide your 6-digit employee ID number.
My ID number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Please enjoy your visit. Mind the mess. We are currently undergoing maintenance.
Upon entering through the main entrance, we have to be cautious of a tripwire that triggers a bouquet of 3 grenades. Inside the entrance room is the book return terminal. To the north lies the main hall, where several super mutant corpses can be found at the southern end, alongside 2 turrets, 3 protectrons, and the corpse of Dalen at the northern end. The Warren Theater is a pre-war entertainment venue with 2 main areas, a lobby on the first floor and a theater on the 4th. As you enter, you're greeted by a lobby adorned with a variety of posters and paintings. Directly in front of you is a counter equipped with 2 cash registers, one on the counter and another on the floor nearby. Riding the elevator takes you up to the theater area, which contains 4 rows of seating as well as the stage. On stage, a cluster of mannequins stands amid scattered furniture. Be wary, as a synth lurking among the mannequins will attack the sole survivor if they draw near. Additionally, various clothing accessories are strewn across the stage. Behind a curtain to the right, an advanced locked safe waits to be discovered. Vault-Tec Regional HQ is located in the Beacon Hill neighborhood, and its troubles began just a few weeks before the Great War. On September 29, 2077, Martin Reed started to notice something was off with his employers. He observed unusual shipments of addictive drugs going to Vault 95 and promptly reported his findings to his boss, Frank Davidson. In his personal log dated October 2nd, Davidson reassured himself that the company wouldn't harm the Vault's residents. On October 7th, Reed learned from Walter Scott about a shipment intended for Vault 111, which was locked away in the basement and marked Vault 111, Do Not Open. When Reed opened it, he was taken aback to find hundreds of gallons of liquid nitrogen. This alarming revelation prompted him to resign on October 22nd, realizing the company was involved in something devious. Davidson, known for his volatile temperament, once broke a pool cue over Roger's head simply because he stood too close during a game. In his personal log, he recorded his anger when Sharon accidentally spilled coffee on his new shirt on October 13th, which unleashed a fierce urge to stab her with his pen if it happened again. He eventually acted on this violent fantasy. He later wrote that he wanted to discipline Reed for consistently voicing concerns about the company's alleged sinister intentions. Boston Common is often regarded as the oldest public park in the United States. Established in 1634, it initially served as a communal cattle pasture before being transformed into a public park. Just before the Revolutionary War, Boston Common became a camp for British infantry, who set out from there to march on Concord, leading to the key battles of Lexington and Concord and heralding the start of the Revolutionary War. Surrounding the Common are notable landmarks such as the Boston Public Garden, a beautiful botanical park, and the Massachusetts State House, which was completed in 1798 to accommodate the state government, replacing an earlier structure in the financial district. As Boston expanded over the years, the Common emerged as the heart of the city south of the Charles River, an inviting park nestled among historic mansions. One of its main attractions was the charming Swan Pond, which featured ornate swan boats available for park visitors to enjoy. Another significant draw was the Freedom Trail, a walking route that guided tourists to various historical sites around Boston, starting at the Common and first stopping at the State House before leading deeper into the city. The Common underwent many changes over time as technology advanced. Some changes proved beneficial, such as the construction of Park Street Station, which provided metro service to the area, and the installation of a Protectron tour bot to engage tourists navigating the Freedom Trail. However, not all changes were positive. The city sold off much of the surrounding land to developers, forcing the public garden to merge into the Common. This led to the Swan Pond being significantly reduced in size, much to the groundskeeper's disappointment, who lamented that it had turned into little more than a glorified puddle, disappointing many tourists. By the 2070s, Park Street Station remained in operation until it was acquired by the Vault-Tec Corporation to serve as the site for one of their underground vaults, Vault 114. This vault was intended to shelter Boston's upper class, including its business and government elites. However, it was secretly designed as an experiment to study their reactions in cramped communal spaces lacking the luxuries they were accustomed to. Tragically, the vault was left incomplete when the Great War broke out, possibly due to corruption or mismanagement. As a result, Boston Common fell into decay, much like the rest of the city. The grim situation persisted until Edgar Swan appeared on the scene. Once an institute worker turned FEV test subject, he had been exiled to the Commonwealth after receiving unfavorable test results. Swan took up residence in the groundskeeper's shack near the Swan Pond, but eventually succumbed to the effects of FEV exposure. By 2287, he had transformed into a super mutant behemoth, donning the remnants of the former Swan boats as armor. Since Swan's emergence, Boston Common has gained a fearsome reputation as a place best avoided. Rumors abound that no one who enters ever has returned alive, although few realize that Swan is the source of the danger, and even his existence is steeped in mystery. This fear is so potent that even the raiders who control the neighboring areas tend to steer clear of the Common, making it a no-go zone. Groups like the Railroad have erected numerous signs warning visitors to stay away. Nevertheless, people continue to venture in, whether out of ignorance, desperation, or recklessness. Some raider groups have even built fortifications to try and confront Swan, but their remains litter the area, a grim testament to the peril that lurks within. Despite its abandoned appearance, the Common hasn't remained completely deserted. For instance, the Railroad has repurposed the Freedom Trail to reach out to outsiders seeking their help. By 2287, despite being unfinished, Vault 114 became the hideout for Skinny Malone's crew of Triggermen, who stumbled upon the vault after being pushed out of Goodneighbor, their previous territory. The Boylston Club was an exclusive social club that admitted only the elite members of society. This distinguished group included former U.S. presidents and vice presidents, governors and lieutenant governors, senators, Supreme Court justices, their legitimate male heirs, and other esteemed gentlemen nominated by the club who could afford the hefty annual fee of $500,000. The club's social calendar was filled with events such as Canadian cigars, fatter fashion, a members-only tasting led by master tobacconist Richard Glazier on October 5th. An evening with Lieutenant Governor Graham, featuring a 7-course prefix dinner followed by spirits on October 16th. The Red Menace, Wines of Asia, a monthly tasting hosted by sommelier Lincoln Thomas on October 21st. And the Solemn Memoriam Gala on October 30th. The Memoriam Gala was a poignant occasion, serving as a final celebration of the world that once was. Just a week prior, the nuclear exchange of the Great War had shattered lives and livelihoods, prompting the club's members to make the tragic decision to end their lives in collective suicide rather than face the new reality. Invitations for the event circulated among members, and the gala was officially added to the calendar on October 24th. For those who managed to attend, the gala promised free food, an open bar, and a final toast at midnight on October 31st, 2077. However, none of those who arrived at the event ever left. The Massachusetts State House, located in the Boston Common neighborhood, was completed in 1798 to serve as the home for the state government, taking over the role from the old State House until the establishment of the 13 Commonwealths in 1969. However, the building continued to accommodate some members of Massachusetts' government until 2077, including Lieutenant Governor Graham. In the chaotic lead-up to the Great War, the Massachusetts State House was rife with budget fraud, a complicated love triangle, and failing plumbing. Lieutenant Governor Graham declared martial law in Boston during this turbulent time. He refused to relinquish power and insisted that all important artifacts within the building be moved to storage for safety. By 2287, the lower levels of the State House had become infested with mirelurks, while a group of raiders had taken refuge inside, keen on scavenging the valuables still left behind. To aid in this quest, they even kidnapped a literate scavenger. Outside the building, you can find a pre-war plaque alongside a Freedom Trail marker. The State House serves as the second stop on the Freedom Trail, designated with the code 4L. Upon entering, visitors are met with a devastated lobby swarming with mirelurks and their hatchlings, alongside the bodies of dead raiders. The only way forward is up a ramp formed by the collapsed ceiling to the east, which leads through a series of derelict rooms on the second floor. The Old Granary Burying Ground is a notable site located within the Boston Commons. Established in 1660 and situated on Tremont Street, this burial ground was named for a granary constructed on the adjacent lot in 1737. Although the granary was demolished and replaced by the Park Street Church in 1809, the name remained. While it is Boston's third oldest cemetery, the city's growth led to the absorption of the two older burial grounds, making this the oldest surviving cemetery in Boston. Many renowned figures from the Revolutionary War, including John Hancock, Paul Revere, and Samuel Adams, along with the victims of the Boston Massacre, are interred here. In 2231, following the tragic passing of Amelia Butler, the city council unanimously decided to have her remains laid to rest in this historic ground. Unfortunately, the gravesite is now overrun by feral ghouls. The Old Granary Burying Ground is a compact cemetery situated near the Massachusetts State House. It features a small plot with several rows of headstones, many of which have fallen over. The central obelisk, engraved with the name Franklin, stands as a prominent landmark. Nearby, there's a parked bus containing a suitcase and a cooler tucked inside. In the back right corner of the plot, a dead gunner and a duffel bag can be found. The East Boston Preparatory School was established by the Catholic Church as a religious educational institution. Before the war, students from the school enjoyed Halloween Sadie Hawkins dances with their peers from the nearby DB Technical High School, another Catholic establishment. Over time, the church struggled to maintain funding for the school, leading local activists to take it over as a secular organization aimed at serving East Boston's immigrant community. Unfortunately, the school was eventually abandoned during the economic downturn just before the Great War. Now, a gang of raiders led by Judge Zeller has repurposed the school into a re-education camp to recruit new raiders and lure unsuspecting travelers. This re-education involves brutal tactics. New recruits are forced to sign blood contracts pledging their loyalty to the judge and his jury, with anyone who resists facing execution. East City Downs is a pre-war horse racing track that has fallen into the hands of raiders and triggermen. Interestingly, the area is also bustling with non-hostile robots, including models like Mr. Gutsy, Mr. Handy, the Assaultron, and an iBot, all zipping around the track. Scattered throughout the grounds are several terminals that we can utilize to deactivate these bots, redirect them to attack the raiders and triggermen, or even initiate self-destruct sequences. In the northwest corner, you'll find destroyed bleachers, while the southwest houses Eager Ernie's lair on the upper level. To the east lies the racetrack itself, where small fortifications filled with minor loot and raiders sit at the center. Meanwhile, on the south side, a stable holds backup robots. As we draw closer to the track, we will hear Eager Ernie providing live commentary on the race. If any hostile turrets or thugs catch sight of the sole survivor, Ernie's announcements will quickly shift to him frantically demanding that his men take care of the intruder. However, he will remain neutral as long as we stay off the second floor of his building and do not attack him. Should we venture into the wooden structures in the middle of the racetrack, Ernie will call for his men to unleash the robots against us. which will cause the bots to turn hostile. If the bots don't become aggressive, they'll continue their routines after the area is cleared. The Charlesview Amphitheater is a pre-war entertainment venue that serves as the headquarters for a cult called the Pillars of the Community. This small religious sect comprises initiates and missionaries who largely avoid direct interaction with the soul survivor. However, the cult leader, Brother Thomas, will attempt to persuade the soul survivor to join their cause, making grandiose claims about how they can improve life for everyone in the Commonwealth. If the soul survivor agrees to join, Thomas leads them into the office behind the amphitheater. He demands that they surrender all of their worldly possessions to the Pillars of the Community. Should we question this demand, Thomas will reveal his true nature as a con artist, threatening our lives. There's an option for a speech check to intimidate Thomas. If successful, we can keep our belongings while sidestepping a confrontation. On the other hand, if we outright refuse his offer, Thomas and his followers will instantly turn hostile and attack. Should the soul survivor defeat Brother Thomas and his followers, he will eventually respawn. An option to threaten him will allow the soul survivor to taunt him by saying they have killed the last guy running this scam. In front of the stage, a tire fire blazes where the residents gather. The main stage features a wooden walled-off section at the back that serves as the residents' living quarters, housing a decent stash of loot and beds. Behind the amphitheater, there's an office for the current cult leader, and there's an advanced locked bedroom. The stage perimeter is patrolled by several missionaries who keep a vigilant eye on the area. Faneuil Hall, often called the Cradle of Liberty, is located in Boston's financial district. It was built in 1742, donated by French merchant Peter Faneuil, and quickly became a bustling center of commerce in colonial Massachusetts. The gilded grasshopper perched atop the building was crafted by Shim Drown the same year. During the American Revolution, Faneuil Hall was the site of significant protests against British legislation, including the Sugar and Stamp Acts. These gatherings gave rise to the principle of no taxation without representation, and events here were pivotal in leading to the Boston Tea Party. Founding fathers like Samuel Adams delivered inspiring speeches on its steps, reinforcing its nickname, the Cradle of Liberty. Although the building had endured damage from both earthquakes and fires, it was rebuilt and later became a key part of the Freedom Trail. It eventually came under the stewardship of the National Park Service as part of the Boston National Historical Park. Over time, Faneuil Hall fell under partial control of the Freedom Society. At their meeting in September 2077, the group debated a proposal from merchants to install protectrons for security in the marketplace to combat theft. Despite the ongoing thefts and a notable decline in sales during the week of August 8th, historical preservation concerns led to the motion's unanimous failure. While sales temporarily increased by 11% due to the Columbus Day holiday, merchants posted a net loss of $2,294 that week, along with 12 confirmed shoplifting incidents. As tensions rose, some merchants threatened lawsuits over security issues, with one merchant, Fallon's, prepared to withdraw entirely. Faced with mounting pressure, the mayor of Boston insisted on moving forward with the Protectron installation, despite objections from the society, which saw its representation dwindle from 14 to 11 members. The following week, tragedy struck at Faneuil Hall when the newly installed Protectrons killed 7 individuals, including 5 suspected shoplifters, a bystander, and a Fallon's cashier. The incident sparked a public relations crisis, resulting in an 81% decline in sales. In a bid to minimize further media backlash, the Freedom Society canceled its weekly merchants meetings. After the Great War, Faneuil Hall still stood, but by October 2287, it had fallen into disarray, with super mutants setting up camp there. They ransacked the building and used most of the meeting hall chairs for bonfires, one in the center of the hall and another around what remained of the Samuel Adams statue. Handy Eats is a hidden gem within the General Atomics Galleria. Like the rest of the Galleria, the staff at Handy Eats is entirely robotic. They operate based on 3 primary principles: serving you is our code, food is fresh, fast, and flavorful, or it's free, and robotic precision yields dining perfection. However, the programmer who established these principles, Isaac, cautioned his colleague, Corey, about the robot's tendencies to make errors and mishaps in prioritization, as he feared one of the Waitrons misinterpreted the directives and attempted to serve customers by literally cooking them alive. The diner itself is a cozy one-room establishment run by 2 Mr. Handys. It features several booths, though one is occupied by skeletons that the Waitron keeps referring to as customers. On the other side of the diner, Cook Handy presides over a bar filled with various food items and a cash register, while a back door leads to a small patio and a walkway. The Federal Surveillance Center K-21B was an underground facility utilized by the government for surveillance purposes before the Great War. Located north of the impact crater in the glowing sea, this bunker was designed to serve as a base for government workers who would continue their monitoring efforts after the bombs fell. Unfortunately, very few employees made it to the site. A holotape recorded by an employee named Jeff Buzinski recounts the tragic fate of his co-worker Bill Stevens, who tragically died just steps from the trapdoor entrance. He was struck by the blast while retrieving personal belongings from his vehicle.
This is government employee number 011. Screw this government bullshit. This is Buzinski. Sirens, they came so fast. And the alarm. The only ones we could save were on duty. Stevens had left to get something out of his car. Stevens, he's gone. We had to close the door before he could even turn around. Protocol said we had to. I could hear him screaming. That was days ago. We're already running out of food. This place was not as well stocked as they claimed. Goddamn budget cuts. If anyone is listening to this, my name is Jeff Buzinski. Tell my wife, Wilma, that I love her. Goodbye.
Due to budget cuts, the bunker was inadequately stocked with food, and the inhabitants ultimately succumbed to starvation. Skyline's Flight 1665 is the site of a pre-war airplane crash. The flight was approaching Boston from the southwest, preparing to line up with the runway when the nuclear blast struck to the north. The shockwave hit the plane, causing its left engine to fail and catch fire, ultimately leading to the crash. As the aircraft descended, it collided with a protruding object, resulting in the left wing shearing off and breaking the fuselage into two pieces, which then slid apart. To locate the wreckage, we can activate Relay Tower ODB-521 within the glowing sea, and track down the Skylane 1665 Mayday radio signal using the Pip-Boy. In the separate left wing, you'll find two suitcases and a first aid box. Nearby to the east lies a duffel bag in a smaller section of the fuselage, while another suitcase is located just south of that area.
Approaching Boston from the west. We've got heavy winds, but it shouldn't be a problem. Lining up for runway 2 at heading... What the hell is that? Some kind of bright light from the north!
Salem was once a charming coastal town and bustling seaport, transformed into a popular tourist spot by the notorious witch trials of 1692. Following the Great War, the townspeople banded together to establish a secure settlement. Over the next 2 centuries, Salem earned a reputation as one of the safest towns in the Commonwealth. However, the residents grew complacent about their defenses. Barney Rook pleaded with the town council to allow him to train a militia to teach citizens how to shoot and defend themselves. Unfortunately, they dismissed him as just being paranoid and turned him down. When the Mirelurks began to emerge from the ocean, no one was prepared. From his vantage point atop his home, Mr. Rook attempted to save as many people as he could, but for every person he rescued, 3 others were lost. In the aftermath, he vowed to protect the town and has dedicated the past few years to that mission, often alone. Since he couldn't be everywhere at once, he set up a series of turrets around town in strategic locations, allowing him to stay home most days. Recently, he took the turrets offline to save ammunition, as the Mirelurks have been relatively quiet. By late 2287, the area had become a no-go zone for Wastelanders due to increased gunner activity, the Church of the Children of Adam worshipping at a nearby radioactive crater, and the high number of mating Mirelurks swarming the bay. The only other known resident of Salem was Andrew Endicott, who was abducted by Zayton aliens from Salem Village in 1697.
What? Talk into this thing? Just talk? I don't have to do anything else? Ow! All right! Ow! I said all right, just stop! Hello. Hello. My name is Andrew Endicott. On the night of May 17th, the year of our Lord 1697, I was taken from my home in Salem Village. I do not know where I am exactly, or why I came to be here. I've seen through windows the stars and sun and beloved Earth down there below me. So it would seem I am aboard some vessel suspended in the ether. Ironically, it would seem so close to where I thought heaven must surely lie. But this is not heaven, and my captors are not angels. I'm not entirely unconvinced that the scripture is wrong, that heaven and hell are reversed. For my captives are devils, demons from my nightmares. Even now, they watch me, make me talk. They seem to want me to tell my story. I know not why. A record of their deeds, perhaps? Or am I just a pawn in some evil game? And there are others, other captives, I mean. From whence they came, I cannot say. Some wear strange dress, as if they're from a different time. And some are frozen, as in ice, unmoving, but I think alive. I believe they plan the same fate for me. Will I be frozen too? Will I... Ow! Stop it! I did what you said! You wanted me to talk, so I talked. Just leave me. Leave me be.
Unlike many pre-war companies in the United States, Makra Fishpacking operated with surprisingly few issues or dark secrets. Their primary concern was the occasional malfunction of the thermostat in their factory, which could jeopardize an entire day's supply while they awaited investigation from the company's scientists. The plant, officially known as the Makra Fishpacking Plant, primarily focused on importing and exporting fish, particularly cod and bluefish, which saw a significant boost from July 2077 onward. They also maintained a fleet of delivery trucks. In June 2077, Makra Fishpacking secured a contract with 2 local fishing boats to provide half of their bluefish supply. Although Jane wished they could source the entire amount, the fish's northern migration ensured the factory's inventory remained stable, allowing them to stay competitive with rivals. They were also making headway on a haddock contract that was expected to finalize in August 2077. On the day of the Great War, employees at the plant heard rumblings outside but were initially clueless about what was happening. A few shipments toppled off the shelves, and some workers grew uneasy as they were instructed to remain inside. An unidentified group ordered the employees to secure the building and wait for further instructions. The main lift was shut down, forcing staff on the 2 levels to communicate via terminals. While the ultimate fates of the employees were never directly revealed, several skeletons were later found scattered throughout the building. Following the war, Makra's processing facility eventually turned into a raider stronghold. It later attracted the attention of the Institute, where several synths were discovered in the plant's lower levels, having eliminated the raiders. Nestled above Sanctuary Hills, Vault-Tec designed Vault 111 as a means to study the long-term effects of cryogenic stasis on unsuspecting subjects. The staff at Vault 111 included an overseer and a small team of scientists, security personnel, and maintenance workers hired on a short-term basis. Residents from nearby areas, including Sanctuary Hills and Concord, were lured into the vault under the guise of safety during a crisis. On the morning of the Great War, many locals sought refuge in Vault 111. Unfortunately, a security team restricted entry to unauthorized individuals, including the Vault-Tec representative who had promoted the vault to the sole survivor. Those permitted to enter waited on a gear-shaped platform for their descent, alongside the sole survivor, their spouse, and their infant son, Sean. Just as they made their way inside, a nuclear explosion in the distance sent shockwaves towards Vault 111, and the remaining residents barely made it through the door. Once inside, they were given jumpsuits and placed into stasis pods, all under the false pretense that these pods served as decontamination units. According to Vault-Tec's standard operating procedures, Vault 111 was intended to remain sealed for at least 180 days. After this time, it could be opened only upon receiving an all-clear signal from Vault-Tec or at the overseer's discretion. However, when the 180-day period ended, no signal was received, and the staff began to face dwindling supplies. Despite repeated requests for access from the security team, the Overseer remained adamant about not unsealing the vault door, fearing the radiation outside was still too dangerous. Soon after, a faction of the vault security team staged a mutiny against the Overseer and the science staff, eager to escape. In response, the Overseer locked down the vault and ordered all personnel to surrender their food, weapons, and medical supplies. Following this, no further records exist, as both the security and Overseer logs abruptly end. Fast forward to 2227, when the Institute uncovered Vault 111's location and learned it contained an infant, Sean, whose DNA remained pristine despite the post-war radiation. In search of a pure human DNA source for their Generation 3's synths, they dispatched Agent Conrad Kellogg and 2 scientists to retrieve the child. However, the infant was in a cryogenic pod with the sole survivor's spouse. When the spouse refused to surrender the child, Kellogg tragically killed them while the sole survivor looked on, helplessly trapped in their own pod before plunging back into stasis. After witnessing the horrific murder of their spouse and the abduction of their child, the sole survivor awoke in Vault 111 after enduring 210 years in cryogenic stasis. Accessing the Vault 111 monitoring terminal, they discovered that all the other subjects who had entered the vault, except for themselves, their spouse, and their child, had perished due to asphyxiation from life support failure. In the quest's dangerous mines, the sole survivor learns that Kellogg was instructed not to reactivate life support for the other residents, nor to release them. 60 years later, an error led to the sole survivor's release from their cryogenic pod and eventual escape. However, it later became clear that this release was not a malfunction, but rather a deliberate choice made by Sean, now the director of the Institute, thereby turning the initial understanding of the events on its head. Vault 81 is a fully operational vault that has managed to thrive. The former Overseer's terminal, located in the generator room, reveals that this success stems from the original Overseer actively undermining Vault-Tech's original agenda by refusing to carry out the planned experiments. Vault-Tech established Vault 81 to develop a universal cure for all diseases that humanity might encounter, using the inhabitants as unwitting test subjects. The vault consists of 2 distinct areas, the main living quarters and a concealed section where Vault-Tech scientists conducted their research, exposing the residents to various diseases and potential cures through hidden propellant nozzles installed in their rooms. In the event of an evacuation, these same nozzles were intended to incinerate the entire population. The first Overseer, Dr. Oliviette, expressed skepticism about Vault-Tech's objectives and the ethical implications of human experimentation. She intended to blow the whistle if she uncovered any unethical practices. Upon receiving her full briefing, she was shocked to learn about the true nature of Vault-Tech's planned experiments and their collaboration with the federal government. Determined to protect residents from being used as guinea pigs, Dr. Oliviette devised a plan. On the morning of the Great War, she received the call to initiate Vault-Tech's experiment, but sabotaged the call list to prevent the science staff from being notified. Her strategy largely succeeded, but 3 scientists still showed up. Kenneth Collins and Jim Flint arrived with the general population, while Burrow visited to inquire about the next drill. As the 3 scientists worked to develop a cure, Oliviette carefully monitored their data. Personally, she approved their progression into the next phases, animal testing, and then human testing on unknowing participants. Before they could begin the human trials, she disabled the delivery systems, preventing the scientists from infecting the vault's residents. Additionally, she sealed all entry points to the secret area, effectively leaving the scientists to perish. Though she felt remorseful, Oliviette found comfort in knowing that they would have enough food and water to survive the remainder of their lives. To maintain order within the general population, she kept the vault's true purpose and the existence of the secret section well guarded. Meanwhile, the scientists continued their animal testing using the last of the vault's mole rats. To aid their research amidst the staff shortage, Dr. Collins enhanced a Miss Nanny lab assistant, granting it greater responsibilities and creating Curie. When the scientists eventually passed away from old age, Curie remained behind, tirelessly working on the cure for decades. By 2204, she perfected the universal cure and, having gained self-awareness, found herself trapped by her original programming, which required authorization from a Vault-Tech employee to leave the vault and pursue new research. For years, she waited patiently for a response from security. The residents of the main vault, on the other hand, continued their lives oblivious to the fact that they had been intended as test subjects. In 2277, Overseer McNamara opened the vault for the first time, fostering communication and trade with the outside world. This allowed residents to obtain much-needed food and supplies, especially parts to repair the vault's declining systems. However, many still maintained an isolationist, even xenophobic stance, mistrusting any outsiders who were allowed inside. In 2287, Bobby DeLuca, a resident of Vault 81, stumbled upon one of the entrances to the secret section and began storing his drugs there. Austin Ingle witnessed Bobby opening the door and decided to investigate. Unfortunately, he was bitten by one of the lab mole rats, which had escaped containment and established its own colony in the secret vault long ago. Vault-Tec established Vault 95 as a rehabilitation center for individuals struggling with chem addiction. The Vault's overseer was elected annually by its residents, with elections held on October 30th. In 2082, Jane Myers was elected as the overseer, responsible for facilitating daily support meetings and ensuring that residents followed the rules of the Vault-Tec rehabilitation program. Living in the vault required compliance with this program, regardless of whether a resident's chem dependency had been resolved, and the community generally showed cooperation. The residents participated in this program for 5 years. After this period, a Vault-Tec agent, posing as a fellow resident, was instructed to unveil a hidden stash of drugs. This agent was to meticulously document the community's response to this reveal. Before proceeding, the agent noted that the experiment's outcomes have been promising thus far. Although some residents still faced challenges related to chem withdrawal, they were managing to cope with their new lives in the vault, indicating that Vault-Tec's hypothesis held true, that recovery from addiction was possible when no alternatives existed. On October 23, 2082, 5 years after the vault had been sealed, the agent planned to wait until the residents were asleep to access the stash. He reflected on how isolation and the absence of addictive substances had beneficial effects on the residents, and he believed that the next phase of the research would expose the impact that these substances could have on the community. However, the revelation of the stash was quickly shattered by the residents' bonds of camaraderie and led to violence. Some residents immediately gave in to their cravings, while others resisted for a time before ultimately succumbing to the chaos. At least one resident realized that the situation had been deliberately orchestrated and expressed their anger at being manipulated and exploited by Vault-Tec. Clarksburg, a city nestled in the northern part of Appalachia, had once been a thriving community. It boasted a grocery store, a post office, a hardware store, a gun shop, a church, and even a private shooting club. However, like much of the region, it fell victim to the man versus robot riots that swept the area, sparking widespread protests that shook the state. The devastation truly set in after the Great War, when the toxic valley became heavily contaminated with industrial pollutants. Many residents packed up and moved to Morgantown, while those who remained suffered from toxic chemicals leaching into their water supply. Eventually, the population dwindled to just 3 individuals: Jill, Andy, and Cooper Lou. Tragically, Jill and Andy lost their lives to a Yao Guai, leaving Cooper to fend for herself. Realizing her situation, she made the difficult decision to leave Clarksburg in search of other survivors. Not long after, raiders made their mark on Clarksburg, setting up makeshift defenses along the main street. By 2102, these raiders had either been driven out or met their end. In 2103, Dr. Bethy Magano camped out on the outskirts of the town to conduct research on the soil's toxicity. Grafton was established in 1856 and later became the birthplace of Mother's Day, celebrated on May 10, 1908. The town emerged as a vital retail and industrial hub for north-central West Virginia, with its economy experiencing steady growth, thanks in part to the development of the Grafton Dam and a flourishing tourist industry in the surrounding wilderness, which sought to rival and eventually overtake the steel production sector. By the 21st century, Grafton boasted a diverse economy, including Grafton Steel, one of the largest mills in the area. Chosen as a preferred war contractor by the government, this mill quickly became the largest employer in the valley, but it was given unchecked power to float labor laws and ignore environmental standards. This lack of oversight led, by 2077, to severe ecological damage as the mill dumped toxic sludge into the local waterways, resulting in rising injury and death rates among its workers. The situation was largely overlooked by the mill's owners, notably CEO Arthur Wood, as conditions grew increasingly dire. By June, the only option left on the table was to shut down the mill. However, Governor Evans refused to consider this, even in the face of potential strikes. In response to the unrest, the company resorted to heavy-handed tactics, including intimidation and the dismissal of troublesome employees such as Otis Pike. The situation escalated in September 2077 following a series of sabotage attempts against the mill. With the workforce united in their efforts, they successfully shut down operations. This sudden halt in steel production alarmed Sugar Grove, prompting them to launch a surveillance operation aimed at rooting out suspected communists and saboteurs believed to be damaging this critical war asset. Like much of Appalachia, Grafton was not spared by the wave of automation. A mainframe, originally intended to assist the mayor, stepped in to overtake administrative duties as society crumbled during the Great War. This machine, however, deteriorated alongside the town, which ultimately became known to survivors of the chaos as the Toxic Valley. Amidst this turmoil, the responders established 2 trading posts in Grafton, one at Grafton Station and another adjacent to the town hall. Point Pleasant lies on the banks of the Ohio River, directly across from Gallipolis. On December 15, 1967, the Silver Bridge tragically collapsed during heavy traffic, resulting in numerous fatalities who drowned in the river. The town is home to the Mothman Museum, an attraction dedicated to one of Appalachia's most famous cryptids. On October 21, 2077, the cult of the Mothman convened for a sermon to prepare for an upcoming ritual. During this gathering, Brother Charles experienced a vision of a flood, which he shared the following day. Ultimately, the cult sought refuge in Lucky Hole Mine. One devoted Mothman enthusiast, Jeff Lane, lingered in the town after the Great War until a mad storyteller inspired him to embark on a quest for the mysterious interloper. In the aftermath of the Great War, Point Pleasant fell under the control of raiders before becoming an outpost for the responders. Operating from a repurposed church, the responders held their ground until the region succumbed to the scorch. In the years that followed, the town became a hub of scorched activity. When the dwellers from Vault 76 rediscovered Point Pleasant in 2102, they found that the North Road Bridge, which had replaced the Silver Bridge, had also collapsed. At the waterfront outdoor auditorium, they stumbled upon human remains arranged on a table in a grotesque display, hinting at past cult activities. By 2103, the area was reclaimed by a faction of the cult of the Mothman known as the Followers of the Winged One, and the corrupt vines that overran the basement of the Mothman Museum crept throughout the town. They erected several large effigies of Mothman, crafted from the bones of an unidentified aquatic creature, prominently displayed at both the southern bridge and the church overlooking the town. The fallen North Road Bridge was transformed into a shrine. In 2104, the Enlightened took control of the town for the first time, building several new structures, including a third Mothman effigy by the water. Each Mothman equinox, the town briefly comes under their rule once again. Resting along the banks of a wide river in northern Appalachia, Morgantown was a vibrant and bustling city before the Great War. Home to Vault-Tec University, it served as a key stop for students, hunters, miners, soldiers, and travelers on their way through. The city boasted a monorail system that connected Morgantown Airport, Vault-Tec University, and several stops at both the northern and southern parts of the town. However, residents faced their share of challenges. Some businesses struggled as emerging technologies and shifting social dynamics eroded their profits, while others grappled with soaring land values that drove up rent. Despite these issues, Morgantown thrived for the most part, maintaining its lively atmosphere even after the onset of the Great War. In the aftermath of the war, the city descended into violence, chaos, and tragic loss. Controversially, soon after the conflict, Morgantown's police chief, Mayfield, imposed a strict curfew and resorted to firing upon students who were looting the city. This led members of the responders to call for intervention from the Charleston emergency government. While some residents managed to weather the storm, Mayfield ultimately lost his grip on Morgantown, forcing even the students at Vault-Tec University to evacuate as food supplies ran dry. The city soon fell under the influence of various tribes, with rival student gangs emerging from both Vault-Tec University and Morgantown High School. These gangs, led by aspiring Vault overseers from VTU, fought for control over their new reality. In the early days of this new order, many students lost their lives to conflicts between the Greek houses. As time went on, shortages of Radaway became the norm, leading to desperation. One particularly grim incident involved male students battling over a cache of Radaway, resulting in the death of one of their own, the first casualty among peers. At this time, the two dominant Greek houses were the Roof House and the Street House. They were defined by their territories. The Roof House operated from the monorail and rooftops, while the Street House maneuvered through the alleys below, both intent on undermining each other. The relentless onslaught of radiation took a heavy toll on these houses, causing survivors to suffer hair and skin loss or simply succumb to death. Radaway was crucial to both houses maintaining their dominance over Morgantown and their respective territories. Eventually, a potential truce between the street house and the roof house was proposed, as the radiation became increasingly unmanageable. Following the devastating Christmas flood of 2082, which nearly decimated the responders in Charleston, a group led by Maria Chavez returned to Morgantown Airport. They claimed it as their headquarters, setting up a tent city and various facilities on the tarmac to provide triage and aid to the region. Among them, Sanjay Kumar successfully deployed a Protectron to patrol the streets. He established 3 supply caches, while also modifying Mama Dulce's food processing to create canned goods, including meat stew. Morgantown's strategic location near the Mire fostered trade with Harper's Ferry, supported by the Appalachian Brotherhood's protection of transport routes from Grafton Dam, at least until their eventual withdrawal. By 2097, despite their efforts, the responders were overrun by the Scorched. By 2102, the city was left desolate, inhabited only by a few feral ghouls and the Scorched. Nestled in a small, low-lying area of the Savage Divide, the township of Monongah was a struggling mining town facing dire financial difficulties. It was grappling with a severe recession brought on by a downturn in the mining industry. However, in April 2075, the situation took a turn when the Hornwright Industrial Mining Company stepped in, offering much-needed financial relief in exchange for rights to the nearby Monongah mine. This intervention gave many residents hope that their town had been rescued from the brink. The Monongah mine had been in operation for centuries, but its coal deposits were largely depleted, yielding low amounts that were quickly exhausted by Hornwright's auto miners. By January 2076, Hornwright Industrial was preparing to close down operations, extracting the last of the coal and beginning to remove remaining supplies from the mine. At that point, many laid-off miners, including Earl Williams and other townsfolk, drunkenly hatched a plan to pilfer whatever they could from the mine. Tragically, the mine's supervisor, Deke Sykes, sealed the entrance with explosives while they were still inside. Earl's daughter, Maggie, attempted to dig them out with her bare hands, but was forcefully pulled away by others in Monongah who insisted that her father and others had simply left town. Unconvinced, she suspected they had been bribed by the Hornwrights or that the townspeople were unwilling to fund a rescue. Desperate to survive, those trapped inside the mine resorted to cannibalism. Eventually, Earl Williams and the others became part of a Wendigo colossus. The town continued receiving financial payments until August 2077, when Hornwright Industrial abruptly stopped sending mine royalties. Within a month, Monongah plunged into economic turmoil, with the town council threatening legal action against Daniel Hornwright and seeking government assistance from the state capital. Flatwoods is a quaint town inside the forest region, offering a serene wooded landscape along the banks of the Flatwoods River. The town is famous for its legends surrounding a mysterious creature known as the Green Monster. Entry signs proudly proclaim this unique title at every entrance. Currently, the only residents are Heather Ellis and her loyal dog, Chloe, who are working hard to restore the responders using the remnants of equipment left by the original group. After the war, the responders chose Flatwoods as their base to aid survivors. Reverend Delbert Winters, a lifelong resident of Flatwoods, stepped up to volunteer and generously opened his church as a refuge for the outpost. The group then began providing essential support, including training, shelter, food, water, and a renewed sense of purpose to those struggling in the aftermath of the Great War. Helvetia, established by German and Swiss immigrants in 1869 after the Civil War, quickly became a bustling village of professionals and craftsmen, including musicians, cheesemakers, stonemasons, doctors, and teachers. With further immigration from Switzerland and various parts of the United States, the population of Helvetia swelled to 308 by 1875, as the community thrived on arts, crafts, and agriculture. The village preserved its distinctive Swiss and German-American culture, which was characterized by unique art forms and festive celebrations. A highlight was the Fastnacht Day celebration, where townsfolk would burn an effigy of Old Man Winter after a vibrant parade, renowned in West Virginia for its colorful, imaginative mass. To help streamline the festivities, the town even invested in Protectron robots, which not only lightened the workload, but also became a fascinating attraction for visitors. Helvetia remained inhabited for a time after the Great War, although tensions among the locals were said to be on the brink. In the aftermath of a Horizon Airlines jet crash in a nearby valley, residents ventured out to assess the wreckage and search for any survivors. They ingeniously repurposed the plane's remnants to help build a new settlement, aptly named Horizon's Rest. Unfortunately, this new community did not last long, and soon the town was completely abandoned. A scout for a raider group called the Reavers later discovered Helvetia deserted, devoid of both people and supplies. Now, Scorch can be seen wandering the empty streets, and the cult of the Mothman previously used the town's church as a shrine, leaving behind a notable Mothman effigy. Founded in 1824, the town of Sutton was initially recognized for its significant role in the timber industry and for its well-developed transportation network, which included a nearby train station, a railroad, and Interstate 59. However, after the war, Sutton fell under the control of the Pleasant Valley Raiders, who turned the downtown area into a fortified stronghold by utilizing existing buildings and makeshift defenses. A raider took charge of a cult at the local church, drawing in desperate residents who had survived the chaos. He persuaded them to relinquish their worldly possessions, only to tragically poison them in a mass killing during a gathering at the church. Today, Sutton stands as a ghost town, its former vibrancy extinguished and the raiders now eradicated. Charleston, the capital of one of West Virginia's largest cities, became a focal point for a significant push towards automation in Appalachia before the Great War. Governor Evans, a staunch advocate for automation and a corporate ally, managed to push through legislation despite strong opposition from the remaining unions, backed by figures like Senator Sam Blackwell. In the aftermath of the Great War, Charleston emerged as the hub of Appalachian Reconstruction. Unscathed by nuclear devastation, the city remained intact, allowing the formation of an emergency government, with the Charleston Capitol building serving as its cornerstone. Alongside first responders, the remnants of pre-war leadership began the challenging task of rebuilding. However, the overwhelming number of refugees posed major obstacles, forcing the government to turn away aid and supply requests it simply couldn't manage. Many of these requests came from the survivors of the Pleasant Valley Ski Resort and Top of the World. Feeling abandoned and humiliated, these survivors united under the leadership of David Thorpe, a ruthless man who transformed them into a fearsome raider faction. In 2082, a group of raiders led by Rosalind Thorpe attempted to attack the settlement but were spotted early and quickly turned back by the responders. Rosalind was injured and captured along with several of her comrades. The responders aimed to negotiate their release the next day, but in a brutal act of retaliation, David Thorpe detonated a mini-nuke, destroying the Summersville Dam on Christmas morning and wreaking havoc on the town. In an instant, the responders lost nearly everything: their homes, supplies, and many of their loved ones. Despite the overwhelming devastation, they persevered, determined to keep the spirit of the responders alive. Although the city fell largely deserted in the wake of this disaster, it became an ideal training ground for the fire breathers. By 2103, the only human remaining in Charleston is Nash. Berkeley Springs proudly hosts America's first spa, nestled within Berkeley Springs State Park, right in the heart of town. Before the Great War, it became a favored retreat for the wealthy elite, who bought up apartments and mansions across the area. This surge in wealth led to a flourishing service sector, catering to the affluent, but it soon became clear that wealth came with a dose of arrogance and disdain. The entitlement of these rich residents reached absurd levels, especially when the local spa had to raise its prices to stay afloat amid a harsh economy. Complaints rolled in, with the well-to-do grumbling that the spa was taking advantage of them, speeding around in luxury cars and living in grand homes. After the nuclear strikes, Berkeley Springs emerged as one of the few safe havens in Appalachia. While it survived the blasts, it was soon overwhelmed by an unending flow of refugees. By October 25th, it was clear that the clinic was losing more patients than it could help, and even supplies airdropped by the Army vertibird on the 31st could not change the grim reality. The clinic was running low on everything: medications, sterile instruments, bandages, and dressings. As backup generators drained their fusion cores, the staff resorted to scavenging cars for additional cores and improvising makeshift systems. By November 6th, the clinic had run out of spare supplies and had no choice but to redirect patients to Charleston and Harper's Ferry. Personnel began to abandon their posts. On November 11th, the clinic was effectively declared dead when a gang arrived, killed 2 soldiers who were there for protection, and stole remaining supplies after gunning down a nurse who attempted to resist. Finally, the last doctor, nurse, and 3 patients left for Charleston on the 13th, recognizing that both the clinic and the town had become too dangerous to remain. In the years leading up to the Great War, Harper's Ferry emerged as a key stronghold for the Free States movement. Skeptical of the U.S. government's Vault program, this group utilized the town as a staging ground and supply hub for building personal bunkers throughout the mire. Their conspiracy theories and ideals unsettled patriotic visitors, disrupting the town's economy, which relied heavily on tourism. As the Sino-American War intensified in 2077, minor skirmishes between the Free States, government loyalists, and law enforcement escalated into open violence, drawing the government's attention. Local business owners in Harper's Ferry found themselves approached by government agents who pressured them to reveal the names and addresses of suspected Free States members. By May, a local clinic began refusing services to individuals linked to the movement. By June, the military launched a propaganda campaign in the town, seizing the properties of Free States members while justifying their actions as combating sedition. Following the Great War, Harper's Ferry was mostly deserted as emergency services and survivors struggled to accommodate an influx of refugees fleeing from the devastation of the nuclear exchange. In 2078, Vault 94 was opened, and its representatives reached out to the town to invite survivors back to the vault. By November, the mayor of Harper's Ferry, Miranda Vox, agreed to send a group of survivors, accompanied by an ambassador, to investigate the vault's claims. However, suspecting a trap in the vault dwellers' hospitality, the Harper's Ferry group turned on the vault leaders, killing them and attacking its GEC unit. This violent encounter triggered a massive nuclear explosion and further deformed the mire. When the Free States members finally emerged from their bunkers in 2079, the mayor sought help from the movement's leader. Despite their troubled history, the movement agreed to lend assistance. The rebuilding efforts began, transforming the town into a fortified trading post at the heart of the mire. By 2084, Harper's Ferry had become a thriving outpost, offering support and food to those in need. However, as paranoia about an unknown disease that turned people into ghouls spread, Harper's Ferry suffered a severe blow in 2086. The scorched plague swept through the town, claiming many lives and forcing the Free States to retreat to their bunkers, effectively putting an end to their 7-year effort to assist the people of Harper's Ferry. As scorched beasts breached the automated anti-air defenses and began to invade neighboring areas, Harper's Ferry was quickly laid to waste. The leader of the Free States, Raleigh Clay, ultimately issued a general order for survivors to abandon all recovery operations in the town. Founded in 1838, Beckley developed around a nearby coal mine until its closure led to the establishment of a museum dedicated to its rich history. The city gained recognition as the birthplace of Shannon Rivers, celebrated primarily as the voice actress for the Mistress of Mystery. In 2077, Berkeley became the battleground for a spirited rivalry between the 2 local sandwich shops, Sal's Grinders and Big Papa Mo's Lip Smackin' Sandwich Shack. Before the war, Hornwright Industrial showcased its innovative air purifiers in the northern part of town. The city was also deeply affected by labor disputes that swept across Appalachia, particularly in the nearby town of Welch. Workers clashed with Atomic Mining Services and Hornwright Industrial Mining Company, which aimed to replace human workers with robots. During the Great War, the National Guard was deployed to control the escalating riots, utilizing hallucinogen gas and a fleet of Robco strikebreaker robots, which were ironically tasked with pacifying or eliminating protesters. In the aftermath of the Great War, remnants of the minor blockade still stood, particularly on the north side of town. These defenses were fortified by raiders who were eventually killed or driven out of the city by 2102. In 2077, the town of Welsh was grappling with a rising unemployment rate due to the widespread automation implemented by Hornwright Industrial Mining Company. If Ballot Measure 6 passed in the upcoming November election, a shift to complete automation would become inevitable. Simultaneously, another mining company, Atomic Mining Services, approached the town with promises to breathe new life into the area and rejuvenate its economy after the discovery of valuable ultracite. However, following an earthquake that damaged several homes, AMS began evicting residents from properties containing the ore, claiming resource rights to the land. This prompted the townspeople to rise up against the evictions, which escalated tensions. The National Guard was dispatched to restore order amid the violence. In the aftermath of the Great War, part of the USSA spaceship involved in the Deep Sleep project crashed onto a street in Welsh, uncovering the remains of 3 astronauts, Bernard, Noack, and Lee, who had been separated from their mission commander Sophia de Geur during re-entry. In the 21st century, Lewisburg thrived as a mining town, and its distinctly welcoming vibe earned it its title of coolest small town in the USA in 2061. The community embraced various initiatives, including rooftop gardens that produced vegetables and flowers, artistic projects at the Serenity Road Art Gallery, and lively street festivals. However, poor air quality forced residents to wear gas masks on certain days. Before the Great War, miners in Lewisburg were striking in the southern part of town, where voting was underway amid Halloween festivities featuring stalls and live bands. In the southeastern area, a train wreck could be seen, with the wreckage stretching all the way to the Big Bend Tunnel. After the Great War, some of Lewisburg's inhabitants chose to remain in the town. During the Spring Garden Festival, which was promoted along the main road, training stalls popped up where people bartered for weapons, armor, and food. Unfortunately, during one of these festivals, raiders took advantage of the festive distraction. They attacked, gaining the upper hand from the rooftops and firing upon the unsuspecting townfolk. One particularly notorious raider named Bleeding Kate sought to draw more patrons from Lewisburg to her road cinema at the Grindhouse in the forest. In another incident, Carrie and his gang of raiders ambushed Natasha Hunt, a member of the Order of Mysteries, right in Lewisburg. She fought bravely, taking out half of Carrie's crew, and even defeating him before ultimately succumbing to the remaining raiders. Foundation is a notable location in the Savage Divide region of Appalachia, serving as the settlers' headquarters. Established in 2103 on the grounds of the former Spruce Knob Workshop, this fortified settlement is built on the site of a pre-war tourist attraction. The settlers, who migrated from Pittsburgh under the leadership of Page, arrived with the hope of finding relief from the horrors facing them in the north. Upon discovering Spruce Knob, they repurposed the existing structures and cleared the surrounding trees, bringing Foundation to life. Since its establishment, Foundation has become a refuge for other settlers throughout Appalachia while standing in stark contrast to the raiders at the crater. The settlement is powered by its main fusion generator, which is crucial to its operations. Led by Ward and Page, the community is focused on building a sustainable home in this challenging landscape. Huntersville is a town situated in the Savage Divide region. In early 2075, it was on the brink of disappearing when West Tech and the government stepped in, offering a rural development grant. The town accepted the support, and within 3 months, it was equipped with a new water recycling system and sewer lines connected to Thomas McDivitt's nearby farm. It seemed like things were finally looking up for Huntersville, particularly with the establishment of a West Tech research center on the town's outskirts in late August. The town flourished, with a new bakery set to open in the spring of 2076. While the West Tech employees were not the best conversation partners, tending to clam up or ignore the locals when approached, nobody in Huntersville seemed to mind too much, as long as the money continued to flow in. This situation persisted even after West Tech began paying for testing rights. However, by February 2076, everything took a turn when several residents fell ill with an unusual disease. The town's lively atmosphere quieted as West Tech traffic ceased, and more people succumbed to the illness. Huntersville farmers reached out to West Tech for assistance treating the sick, but the situation continued to deteriorate. The doctors at West Tech reassured residents that it was merely a rare strain of the flu, one that caused skin discoloration and hair loss. Meanwhile, Thomas McDivitt, who had sought help for the town, was nowhere to be found. By August, the crisis escalated. People began mutating, turning green, and developing deformities. In response, West Tech doctors confined Huntersville's residents to their homes, citing the contagious nature of the flu and posting guards in hazmat suits throughout the town to keep everyone safe. By November, Huntersville became a ghost town, with the 12th Mountain Division deployed to enforce a strict quarantine due to concerns about a potential pandemic. The soldiers in hazmat gear bolstered security as West Tech researchers continued their experiments on the population, despite the violent mutations beginning to emerge. The soldiers, however, were ill-prepared to handle the horrors unfolding in Huntersville, especially Sergeant Jake Bianchi. Just a day into his deployment, he was ordered to lead the extraction of a local for West Tech. They were blindsided by feral mutants, one of whom lunged at Bianchi with a knife, prompting Private Sanderson to shoot her on the spot. From that moment on, the situation spiraled out of control as the townsfolk began attacking the soldiers' barricades. By November 7th, the chaos convinced Sergeant Bianchi that something sinister was at play. Huntersville was actually a test site, and its people were nothing more than guinea pigs. Determined to uncover the truth, he faced a rapid court-martial for gross misconduct, dereliction of duty, and insubordination. He was arrested 2 days later and replaced with a more compliant Sergeant Orlando Garrett, who showed deference to Westtech. Westtech's operations in Huntersville were so shrouded in secrecy that even covert surveillance operatives stationed at Sugar Grove were ordered by the Army to withdraw and leave the area alone on October 7, 2077. Leaving analysts surprised and curious about what warranted such strict limits on observation. After the Great War, a raider gang known as the Trappers chose to settle near the Devil's Backbone, a rock formation on the outskirts of Huntersville. They deliberately avoided the town itself, knowing the water there was contaminated. Meanwhile, Thomas Eckhart, the leader of the Enclave, aimed to continue the war with China by launching nuclear ICBMs through the Appalachian Automated Launch System. However, to initiate the launch, the system had to perceive a threat to Appalachia from an outside force. To achieve this, the Enclave sent a scout team to Huntersville, but contact was quickly lost. A second team was dispatched to the Westtech Research Center, which reported the facility as abandoned and the FEV vats neutralized. It was determined that a dedicated science team was necessary to gather enough data to recreate the tough, violent, dangerous mutants requested by Command. Despite concerns from the overseeing officer, Eckhart authorized this mission in June 2080. The operation succeeded in recreating the mutants, and by December 2082, they began causing significant problems for the responders in the vicinity of Huntersville. The Trappers eventually noticed increased activity in Huntersville and decided to send a scout to investigate. Upon the scout's return with news of some big old greenins, the gang's leader, Walter Griswold, felt compelled to check things out for himself. He arrived just in time to witness the Brotherhood of Steel combat the super mutants in Huntersville and quickly fled when it appeared the Brotherhood was losing ground. Not long after, the Trappers' camp came under attack by the super mutants. Although they managed to fend off that initial assault, the gang reached out for backup from other local raider groups to launch a counterattack in Huntersville. Unfortunately, those reinforcements never arrived, and when the super mutants struck the camp again, the attack was more successful. Griswold and several other trappers were captured and taken to Huntersville, while the rest managed to escape the area. The conflict between the super mutants and the Alliance of Responders and the Brotherhood of Steel culminated in the 2086 Battle of Huntersville. Following an inspiring speech by the Brotherhood's leader, Elizabeth Taggarty, the Alliance succeeded in temporarily clearing the mutants from the town, albeit at a heavy cost. Brotherhood Paladin Swafford, Brotherhood Squire De Silva, and several other Brotherhood members lost their lives and were buried in a graveyard just outside of the town. However, after the battle, super mutants reoccupied Huntersville and remained a persistent presence in the area from 2102 to 2104. Watoga was established by Watoga Incorporated on February 4, 2042, on the site of an abandoned ghost town in West Virginia. Funded by Atomic Mining Services, the Watoga project aimed to create the City of the Future, designed for full automation. Civil services and municipal management were overseen by a range of carefully programmed robots from Robco Industries and General Atomics International, primarily Protectrons and Mr. Handys, which maintained the city's operations smoothly and efficiently. The only human presence in governance was the mayor, who was randomly selected by the city's systems to serve a term of unpredictable length. This approach was meant to protect the mayor from the usual pressures of special interests or corrupt businesses. According to the Watoga Constitution, the mayor's executive orders carried the weight of law, but with one crucial exception: no law could undermine the mayor's authority. Given that these randomly chosen mayors typically lacked governmental experience, the Watoga Municipal Center was equipped with the Mayoral Artificial Intelligence Assistant, or MAIA. This AI was designed to offer the mayor the expertise needed to make informed decisions on legislative matters. Mayors could consult MAIA to express their priorities for drafting relevant legislation or to seek clarification on their opinions. Given her extensive knowledge base, spanning decades of curated news articles, court rulings, and legislative history. However, despite the noble intention behind its governance, the system fell short in practice. Many mayors exploited their positions for personal gain, disregarding the public's best interest, one infamous example being the ban on rock and roll. Watoga also published its own newspaper, the Watoga Times, which had been in circulation since at least 2057. The paper promoted the atomic lottery, where the lucky winner would receive a decade's supply of various food items. Notably, one individual claimed victory just a month before the war, having played the lottery for over 20 years. The The resource wars that began in 2052 significantly strained the city's medical services, resulting in a dire shortage of hospital beds. Consequently, Watoga emergency services were forced to discharge patients prematurely, often when they were barely able to half stand. Watoga faced significant challenges due to elitism, as high property prices kept all but the wealthiest Appalachians from buying real estate in the city. Residency was also subject to approval by corporate overlords. Robco's management decided which applications to accept, often rejecting those from its own full-time employees. The elite community had a vested interest in maintaining their status, opposing any initiatives that might threaten it. This included limiting emergency fire services to only the city's mayor's district and refusing additional bus services, fearing that reduced costs would attract what they termed the wrong kinds of people to Watoga. Furthermore, the rise of automation led to a sharp increase in unemployment, prompting many residents to leave the area. This growing dissatisfaction spurred Scott Turner, a Robco developer, to create the Free Watoga People's Party, leading him to sabotage the city and its robotic staff. On October 22, 2077, Turner set his plan in motion through Operation Free Watoga, which involved breaching the city's emergency service protocols and causing the robots to malfunction. To ensure they couldn't be repaired, he destroyed the transmission sequencer. He corrupted the software on update terminals throughout the Robco Research Center, leaving only the terminal in his office capable of creating updates. To limit access, he locked his terminal and prevented anyone other than himself from entering the office. While Turner initially intended to evacuate Watoga, the malfunctioning emergency services turned hostile, attacking citizens as they attempted to flee the city. In anticipation of her potential death, the then mayor, Barbara Elizabeth, issued an executive order allowing anyone who entered her Watoga Municipal Center office to assume the role of mayor for the day. Once the evacuations were complete, Elizabeth hoped to negotiate a truce with the unknown saboteur, but unfortunately, she succumbed to her injuries before she could do so. Consequently, Watoga's robotic emergency services remained hostile even after the Great War. The following day marked the onset of the Great War. Witnessing the nuclear apocalypse, Turner was left feeling guilty, not knowing his actions would lead to such catastrophic consequences just a day before devastation would wipe out much of humanity. In a bid to seek redemption and suffering from radiation poisoning, Turner left behind instructions for rendering Watoga's corrupted emergency services passive, hoping to allow anyone passing through the city to live in peace. More than 25 years after the Great War in the 22nd century, the robots in the city continue to function. A handful of residents, once or still human, call this place home, including Vernon Dodge, Mara Marari, Frankie Beckett, and Vincent May Lilly. Meanwhile, Sargento operates a slaver ring at the Watoga Civic Center, and the Hellcat Company has established its base at the AMS corporate headquarters. Constructed in 1858 and named after the natural sulfur springs located on its grounds, the White Spring Resort was renowned for its southern charm. By 2077, it had developed a historical connection with the federal government, hosting 31 sitting U.S. presidents, including 12 who stayed in the prestigious White Spring Presidential Cottage and Museum. However, facing significant financial challenges before the war, the White Springs struggled to remain profitable, eventually leading to the sale of much of its surrounding land by 2065 to raise funds for operations and cover loans needed for essential renovations. In response to its declining fortunes, the 2080 initiative was announced on May 27, 2075. This ambitious 5-year renovation plan aimed to revitalize the resort and included projects such as homesteads, Spring Hill Golf Course, the Ironclad Service, and modern heritage. The initiative also sought to upgrade business class facilities and events, all to re-establish the resort as a top-tier vacation destination for years to come. The White Springs financial woes made it particularly susceptible to Thomas Eckhart's influence. He financed the construction of a bunker beneath the resort and invested heavily in its architectural improvements. This bunker was designed as a massive automated facility intended to serve as a shelter for Enclave members. As construction progressed, the hotel's computer network became connected to Modus, while all terminals were isolated from it. Every conduit was concealed and technical specifications were altered to hide the connections to the bunker. Few took the initiative to investigate the extent of these infrastructural changes. The Enclave ensured that the White Spring would act as an operational stronghold on the surface. Its remote location was ideal, as it allowed for the acquisition of land with ease, while the surrounding geography, mountains, prevailing winds, and constant robotic surveillance would help minimize nuclear fallout. Additionally, the bunker's cutting-edge automated manufacturing system could swiftly replace any lost robots, showcasing technology far beyond the hotel's financial capabilities. By July 2077, the situation at the resort had deteriorated significantly. To keep it afloat, half of the property had been sold off, and the initiative was still struggling to deliver results. Out of the 100 lots intended for homesteads, only 5 had been sold, marking a serious setback for what was supposed to be a financial cornerstone of the initiative, one that had led to the hotel parting with half of its land. This shortfall in revenue was critical for covering capital improvement loans for the Spring Hill, Ironclad, and Heritage stages for maintaining investor confidence. Manager James Wilcox and the board attempted to keep the grim news from reaching investors, fearing an immediate collapse. In response to the financial decline, Ironclad security robots started replacing the remaining security and groundskeeping staff, while the White Spring management initiated a plan to further automate the workforce over the next few months. Employees were expected to help train the robotic replacements, a development that sparked widespread discontent. The arrival of the Ironclad service sparked a backlash among the resort staff, leading many to resign or seek new opportunities elsewhere. The situation soon became a public relations fiasco, with the Charleston Herald criticizing the management for leaning heavily on automation at the expense of human jobs. Meanwhile, the Homesteads project's failure to generate the expected revenue only deepened the financial troubles. Employees who stayed behind found themselves sinking into debt just to make ends meet, and robotic glitches were sometimes welcome events, granting temporary reprieves to those struggling. By August, the business class initiative was officially deemed a failure. Both General Atomics and Robco withdrew their support upon discovering that White Springs refused to go single source with Ironclad. When the management hesitated to cover the cost for the Starlight Holiday Movie Spectacular's list of celebrities, it became clear that pride had led to the cancellation of crucial partnerships. The only remaining player in the field was Nuka-Cola, which required guests to use Nuka-Cola bottle caps as currency during a promotional campaign. Ultimately, this arrangement amounted to corporate sponsorship in name only. As of September, the Spring Hill renovation project was facing significant setbacks. Wilbur Ainsley III, the CEO of White Spring, appointed his son Ryan Ainsley as the lead architect. Despite his son's lack of experience in this area, his training was in nuclear engineering. Contrary to Ryan's wishes, the project was handed over to him, which soon proved to be a mistake. The renovation quickly fell behind schedule, exceeded budget expectations, and remained far from completion, much to the disappointment of patrons who had once enjoyed a championship golf course. Wilcox urged for Ryan's dismissal, but in response, he received a threat warning him that he would be the one fired if he pressed the issue. By October, most of the staff had already been pushed out, leaving only a few who were either working without pay or on temporary extensions to compensate for malfunctioning robots. It became clear that replacing service workers with robots was a misguided plan. The robots selected for the job were military grade, rather than purpose-built for service tasks. The problems were most apparent with the masseuses. Assaultrons lacked the fine pressure senses needed for their role, resulting in numerous spinal injuries. Furthermore, bellhops mismanaged 24 suitcases in just 1 week. Robot chefs sparked kitchen fires, and even something as straightforward as selling sweets became a disaster when a robot flooded the candy shop with dark chocolate. When the Great War broke out, nearly all of the staff and guests at the resort fled for safety. Only 4 staff members, 92 guests, and around 500 robots remained. In the chaos, the remaining team appointed Joyce Easton, a clerk at the candy shop counter, to take charge. The very next day, Lou Palmist reprogrammed the robots to recognize her as the assistant manager. Joyce swiftly organized the staff, sealing the hotel to prevent anyone from entering or leaving until the radiation levels subsided. They assigned others to take inventory and reconfigure the robots for defense. The guests, surprisingly, responded well. Those eager to escape did so promptly upon hearing the news, while others accepted that being trapped in one of the world's finest resorts wasn't the worst fate imaginable. The only potential source of trouble, White Spring executives, were quickly reassured when they realized that Joyce was in control of the robots. By December, the inventory had been completed. With so few people left at the resort, there was enough food to last for years, potentially even a decade. Supplies were also well stocked, including clothing, medicine, spare parts, generators, weapons, and ammunition. The White Spring was well equipped and ready for the long haul, allowing the survivors to endure the winter comfortably, unlike the guests and staff at Pleasant Valley Ski Resort. The brutal winter of 2077 to 2078 was unforgiving, and the last snow didn't melt until mid-July. Easton dispatched scavenger teams to search through cars and cottages for additional supplies. By late August, refugees began appearing on the roads, but Joyce decided to lock down the White Spring, permitting only those she vetted to enter. While hoping others might be the norm in Appalachia, she believed it was too risky in the situation where the threat to her people was real and immediate. However, her optimism waned in December, just as plans for the modern heritage remodeling were set to begin. Despite Lou's efforts, the renovations were deeply ingrained in the robot's programming. The same forces that had stripped the workers of their jobs would now disrupt the survivors come January 1st, 2079. The guests and staff found themselves locked out of their rooms, and a mandatory update would soon label them as vagrants, kicking them out until the state building inspector, a visitor they deemed unlikely, arrived. Realizing they had to prepare for the worst, the staff and guests banded together. Wilderness classes kicked off at the Artisan's Corner. Sports enthusiasts offered shooting and self-defense lessons on the putting green. At the same time, Joyce distributed the remaining supplies during the New Year's Gala to ensure everyone was ready for what lay ahead. A few survivors chose to confront the robots at the White Spring Golf Club rather than leave the resort, while the majority chose to flee. Paula and Joyce led a caravan towards Charleston, while Lou and some friends chose to take their chances against the robots at the golf club. Others took the risk to head to Sunny Top ski lanes in Pleasant Valley in search of shelter. The White Spring remained deserted for years, locked down and maintained by its robotic custodial staff. It wasn't until May 30th, 2086 that a person identified only by the initials OR succeeded in disabling the lockdown, finally reopening the White Springs public facilities for the wasteland's inhabitants. Years later, as people began resettling and forming new communities in Appalachia, a group dedicated to reviving the faction known as the Responders established its headquarters at the White Spring. They took over the main resort building, and this initiative came to be known as the White Spring Refuge. Refugees from all corners of the wasteland, including those from the pit, found shelter at the White Spring Refuge, where the responders set up a range of new amenities to support the community. The Palace of the Winding Path is located in the Savage Divide region, perched high in the northern mountains. Its architecture stands in stark contrast to the rest of Appalachia, showcasing influences primarily from Indian traditions, specifically Hindu and Buddhist, rather than the more Western styles often found in the area. The palace was established by what can best be described as a New Age cult, led by a figure named Cyrus. This group sought to provide the people of America with an alternative path, one that emphasized enlightenment over destruction. However, their idealistic vision soon fell victim to a con artist named Simon Gladwell. Initially a disciple of Cyrus, Simon recognized an opportunity to exploit the cultists for profit. He turned their noble mission into a sprawling money-making operation. He hid his manipulation behind layers of jargon, skillfully managing the cult's marketing and business while keeping Cyrus in the dark. Despite the chaos following the Great War, the cultists proved to be remarkably resilient. Their isolated location and strong camaraderie allowed them to resist various takeover attempts. When the diehards reached out to them, both groups began trading, even copying the Margie McClintock key holotape. However, one day, the diehards returned to find the once bustling temple of the cult completely deserted, as the entire group vanished overnight without a trace. The Valley Galleria was a pre-war shopping center situated along Highway 65 in Appalachia, serving the nearby communities of Harpers Ferry and Berkeley Springs, as well as Watauga to a lesser extent. The Galleria featured three main anchor stores: Valley's Boutique, Big Steve's Sporting Goods, and DeMarco Boyle Housewares. Additionally, it had a variety of other shops and eateries, including Little Italy, known for its pizza and pasta, Gray and Gould Jewelry Designs and Repair, a toy store, a books and stationery shop, an electronics store, and even a small dive bar. On the day the Great War broke out, a piano recital was scheduled alongside the showing of the film Cherry Bomb. The parking lot was bordered by a Red Rocket fueling station, an auto garage, and a diner at the far end of the mall. In the aftermath of the war, the Galleria became a refuge for ghouls in Appalachia, commonly referred to by survivors as the Changed. Under the leadership of Lucy Harwick, the ghouls who took shelter in the Galleria opened their doors to others like them, inviting them in with open arms and, more importantly, open hearts. However, over time, the ghouls abandoned the mall, leaving only feral creatures behind. This once vibrant space became a prison and the final resting place for Jacob Lerner, who had set out on a quest to find specific flowers for Free State's Dr. Ella Ames. The Robco Research Center, situated in the Cranberry Bog region of Virginia, served as the main employer for the residents of Watoga. Many of these workers relied on the Appalachian monorail system, which terminated at the research facility. Robco aimed to develop groundbreaking technologies for Watoga while collaborating on various research projects with other influential companies, including Hornwright Industrial and General Atomics International. Notable innovations from this facility include the Voice of Watoga and the Maya artificial intelligences, as well as prototypes for military applications. The center also created several variants of the Mr. Handy line, which unfortunately included torture robots, presented euphemistically as improved interrogation units. A significant portion of the facility was dedicated to the exploration and manufacture of robobrains, culminating in the controversial encephalon extraction program. This initiative, spearheaded by Dr. Dorothy Diaz and approved by Robco despite pushback from the ethics department, involved extracting the brains of the entire research team and suspending them in a biomedical solution to preserve their cognitive abilities for future use. This led to an overwhelming number of complaints, causing the report database to become overloaded. In a somewhat unconventional move, the company organized tours for pioneer scouts and their families, led by a disgruntled researcher named Dr. Clara Song. She seized the opportunity to show visitors parts of the facility that were off limits, all in an effort to get her superior removed from their position. By the year 2103, the facility had been repurposed by a vault dweller from Vault 76, who, with assistance from United States Army Sergeant Radcliffe, sought to retrieve vital Robco tools necessary to bypass the defenses of Vault 79, particularly Robco-built automated turrets. To achieve this, they needed to recover one of the preserved brains from the staff and install it in a robobrain, which would help them create the required tools. The West Tech Research Center was established in August 2075 to advance the Greenhouse Initiative, the final phase of the Pan-Immunity Virion project. This initiative sought to leverage new plant mutations to develop edible crops that could significantly enhance food production and help address the shortages that sparked food riots across the country. West Tech chose Huntersville as its testing site after the company, along with government support, revitalized the area through a rural development grant. As a result, the influx of commerce and activity from the research center sparked an economic boom in the small town. Following this, West Tech began funding local farmers in exchange for testing rights, but this support abruptly ended in February 2076, coinciding with the closure of the Greenhouse Initiative and the transfer of assets to the Forced Evolutionary Virus Initiative. This shift effectively voided most, if not all, of the contracts at the research center, leaving Dr. Wilfred Dumont, then the head of research, racing against time to find solutions for the unemployed researchers. The company initiated human experimentation as part of its FEV Advanced Mutations program. Given the virus's unpredictable nature, the facility aimed to identify and isolate viable FEV strains. A key aspect of this endeavor involved introducing one of the FEV strains into the water supply of nearby Huntersville, allowing researchers to monitor the effects of long-term, low-level exposure. This experiment kicked off in February 2076, initially presenting as a rare strain of flu. The village was cordoned off and placed under company control, with any test subjects attempting to leave hunted down and eliminated. Those who sought assistance from West Tech were isolated in the research center for further observation and study. By August, residents of Huntersville were confined to their homes under the watch of West Tech researchers, while armed guards in hazmat suits enforced containment. However, this was not enough, prompting military intervention. In November, authorization was granted to deploy the 12th Mountain Division to enforce the quarantine, as concerns about a potential pandemic outbreak grew. The soldiers, clad in hazmat gear, bolstered security while West Tech researchers continued their experiments on the population, even as those subject to mutation began to show violent tendencies around September. Sergeant Jake Bianchi tried to expose the human experimentation taking place in Huntersville in early November, but faced court-martial and replacement by Orlando Garrett. Meanwhile, experiments at West Tech continued, focused on isolating an FEV strain capable of producing sustainable mutations. On January 13, 2077, researchers believed they were close to achieving this with one strain, although the subject succumbed within just 13 minutes. Further experiments yielded mixed results, including a subject whose organic tissues were replaced with various forms of retinal tissue on April 30th. Another killed 12 days into mutation when its canines pierced the medulla oblongata on July 12th, and one subject who committed suicide shortly after being moved to a holding cell on September 5th. Alongside these experiments, the staff also began developing a neutralizing agent for FEV in May. After extensive trials with various compounds, they succeeded in producing a workable sample in June that could render FEV completely inert. The facility also managed to cultivate thousands of gallons to neutralize the FEV stored on site. In October 2077, an experimental strain known as FEVS-006443 produced what would later be recognized as the snallygaster on October 14th, with plans to observe its effects once introduced into Huntersville. On October 23, 2077, coinciding with the Great War, an experiment resulted in the creation of a massive headless creature later dubbed the Grafton Monster. This creature was sedated and transported off-site for further investigation. However, the nuclear war had interrupted the process, allowing it to escape. In the aftermath, surviving employees remained for another week while their superiors attempted to reach out to headquarters and to the U.S. Army units at Huntersville. After 6 days without any response from either the Army or West Tech, the technicians disposed of the neutralizing agent into the vats on October 30th, 2077, confirmed it was rendered inert, and abandoned the facility. The facility lay abandoned until it was rediscovered by Taggarty's Thunder. With Grant McNamara's assistance, they breached security. They uncovered the horrors within, sparking their belief in Roger Maxson and leading to the formation of the Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel. Later, Enclave scouts, including Dreyfus, explored the site in search of ways to elevate the DEFCON rating in Appalachia. Although the FEV had been rendered inert, the facility still held enough leftover data and systems to enable the Enclave to breed supermutants and unleash them. By 2102, both the Research Center and Huntersville have become significant strongholds for these supermutants. By 2104, a former West Tech employee, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, along with his colleagues Dr. Jane, Dr. Farah, and Nellie Wright, took control of the underground facility. They aimed to use the FEV to alter humanity, seeking a path to survival in the new world while avoiding the cruelty and pointless experimentation that characterized West Tech's mutation testing. Fort Defiance was established in the 1800s as a facility for the treatment of the mentally ill. However, despite careful planning, the hospital initially designed to accommodate 300 patients, shockingly housed over 3,000 individuals by 2061. This overcrowding led to appalling conditions, exacerbated by staff neglect, resulting in immense suffering for those confined there. Life inside the asylum was anything but humane, affecting both patients and staff. The relationships between the two groups were strained, with staff often referring to patients by number rather than name. Some incidents highlighted the troubling atmosphere. One junior nurse experienced a complete breakdown from exhaustion and had to take time off to recover, while a patient attacked a nurse, causing serious injury and attempting to escape. The grim reality of life at the asylum came to light in a 2061 expose by Eleanor Tarquin of the Charleston Herald, who bravely volunteered to go undercover to uncover the truth. Following in the footsteps of Nellie Bly and her groundbreaking investigation of the woman's lunatic asylum on Blackwell's Island. After spending a month at the Allegheny Asylum, Tarquin revealed shocking instances of mistreatment. Many patients were misdiagnosed and institutionalized for reasons unrelated to genuine mental health concerns, often driven by financial motives. Tarquin's report detailed how patients were often restrained for extended periods in cramped conditions, only released for treatment, meals, and sleep. The treatment methods employed were harsh, primarily involving the immersion of patients in ice-cold water. Basic needs were met at a bare minimum, with no procedures in place allowing patients to request humane considerations, such as vegetarian meals or extra blankets. Before she could put her experiences down on paper, she first needed to be released from the asylum. Tarquin's editor had to submit multiple requests for her release into his care. This not only subjected the brave journalist to unnecessary suffering, but it also highlighted a harsh reality. Family members who wanted to care for relatives in the facility were often left behind, unable to afford the fees necessary for the release process. Tarquin's initial plan was to spend up to 10 days in the facility, yet despite diligent and well-funded efforts to secure her release, she remained there for a month. Meanwhile, any interested parties could pay the hospital for guided tours of the facility. Although these tours were ostensibly designed for doctors and health professionals, they were frequently sold to others. Family members could visit their loved ones only if they could afford the costly, secretive, lunatic tourism, and even then, there was no guarantee they would actually see their family member without incurring additional charges. When the article finally came out, it revealed that the asylum was being run as a profit-driven enterprise, highlighting the abuses committed in the name of healing and eventually leading to its shutdown. Although the asylum closed on March 17, 2061, the impact on patients' well-being was minimal. Those patients who didn't qualify for transition to Watoga's facilities were released in large numbers, often with only a cursory effort to contact their family members. Hospitals and doctors in the region suddenly found themselves flooded with cases they had previously ignored, and many chose to turn a blind eye once more. This resulted in a dramatic increase in the area's homeless population, sparking a public health crisis that Watoga and the wealthy dismissed as a problem that didn't touch their lives. No charges were filed against Dr. Kessel or the hospital administration, even as the already substantial number of homeless individuals in the region continued to rise. The media perpetuated the stigma against mental health patients, fueling fears about the supposed threat they posed to the community. In the end, the hospital was transformed into a park where former guards would help maintain the grounds by keeping trespassers out, calling animal control to deal with aggressive wildlife, and notifying authorities when former patients sought shelter or assistance. The Great War gave the long-abandoned asylum a new purpose for a few months when Clara Duran, the history teacher from Watoga High School, organized a field trip there. The asylum was still fully furnished and equipped with numerous facilities for self-sufficiency, including a water treatment plant, a dairy, and sturdy walls with intact windows that shielded them from the harsh Appalachian winter. By January, having braved the winter months, the former residents of Watoga were looking forward to a brighter future. Thanks to intense training, they had a dairy cow named Bertha, captured the previous year, and even a few chickens. They began making trips to other survivor communities, trading the chemical stock found in the asylum for essential supplies. Despite some domestic issues, things seemed promising, even if the building structure turned out to be less stable than initially thought. However, their luck ran out in March 2078. Their fledgling community was attacked by raiders who slaughtered the dairy cow and all of the chickens for food before making their escape. In the aftermath, the group of Allegheny survivors split into two factions. One half chose to leave for Magana, unwilling to continue their partnership with the Watogans. The other half, rallying behind Duran, decided to make a break for Harper's Ferry and search for more survivors. As time passed and maintenance was neglected, the property fell further into disrepair, eventually becoming a haven for feral ghouls. With its robust walls and an underground power line connecting to the Thunder Mountain power plant, secured in 2079, the property appeared to be a promising stronghold for the Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel. In the early 2080s, they dispatched a detachment to establish their presence at the site. Within the first week, the team secured the ground floor and set up several rooms for their own use. Among them was Squire Hannah da Silva, who proposed the new name for the facility, Fort Defiance. As they further secured the premises, they experienced a shocking moment on the roof while sharing war stories. They spotted a massive bat-like creature soaring in from Watoga. They had believed nothing alive to remain there after the area was sabotaged in 2077 by a disgruntled worker at the Robco Research Center. When the beast approached, they opened fire with their miniguns, sending it flying away. This encounter marked the Brotherhood's first confrontation with the terrifying Scorch Beasts. Once the facility was secure, Scribe Grant McNamara arrived to assess the property. He meticulously inspected the entire site, inquired about the number of breaches in the walls and doors, and checked for any unsecured entrances. Ultimately, he decided to abandon one wing of the building along with the entire ground floor, effectively discarding the personnel's original plans. His new strategy involved getting the elevator operational and installing military-grade security, which Squire Gary Weber had salvaged during a supply run. The upgrades were completed over time, but the last component to go live was the elevator, which required additional work on its hydraulics after Squire Enrique Belmonte got stuck inside for 3 hours. By 2093, following the abandonment of Camp Fincher and the consolidation of forces, excluding Thunder Mountain, Fort Defiance had transformed into the headquarters of the Appalachian branch of the Brotherhood of Steel. By January 2094, it stood as the frontline defense against the Scorched Beast unleashed by the Enclave, as well as the ensuing Scorched Plague. However, the mounting pressure led to the chapter's downfall. In a desperate bid to stem the tide of the plague, the Brotherhood attempted Operation Touchdown, a last-ditch effort to curtail its source. Initially, no Scorched Beasts were sighted for several weeks afterward, leading many to believe the operation had succeeded. However, it came at a terrible cost: the death of their leader, Paladin Elizabeth Taggarty. Sadly, this assumption proved wrong, as the Scorch Beasts returned in even greater numbers. On August 18, 2095, Fort Defiance fell, and Thunder Mountain followed suit the next day, with all members holding their ground until the very end. The facility remained deserted for the next few years, overtaken by ferals and other creatures. Though various factions attempted to delve into the Brotherhood's downfall, none succeeded in reaching the asylum, leaving it undisturbed until the emergence of Vault 76 dwellers in 2102. When people returned to the region in 2103, Jonah Ito occupied the building, revisiting it in memory of his sister Cade, who perished alongside the Brotherhood while defending the asylum.